The night was darker than pitch, a sullen black that pressed against the ancient stones of Storm's End, shrouding the sea in silence and secrets. Wind moaned through the battered crenellations, its howl drowned at intervals by the heavy thunder of distant surf. Within, the torches had been snuffed, and the hearths banked low. Only the kitchens, restless as ever, held any flickering glow at this hour, save one small window high in the round tower, where a solitary flame danced behind the narrow panes. There, a man hunched at a writing desk, brow furrowed as he set quill to parchment, and the candle's stubborn light played across a broad, calloused hand, ink smudged at the fingertips. Gendry Baratheon read and reread the line had written, tracing each word as if it might conjure truth from ink. King Gendry, the lords had called him in council, though he'd not yet been crowned, nor fully believed in his own kingship. Bastard Smith. Knight. Now Lord. These names had clung to him, each like a chain, but King hung about his neck with a different weight, too heavy by half. His shoulders ached, as if he'd hammered 100 swords that day. He set the quill down, flexing his stiff fingers, and cast a glance to the small, frost-silvered window. He imagined the roaring blackness of the sea below. Arya would be out there, somewhere in the castle's wild dark, lost in her own restlessness. She never slept easy in these thick-walled chambers. On nights like this she vanished to the battlements, or down into the cellars, or else to the stables, where the horses knew her footfall, and nickered softly in greeting. She did not belong in any one place, Arya. Even now, with her name sung in half the keeps of the realm as Lady Arya, wife to the king in Storm, she wore the title awkward as a borrowed cloak. The candle guttered as the wind wormed through the cracks, scattering shadow across the page. Gendry rose. The words could wait. He needed air, needed her, if he was honest. He slipped from the room, leaving the candle to burn itself down, and padded through silent corridors where tapestries hung limp and cold against the stone. Down, always down. Storm's End was a fortress built for siege, with labyrinthine steps and twisting passages, all meant to confound and defy. Gendry traced the familiar way by memory, through the low-ceilinged gallery, where Robert's stag banner still hung, faded but defiant, and past the great hall, empty now but for the ghosts of feasts past. Out into the night. He found her as he'd hoped, perched on the high western ramparts, with her knees drawn up, and her cloak loose about her shoulders. Arya did not flinch at his approach. She'd heard him, sensed him, or maybe simply knew him as one knows their own shadow. "Couldn't sleep," he said, coming to stand beside her. "Never do," Arya answered, her voice carrying a smile even in the gloom. "Not when the wind's up. It sounds too much like home." "Winterfell?" She shook her head, curls wild about her face. "No, the road. Any road. When you sleep in the wild, you learn the language of wind." He leaned against the parapet, studying her. She was older now than when first he'd known her, a girl with a sword and a name she was still learning to claim. The girl had become a woman, but some sharp, wolfish thing remained, untamed and unyielding. Gendry loved her for it, though it frightened him sometimes. This wildness he could never truly hold. "You're thinking too loud," she said, grinning sideways at him. "Sorry." He tried to find words, then gave up and simply reached for her hand. Her fingers, slender and strong, wrapped round his. "You're king now," Arya said. "Or you will be." "Not yet. Soon." There was a quiet certainty to it, as if she could see the shape of it unfolding in the dark. "And you're worried," he huffed, rubbing his thumb over the scars on her knuckles. "I'm not sure I know how to be a king, Arya." She gave him a look sharp as broken glass. "You know how to be you. That's all a king is in the end. A man with too many eyes on him and too much weight on his shoulders. You'll bear it. Or you won't. Either way, you're still you." A gust of wind lifted her hair. She didn't shiver, only watched the surf crash and boil below, as if hunting for patterns in the chaos. "They'll be coming soon," she said. "The lords, the banners, all the people who want something from you. They'll want to know what kind of king you'll be." Gendry looked away. "A better one than the last, I hope." Robert wasn't so bad, Arya said, surprising him. Not at first. He tried, I think, but he was tired and angry and hurt. You're not him, Gendry. You're not anyone but you. She stood, cloak billowing, and faced him fully. You don't have to do it alone. He saw then how the world might change. A king who'd built his own strength at the forge, and a queen who could ride and fight and laugh at death itself. Not a fairy tale, but something new. Something forged from the dust and blood of everything that had come before. She leaned in and kissed him, wind-tangled and salt-bright. The sea crashed below, and the candle guttered out high in the round tower. But Gendry felt the world stilled for a moment, holding its breath for them. In the weeks that followed, the storms broke. The lords came, as Arya had promised, bringing their banners and their burdens to the high halls of Storm's End. Gendry received them in the great hall, Arya at his side, her hair neatly plaited, her face grave, but alive with secret mischief. Lord Tarly was first, tall and cold-eyed, a new sword at his hip and an old grudge in his heart. He bowed stiffly. "Your Grace," he said to Gendry, his words clipped as winter frost. "Storm's End stands again, it seems." "It does," Gendry answered. He was learning the careful dance of courtesy. "And you're welcome here, Lord Tarly, as is every loyal subject of the realm." Nensamo. Tarly's eyes flickered to Arya, and for a moment the air grew taut. The rumors had run wild, of the wolf girl from the north, of her dark deeds and stranger journeys. Some whispered she'd wed the king to further her own family's cause, others that she'd bewitched him. Arya bore their scrutiny with bored indifference. "I trust your journey was not too hard," Arya said lightly, offering a smile that was all teeth. "The roads are safe these days, or so they tell me." Tarly's lips tightened. "Safer, perhaps. But peace is always fragile, my lady, especially with so much new blood at court. We'll try not to spill any," Arya said, voice mild. Gendry squeezed her hand beneath the table. The procession continued. Lord Caron, Lord Estermont, Lady Penrose, all wary, all hungry. Some sought favor, others only to test the new king's mettle. There were old wounds to tend, debts to settle, and everywhere the faint scent of rebellion, like rot beneath a fresh coat of paint. Yet there were allies too. Davos Seaworth came, grizzled and grim but loyal still. He knelt before Gendry, head bowed, and when he rose there were tears in his eyes. "I knew your father, lad," he said, "and I served Stannis, though the gods know where he's gone now. But I serve you, if you'll have me." Gendry clasped his shoulder. "I'd have you, Sir Davos. No truer man in all the 7 kingdoms." Arya welcomed Davos with a nod, her own eyes softening. She remembered the Onion Knight, remembered his kindness to a frightened girl on the run. The days blurred into a riot of council meetings, feasts, and quiet conferences behind closed doors. Letters poured in from the north, from Sansa Stark at Winterfell, from Jon Snow beyond the Wall, from the Vale and the Reach and the newly restless Riverlands. All eyes watched Storm's End. Through it all, Gendry clung to Arya as a man clings to a spar in a storm. She steadied him, challenged him. Sometimes infuriated him, but she never left his side. One morning, as the first frost silvered the grass in the bailey, Gendry awoke to find Arya standing at the window, arms folded. "You're not sleeping," he said. She shook her head. "Too many dreams. Good or bad?" She considered. "Both. I dream of running. I dream of wolves. I dream of you sometimes, but always in places we've never been." He rose and joined her, wrapping his arms around her waist. "Maybe we'll see them one day. All those places." "Bah. Maybe," Arya said. But her gaze was distant, as if she already saw far-off mountains and strange new roads. There was a knock at the door. Gendry frowned, expecting Davos. But instead it was Maester Omer, his robes flapping like a startled bird. "Forgive me, your grace, my lady, but there's word from King's Landing. The council, the Hand has called a gathering. They wish you to send a representative. They speak of the unity of the realm." Gendry exchanged a glance with Arya. She grinned. "I'll go," she said. He hesitated. "Are you sure? I've been to King's Landing before." She reminded him. "It never killed me then." He wanted to protest, to keep her safe beside him, but he knew better. Arya was no caged bird. She'd walk straight into a dragon's mouth if it meant finding answers. They made ready. Arya dressed simply, eschewing silks for sturdy leathers. Gendry pressed a dagger into her palm. "For luck," he said. She smiled. "For anyone who tries to stop me." The journey south was swift. Arya rode at the head of a small company, Davos, the Maester, and a handful of Gendry's own sworn swords. The King's Road was crowded with travelers, many bound for the capital, their faces tense with rumor and hope. King's Landing was a changed city. The old scars of war still showed. A half-collapsed tower here, a patchwork of new timber where fire had bitten deep. But life flowed on, relentless as the river. Arya found herself both stranger and legend in the city of her childhood. Street urchins peered at her with round eyes. Old friends and foes alike came out of the shadows, measuring her anew. She entered the Red Keep with her head high. The throne room was crowded. The Hand, Lord Jon Royce, presided, flanked by lords of the Vale, the Reach, and the Riverlands. They rose when Arya entered, but not all with welcome in their eyes. "Lady Arya of House Stark," Lord Royce intoned. "And by marriage of House Baratheon. You honor us." She inclined her head. "I bring greetings from King Gendry. He is well, and Storm's End prospers. Your husband's claim is strong," said a lean, gray-haired lord. Manderly, she thought. But blood alone is not enough. The realm needs more than banners and titles. It needs peace. Arya met his gaze. "And you think my husband brings war?" A murmur swept the room. Royce silenced it with a raised hand. "We seek unity, my lady. There are those who say the Baratheon line ended with Stannis. That Gendry, born out of wedlock, cannot be king by rights." Arya snorted. "By rights? Half the kings this realm has seen were bastards, or close enough." Laughter, grudging but real, rippled through the hall. Manderly pressed on. "There are rumors, my lady, that your marriage is one of convenience, that the North plots with Storm's End to divide the realm." Arya's temper flared. "I married Gendry because I chose to. The North is my home, but Storm's End is my future. The only plot I care for is to keep my husband alive and my people safe." Royce studied her a long moment. "Would you have the realm recognize your children as Baratheons then? A new royal house?" She stared at him, understanding dawning. "You want a promise, a future, a dynasty. One that unites North and South, not for war but for peace." Arya thought of Gendry, hammering at his forge, stubborn and earnest. She thought of her own restlessness, her wolf blood, her need to run. Could they truly build something that would last? She nodded. "Slow and sure. If we have children, they'll bear the name Baratheon, but they'll be as much wolf as stag. They'll remember both." A silence fell. Royce inclined his head. "It is enough, my lady, for now." Arya left the throne room that night with the eyes of the realm upon her. She felt the old itch to run, to vanish into shadow and dust, but she did not. Instead, she sent a raven north, another to Storm's End, and then rode out alone to the city's walls. She found Gendry's token in her pocket, the dagger he'd given her, old Valyrian steel, shining silver in the moonlight. She traced her thumb along the blade, thinking of all the ways a life could change. A bastard, a smith, a girl who wanted to be a wolf, all of it leading here to the edge of something new. In the cold hour before dawn, Arya rode out for Storm's End, the first true lady of a new royal house, her heart beating like a drum, wild and fierce and free. Storm's End woke to news of her triumph. Gendry met her at the gates, arms outstretched. "You did it," he said, his voice rough with pride. "We did it," she corrected, pressing her forehead to his. That night, as the hall filled with laughter and song, Arya sat beside her king and watched the candlelight flicker in his eyes. She did not know what the future held, whether peace or chaos, victory or loss. But for now, at least, she belonged here, with him, at the start of something new. Ka. Winter broke slowly in the Stormlands. The air no longer crackled with frost at dawn, but lingered with the damp weight of mist and the tang of sea salt, as if the whole land exhaled relief after so many hard years. There was rebuilding everywhere, walls patched and roof beams raised, new fields sown, and the long-neglected villages about Storm's End humming to life again. Gendry rose each morning before the sun, just as he had in his days at the smithy, and he walked the battlements with Arya beside him, speaking with captains and masons, and the quiet, tireless folk who made a castle more than stone. He listened, sometimes more than he spoke. Arya called him stubborn and slow with words, but she said it with a secret smile, proud of the steadiness that others took for simplicity. The old lords of the Stormlands were learning to trust him, even if they did not yet love him. He paid their men fairly, heard their grievances without flinching, and let them see he was not above honest work. More than once, he'd been found shirtless in the forges, sweat on his brow, a new hinge or spear tip glowing in the coals. The castle folk whispered about their king, the bastard turned blacksmith turned lord, who now ruled the Stormlands and, some said, the hearts of the small folk. But it was Arya whom the children adored. She rode often beyond the walls, visiting outlying hamlets on a swift, dark horse, her hair windblown and her eyes bright as wildfire. She hunted with the village boys, bested the bravest at archery, and listened to every tale brought to her, from lost goats to bruised knees. There were rumors she could speak to wolves, that she'd once turned into one, and the youngest children brought her carved wooden animals for luck. Arya wore them on a leather cord at her belt, trophies as dear as any crown. When she and Gendry walked together, the Stormlanders watched with a mix of awe and suspicion. Here, they said, was a marriage like no other, born not of calculation, but of wild chance, and sealed by something stranger than mere alliance. There were still those who muttered that Arya was half savage, a northern witch sent to ensorcel their king. But more and more, these voices were drowned out by laughter and song, by the thunder of hooves and the ringing of steel, signs of life, not fear. Their wedding had been small by the standards of kings and queens. Arya would have none of the usual trappings. No silk, no jewels, no 1,000 candles blazing in the hall. She wore a simple white tunic and breeches, with a direwolf cloak Sansa had sent down from Winterfell. Gendry wore the same plain black doublet he'd favored in the forge, his only finery a silver stag brooch crafted by his own hand. Davos Seaworth spoke the words, his voice trembling with emotion, while old Maester Omer read from the seven-pointed star, and then from the old god's prayers for Arya's sake. There was no septon. The seven were honored, but Arya's gods were the wind and the woods and the ghosts of the north. They exchanged swords, not rings. Needle for Arya, a new forged blade for Gendry. She pressed her palm to his, both hands bloodied from a ritual cut. And the assembled guests, from Storm's End to Winterfell to White Harbor, cheered so loud the ravens rose from the towers. Now, in the weeks and months that followed, life wove itself into the fabric of the new royal house. Arya learned the names of the Lord's daughters and sons. She learned the ways of the Stormlands hills and the hollows, the routes smugglers favored, and the tides that brought ships from Dorne and Old Town. She wrote often to Sansa, whose own reign in the north was secure but lonely. Sansa's replies were careful and wise, but tinged with a longing Arya sometimes felt herself. The ache for another road, another dawn, another fight. When letters arrived from Jon in the far north, Arya read them to Gendry in the quiet after supper, her voice low and full of secrets. Jon wrote of snow and wildlings, of building anew where the old world had burned away. He asked about Gendry's rule, about Arya's happiness, about the possibility of children, a new house, a new name for a world that had lost so many. Would you want that? Gendry asked her one night, watching the candle burn low between them. Arya, never one to answer quickly, traced the back of his hand with her finger. I don't know. I never pictured it. I always thought I'd die with a sword in my hand and no one to mourn me. But I'm not alone anymore. Maybe. She trailed off, uncertain, then shrugged. I'd want them to be wild and free, not locked up in a tower. He smiled. They'd be wolves and stags both. She nodded. If they want to run, let them run. If they want to fight, let them fight. He kissed her then, slow and gentle, tasting the salt of her tears and the fierce hope in her smile. The days marched on. The storms grew less fierce as spring claimed the coast, and ships began to return to the ports, carrying news from the wider world. The riverlands were restless, with bands of outlaws harrying the roads. The Vale remained aloof, the Eyrie silent and cold. King's Landing, ruled by a fragile council of lords, sent polite letters but made no overtures of friendship or threat. Only Sansa's North and Lady Manderly's White Harbor were steadfast allies, their banners flying together above the walls during feasts. One night, as lightning danced over the sea, Davos brought a message that changed everything. "There's word from King's Landing," Davos said, breathless and tense. "The Hand, Royce, means to call a great council. They want you there, Gendry, and Arya too. The realm's peace may depend on it." Gendry frowned, brow furrowing. Why now? What do they want? Davos hesitated, then laid the letter on the table. "Some say there's talk of succession, of uniting the kingdoms for good, under you or under someone else. The lords grow restless. They don't trust bastards or women who ride wolves. They want to see you and her and decide with their own eyes." Arya read the letter quickly. "If they mean to threaten you, they won't, not openly," Davos said. "But this is the old game, lad. Power shifting, men jockeying for advantage. If you go with open eyes." Arya bristled. "Let them scheme. I'm not afraid of their words." Davos' eyes were sad. "Words can kill as surely as swords, my lady." They prepared to ride south again. This time Gendry came as king, not as smith or bastard. He wore fine armor chased with silver, but beneath it he bore the hammer that had served him in the war, the stag's head engraved at the pommel. Arya rode beside him, needle at her hip, her direwolf cloak streaming behind her. Davos led their retinue, and behind them rode a score of Stormlanders and Northmen, banners streaming. The ride to King's Landing was fraught with tension. As they passed through the riverlands, Arya saw the scars of war everywhere. Burned farmsteads, silent villages, blackened trees. Once, they passed a group of outlaws who watched them from the shadows, eyes hungry and desperate. Arya met their gaze and rode on, her hand resting lightly on needle. In the city, the small folk lined the streets to watch the new king and his wild queen. Some cheered, but others muttered, suspicious or fearful. Gendry remembered this place as a boy, hot and crowded and indifferent to suffering. Now, he saw it as a king, every face a potential ally or enemy. The Red Keep was a nest of snakes. The lords assembled in the great hall. Royce, Manderly, Tarly, Lannister of Casterly Rock, Grafton of Gulltown, and many more. Each had their followers, their secrets, their ambitions. Royce called the council to order. His voice rang out, grave and strong. "We are gathered to decide the fate of the realm. The Targaryens are gone. The Lannisters' claim is broken. The Baratheon line stands here before us. Through Gendry, son of Robert, and Arya Stark, daughter of the North." Mehmet Shao. Manderly rose. "Blood is not enough. What will you give the realm, King Gendry? What promise of peace? What house will you found?" Gendry met Arya's eyes. She nodded, her faith in him unwavering. He stepped forward. "I was born in King's Landing to a mother who died before she could name me. I was raised a bastard, lived by my hands and fought for my life. I learned that strength is not in banners, but in how you keep your word. I will build a new house, a house of stags and wolves, of the old ways and the new. I will rule not by birth but by justice." Arya stood beside him. "I am Arya Stark. I have seen death and war, and I do not fear them. But I want peace for my people. and for yours. We will not be pawns in your games. We will not be ruled by fear. Our children, if we have them, will bear the name Baratheon, but they will honor the wolf as well as the stag. Let the realm be united, not divided. Menamandero. There was a silence, broken only by the sound of rain against the high windows. Royce nodded slowly. You offer a new beginning, but there are lords here who remember old wounds. House Lannister, what say you? The Lion Lord, young and proud, rose. The wars have cost us all dearly. We do not forget, but we are not fools. Let the king and queen prove themselves. Let them rule as they say. If they keep the peace, we will honor them. Manderly stood. And if you fail, Arya bared her teeth in a grin. Then I suppose you'll have to try your luck, my lord. But we don't mean to fail. The council dissolved into argument and debate, but the die was cast. That night, in the solar of Maegor's Holdfast, Arya and Gendry met with Sansa, who had come south for the council. The sisters embraced, long and wordless. You've changed, Sansa said, holding Arya at arm's length. You seem lighter. Arya laughed. I have what I want. For now, at least. Sansa smiled, but there was worry in her eyes. Be careful. The city is full of knives. Arya squeezed her hand. I'm sharper than any of them. Gendry met with Davos on the ramparts. The old knight looked out over the city. You've done well, lad. Better than I ever hoped. But remember, peace is made of many threads. Anyone may snap. Gendry nodded, heart heavy. I'll remember. They returned to Storm's End with a fragile promise of peace. The lords sent envoys and gifts. Slowly, grudgingly, they accepted the new royal house. Baratheon in name, but something new in truth. The small folk called Arya, the Wolf Queen, and children played at sword fighting in the bailey, half of them pretending to be her. As spring ripened into summer, Arya and Gendry walked the shores at twilight, speaking of dreams and fears. Do you think we can do it? Gendry asked her, voice low. Arya watched the horizon, where the sun bled into the sea. We can try. That's all anyone can do. She took his hand, and together they faced the wild, beautiful world they had chosen. No longer alone, no longer afraid, but founders of something wholly new. A hush of golden heat had fallen over Storm's End by midsummer. The sun poured through the narrow windows, setting the flagstones aglow and lending the salt-stained air a drowsy, honeyed thickness. Every night the sky flashed with distant storms, forked lightning rolling across the Blackwater Bay horizon, but rain seldom reached the castle's high ramparts. Within the walls, life pulsed with a vigor the old hands swore they had not seen since the days of Lord Robert. Though even the most faithful would admit the change was not in pageantry or grandeur, but in the quiet daily labors and laughter echoing through the halls. Arya awoke before dawn, restless beneath the tangled linen. She rose, careful not to disturb Gendry's deep, even breathing, and padded barefoot across the chilly floor. She paused at the window, watching the sea mist drift and swirl, then dressed quickly in her favored riding leathers, strapping needle across her back. Down in the yard, she found the stable boys still yawning as they saddled the horses, and the old dog that slept by the smithy roused himself, tail thumping when she passed. She rode alone, taking the winding path that led east along the cliffs, past the forgotten stones of old sepulchres and the overgrown remnants of a collapsed watchtower. The sun rose behind her, igniting the foam-flecked waves below, and gulls shrieked as she spurred her mare faster. Out here, where the only company was wind and wild thyme, she could breathe deep, free of court and council, untroubled by the expectations that thickened the very air within the castle. At a ruined shrine overlooking the surf, she dismounted, letting the horse crop grass at her feet. She sat on the cold stone, watching the endless horizon, thinking of Sansa in the north, of Jon beyond the wall, of Nymeria's distant howl in dreams. Once, she had wondered if any life could hold her for long. Even now, she sometimes felt the urge to run, not from Gendry or from duty, but from the knowledge that peace, like happiness, was fragile as blown glass. She drew needle, running her thumb along the familiar steel, and closed her eyes. When the wind rose, it brought the scent of salt and summer grass, and the old wild longing for distant roads. She remembered Yoren's rough hand on her shoulder, the warmth of Hot Pie's laughter, Gendry's voice echoing in smoky forges. Each memory was a knot in the thread that tethered her, not just to this place, but to herself. When she finally turned for home, the sun was well above the sea. She returned to the castle to find Gendry already awake, consulting with Davos in the shade of the great hall's pillars. They looked up as she entered, Gendry's smile brightening at once. "There you are," he said. "I was beginning to think you'd gone to sea with the gulls." "I considered it," Arya answered, tossing her riding gloves on the table. "But I remembered I promised to hear petitions today." Davos grinned. "The small folk are gathering in the yard. There's a new merchant from Lys. Claims he can bring silks and peppercorns if we cut the right bargain. And a baker's son from Fellwood looking for justice," Gendry added, voice turning grave. Arya's eyes sharpened. "Justice? For what? His father was murdered on the road to Haystack Hall. They say outlaws, but..." He hesitated, glancing at Davos. "But there are whispers. Lord Caron's men are rough, and there's talk the dead man owed coin." Arya nodded, expression set. "Bring them in." The day unraveled in a tapestry of troubles and small triumphs. The merchant's wares were indeed fine, but Arya caught the lie in his story. His goods were not his own, but pilfered from a rival ship foundered in a recent gale. She sent him away with a warning and a purse of coin for the original owner, whose children had come barefoot to plead their case. The baker's son was small and frightened, but his eyes never left Arya's face as he told his story. When she questioned the captain accused, she did so gently but firmly, seeing the flinch behind his bravado. By midday, the yard was quiet again. The small folk drifting away with murmured thanks, and the sun stood high above the keep. In the privacy of the solar, Arya washed her hands and slumped into a cushioned chair. Gendry joined her, offering a mug of watered wine. "You were fair," he said. "And quick. They'll talk about this for weeks." "Now, I wish they'd talk less and act more," Arya replied, swirling the wine. "Every day there's a new grievance, a new lie, a new wound that festers if left untended. That's ruling, Arya." Gendry's voice was kind but steady. "It isn't all riding in swordplay." "I know." She looked down at her hands. So steady with a blade, so unsure with parchment and seal. "I'd rather fight 100 outlaws than untangle the quarrels of old men and frightened boys." He laughed softly. "But that's why you're better at it than you think." That evening, the council gathered in the solar. Davos Maester Omer, Sir Imry Swan, Lady Shira of Griffin's Roost, and Gendry's sworn men. The talk was of harvests and repairs, of restless lords in the Reach, and the quiet increase in merchant ships from the free cities. Davos reported that King's Landing's new council had sent word. They would recognize Gendry's house if he would send an ambassador and pay a modest tribute, a gesture meant to save face more than anything. Arya bristled at the notion. "Let them stew. We have our hands full with our own folk." Davos shook his head. "A little honey will bring more peace than a sword, my lady. Let me go in your stead. I know the city and the faces that move behind the masks." Gendry agreed, clasping Davos' forearm in gratitude. "Go then. Remind them that the storms break hardest on those who build with straw." When the council dissolved, Arya wandered the halls. She found herself drawn to the rookery, where the maester tended his birds by lantern light. One raven, white-feathered and fierce-eyed, snapped at her fingers when she offered a scrap of bread. "She's wild, that one," Omer said. "Refuses to mate, but loyal as the old gods. I think she recognizes a kindred spirit." Arya smiled, watching the bird. "Do you think they know where they belong, or do they just make do with what they find?" Maester Omer considered. "Perhaps both. Belonging is a choice as much as a birthright." Arya lingered there a while, lost in thought, until Gendry found her. He took her hand and led her to the highest balcony, where the air was cool and the stars scattered like shards of glass across the velvet sky. They stood in silence for a long while, leaning against the parapet. "I never thought I'd have this," Arya said, voice quiet. "A place. A name. A future." He wrapped his arms around her, chin resting on her head. "It isn't what we were taught to dream of, is it?" "No." She smiled, eyes glinting. "But I like it more." Below them, the sea murmured secrets, and 1,000 candles flickered in windows. In that moment, Arya knew she was not caged but anchored, her heart both wild and homebound, free to roam and free to return. As the summer wore on, Storm's End flourished. Letters from Sansa spoke of the North's quiet peace. She wrote of Arya's nephew Rickon learning his letters, and of Jon's travels along the wall. Arya sent small gifts north, daggers for Rickon, new patterns for Sansa's embroiders, and always a letter for Jon, blunt and loving and full of stubborn hope. One morning, Arya found Gendry at the forge, hammering out a new gate latch with sweat streaking his face. She leaned in the doorway, arms folded. "Will you ever stop?" she teased. "There's a whole kingdom for you to rule, but you're out here making hinges." He grinned, holding up the finished piece. "A king's house should have no weak doors." She took the latch from his hand, weighing it thoughtfully. "And if I said I wanted to ride north for a moose turn, visit Sansa, see Jon, remind myself what winter smells like?" He searched her eyes for a heartbeat, then nodded. "Go. Take who you need. Come back when you're ready." Arya pressed her lips to his, hard and fast, and was gone before the moment could become heavy. She left that afternoon, riding north with 3 loyal men and her own restless heart. The road north was long, but not lonely. Along the way, they were welcomed in village and keep. Arya the Wolf Queen, bold and strange, whose tales traveled faster than horses. At Moat Cailin, she was greeted by Rickon himself, tall now and quick with a bow, his direwolf Shaggy Dog trotting at his side. In Winterfell, Arya found Sansa in the Godswood, the heart tree in full leaf and the air thick with green scent. They embraced, old hurts healed by the simple comfort of home. "It's not the same without you," Sansa said, holding Arya close. "But you seem happy." "I am," Arya answered. Strange as it sounds. They spoke late into the night, by the fire in Sansa's solar. Arya told her sister of the storms, the sea, Gendry's laugh, the children in the bailey, the stubborn hope that peace might last. Sansa listened, wise and gentle, her hand over Arya's. "You could stay," Sansa said, quiet as snowfall. Arya shook her head. "I belong there, with him, with the storms." Sansa smiled. "Then I'm glad for you. Truly." Before she left, Arya rode out to the edge of the Wolfswood, letting the old chill seep into her bones. She watched the dawn break over the snow-flecked hills and sent a prayer on the wind, to the old gods and to her lost ones, to keep her heart strong and wild. She returned to Storm's End before the leaves had begun to turn. Gendry met her at the gate, arms open and face alight. "Did you find what you needed?" he asked. Arya nodded. "I found home." As summer waned and autumn crept in, Arya and Gendry stood together atop the battlements, watching the storms return. Lightning cracked the sky, thunder rolling in wild, jubilant waves. Below, the people of Storm's End lit lanterns and sang songs, the old fears of famine and war fading into memory. Arya looked out over the sea, hand entwined with Gendry's, and thought of all the places she had yet to see, all the battles she might yet fight. But for now, she was content. For now, the world was wide and wild and waiting, and she was exactly where she belonged. The founding of House Baratheon Wolf was no single event, no declaration or coronation. It was written in the laughter of children, the clang of hammers, the quiet patience of justice, the wild freedom of the cliffs at dawn. It was a promise, spoken and unspoken, that the future would be forged, not inherited, and that every heart, like every house, could be made new. As lightning danced on the horizon and rain swept the sea, Arya smiled. A wolf among storms, A queen born not to rule but to live, and to run, and to return, always to the home she had chosen. Now. It was a season of harvests and omens, the days stretching long and slow, beneath a sky painted in golds and bruised purples. The air in Storm's End, heavy with the scent of ripe apples and wood smoke, crackled with the subtle anxiety that came whenever a noble birth was expected, and Arya moved through the castle with a restless energy that left maids muttering in her wake. Every morning, she walked the ramparts before sunrise, sharp-eyed and silent, cloak snapping in the wind. She sparred with Gendry in the yard before breakfast, steel flashing quick and bright, then vanished on her horse for hours, only to return with her cheeks flushed and her hair full of brambles. The realm waited with her. Rumors traveled faster than ravens. That the Wolf Queen was with child, that the new royal house would soon have its first heir, that old magics woke in the Stormlands when Baratheon and Stark blood mingled. Maester Omer, who had never delivered a royal heir in all his years, oversaw his books and poultices with anxious precision, and Davos grew more protective than ever, shadowing Arya's comings and goings with a grandfather's fretful watchfulness. Gendry watched Arya in wonder and unease. The responsibilities of kingship felt suddenly small beside the secret, coiled hope and terror of new life. At council, he heard every word with half an ear, his mind always returning to the question of whether he could protect what he'd built, what they were building together. At night, as Arya curled into him and sleep finally claimed her, he traced gentle patterns along her spine and wondered if any king, Robert or Stannis, or even Aegon the Conqueror, had ever felt so exposed and single breath. One rain-soaked evening, Arya found him at the forge, sleeves rolled to the elbow, sweat and soot streaking his brow as he hammered out an iron cradle. She stood in the doorway, framed by the orange glow, and watched him work a while before speaking. "It's crooked," she observed. He looked up, sheepish. "I never made one before. Not for myself, anyway." Arya smiled, stepping into the circle of heat and light. "It'll hold. That's all that matters." She ran a hand over the cooling metal, feeling the ridges and imperfections. "Did your father ever make you anything?" Gendry shook his head, lips pressed tight. "Never knew him. Wasn't much to want then." She leaned into him, stealing a kiss. "You're a better father already, and you haven't even started." Later, as they walked back toward the keep beneath the dripping eaves, Arya paused. The moon was a pale scar in the cloud-racked sky, and she listened to the hush of distant surf. "You ever scared?" she asked softly. He squeezed her hand. "Every day." She smiled, fierce and sharp, as if sharing a secret with the night. "Me too. But I think it's a good sign. Means you have something to lose." Storm's End bustled in anticipation. Word had reached even the farthest villages that a child would soon be born to the royal house. On market days, old women came bearing lucky charms, tiny direwolves carved of driftwood, stag's horns on leather thongs, swaddling cloth dyed midnight blue. Some nights, Arya slipped down to the kitchens, helping herself to a crust of bread and listening to the talk among the small folk. She learned the names of every orphan in the yard, every stray dog in the stables, every washerwoman with a tale of woe or triumph. They treated her with a wary affection, half in awe of her title and half in fear of her knife-edged tongue. A raven from Sansa arrived one morning with news of peace in the north, and a bundle of embroidered blankets, wolf and stag entwined. Arya ran her fingers over the careful stitches, thinking of long-ago days in the Godswood and the pain of leaving home behind. She rode back, her hand steady and her words wry. "No, I haven't gone soft, not yet. But the world is softer for having something worth holding on to." The child came on a storm-lashed night. The waves battered the cliffs so fiercely the whole castle seemed to tremble. Arya labored with the same grim focus she brought to swordplay, refusing to cry out, her teeth set in a line. Gendry waited outside the chamber with Davos and Maester Omer, pacing ruts into the old stones. At dawn, a mewling cry split the gloom, and the Maester emerged, trembling with relief. "It's a girl, Your Grace," strong as summer thunder. Gendry rushed to Arya's side. The babe was tiny and dark-haired, fists balled and face red with outrage, her lungs already fierce. Arya looked up at him, hair damp, eyes shining with exhaustion and wild joy. "She's a Stark and a Baratheon both," Arya said, voice hoarse with pride. "We'll call her Lyra." He gathered them both close, heart aching with gratitude. "Welcome home, little wolf." Lyra's birth was celebrated across the Stormlands and far beyond. Banners of gold and gray were raised above every tower. The small folk feasted for days, singing songs that blended north and south, old and new. Arya insisted on carrying her daughter through every hall and bailey, introducing her to horses and hounds and smiths, to the wind and rain, the salt and stone of her birthright. The people cheered her wildness, her stubborn refusal to hide in women's chambers, her readiness to bear her child on her hip while issuing judgments and overseeing drills in the yard. Gendry's council pressed him to name Lyra his heir, but Arya shrugged off the question. "Let her grow wild first," she said. "Titles can wait." That autumn, a delegation from King's Landing arrived. Sir Harris Swift, rotund and sweating in his velvets, presented a gilded cradle and a brittle smile. He spoke in careful phrases of peace and alliance, of tribute and expectations. "We congratulate you, your graces, on the birth of the first of a new line. The crown looks forward to many years of amity between Storm's End and the capital." Damnai. Arya looked at the cradle, overwrought and garish compared to Gendry's sturdy handiwork, and smiled her wolf smile. "She'll sleep in the one her father made. It's forged of iron and love, and a few stubborn mistakes. That's worth more than all your gold." Swift's lips pursed, but he bowed and took his leave. Davos watched the exchange with twinkling eyes. "You'll teach her to be a storm, not a jewel." Arya nodded. "She'll have to be both." Storm's End grew brighter and busier as Lyra found her feet. The child was everywhere, crawling beneath tables, tottering after hounds, shrieking with laughter when the old dog licked her face. She took after Arya in stubbornness and Gendry in strength, her small fists quick to grab, and her eyes missing nothing. By her second winter, she was walking the ramparts hand in hand with her mother, learning the names of every bird in the rookery. Trouble, as ever, was not far. A letter from the Riverlands arrived one frozen morning, bearing the seal of House Blackwood. A border skirmish had flared between Blackwood and Bracken, the old blood feud once again threatening to ignite a wider war. Gendry called a council at once. Arya, Lyra in her lap, listened as the lords argued, and Davos counseled caution. "If the Riverlands burn, the flames may reach us before the snows melt," Davos warned. "We must send men," Gendry said. "Gaze steady. If we let them fight, the realm remembers only chaos." Arya looked at her daughter, then at Gendry. "Let me go," she said quietly. "I know the woods, and the Blackwoods trust me." He hesitated, torn. "You would leave Lyra. She's not alone, and neither am I." Arya pressed Lyra's tiny hand to her lips. "She needs a mother who does more than sit safe in stone halls. She needs to know her mother rides to end wars, not to start them." Gendry nodded, respect mingling with dread in his eyes. "Go, but take a strong company." Arya rode with a score of her fiercest knights and 24 longbowmen from the marchlands. The journey through the river valleys was hard, the roads choked with mud and rumor, the villages wary of every stranger. Arya rode at the head, hair bound back, her old cloak snapping behind her. She met Lord Blackwood beneath the bare branches of Raven Tree, and together they parleyed with the Brackens in the shadow of the ruined sept. Her name still carried weight, and her sword even more. The talks were long and bitter, but Arya's reputation for blunt honesty cut through the posturing. She brokered a truce, mutual hostages, shared grazing, and an end to blood feuds until harvest's end. When she returned to Storm's End, Lyra ran to meet her, tumbling into her arms with a cry of delight. Gendry lifted them both and spun them round, laughter ringing across the yard. "Welcome home, Lady Wolf," he said. Arya pressed her face to his shoulder, Lyra giggling between them, and for a heartbeat, The storms beyond the wall were only distant thunder. The years that followed brought peace and strife in equal measure. Lyra grew tall and wild, her eyes the clear blue of the summer sea, her stride sure and swift. Arya taught her to ride and hunt, to read and reason, to wield sword and tongue alike. Gendry showed her the forge, the shape of metal beneath the hammer, the beauty of hard work and honest sweat. The people called her Storm Cub, half wolf and half stag. And by the time she was 10, she could shoot as true as any grown man. The kingdom watched and waited, whispering of other children to come, of alliances and threats, of the North's loyalty and King's Landing schemes. But Storm's End remained steady, anchored by love, by will, by the strange and stubborn promise that one wild girl had made to a smith so many storms ago. In the quiet of the Godswood, as winter faded into spring, Arya knelt beside her daughter, teaching her to listen for the heart of the world. "Do you hear it?" she asked, voice soft. Lyra cocked her head. "It's just wind and birds." "It's more," Arya whispered. "It's every hope we've carried, every fear we've faced, every choice we made to stay and fight and build. It's home." Lyra reached for her hand. "Will I always feel it?" Arya smiled, fierce and unafraid. "If you're lucky and brave and a little wild, yes, you will." And so the house they'd forged endured, through storms and songs, through births and deaths, through every trial that time could send. For in Storm's End, at the edge of sea and sky, the future belonged to those bold enough to seize it, to those who loved fiercely and ran free and returned, always, to the hearth they had made their own. Ya, Ka. Lyra grew as the land itself grew, strong and wild, a child of wind and salt and old, patient stones. She ran through Storm's End as though she had been born from its foundations, her laughter echoing down stairwells, her wolfskin cloak trailing behind her like a banner. Arya watched her daughter with pride and a secret pang of longing, seeing in Lyra not only the promise of the future, but also the living proof that some wounds truly did heal, that peace could be forged, and families too. There were mornings when Arya would find Lyra at the forges with Gendry, the child's face streaked with soot, and her hair twisted up beneath a battered leather cap. Gendry would show her how to hold the tongs, how to test the weight of a hammer, how to sense the moment when steel softened and was ready to be shaped. Lyra listened with the focused silence of a wild thing watching its prey, her small hands deft and eager. She crafted horseshoes, belt buckles, and once, a tiny iron dagger, rough and crooked but sharp enough to cut an apple. Gendry declared it a masterpiece, and Lyra beamed, her pride radiant and unguarded. In the afternoons, Arya would take her daughter riding along the bluffs, showing her the secret ways and narrow paths, teaching her the signs of weather and the meanings of birdsong. Lyra learned to read the sky and the land, to track a rabbit through tall grass, to move through shadow like a ghost. Arya watched her grow from coltish and uncertain to swift and sure, her confidence blooming with every new challenge. But not all days were easy. As Lyra's 11th name day approached, word came from King's Landing that the High Council wished to see the child, to judge for themselves the fruit of this union between wolf and stag. Arya bristled at the summons, but Sansa's letter arrived soon after, written in her neat, cool hand. "It will do no good to refuse them, little sister. Let them see with their own eyes that our future is not to be feared." Preparations began, and Arya set about teaching Lyra not only how to ride and fight, but how to listen, how to weigh her words, how to see through flattery and threats alike. Gendry called on Sir Imry Swan and Davos to instruct Lyra in courtesy and history, though Arya could not help but laugh at the sight of her wild daughter curtsying before the Onion Knight, who only grinned and bowed extravagantly in return. Lyra's courage never wavered, but as the day of departure neared, Arya saw the girl's anxiety flicker beneath her bravado. One night, after supper, Lyra climbed into her mother's lap by the fire, curling close. "What if they don't like me?" Lyra whispered, the first time she'd shown any real fear. Arya stroked her hair, remembering her own girlhood terrors, being small and strange in a world that wanted her to be someone else. "You're not there to be liked," Arya said gently. "You're there to be yourself, The rest is their trouble, not yours." Lyra's eyes glittered with tears she refused to shed. "I wish you and father were coming with me." Gendry sat beside them, wrapping his long arms around them both. "You are us, Lyra. Wherever you go, we go too." When the day came, Lyra rode out with a royal escort, 20 sworn swords of Storm's End, 3 Northmen sent by Sansa, and Davos himself as their advisor and envoy. Arya kissed her daughter on both cheeks, pressing Needle's hilt into her hand for luck. "Remember what I taught you, and write to me, every day." Lyra grinned through her nerves. Every day. The journey south was a parade of spectacle and challenge. Villagers came out to stare at the wolf-caped girl and her entourage. Some brought gifts, others only rumors and questions. At Maidenpool, they were greeted by Lord Mooten, and a feast held in Lyra's honor. But Arya's daughter saw through the smiles and noted the hungry calculation in their eyes. Davos coached her quietly. "Be polite, but be yourself. Listen more than you speak. Trust your instincts." As the Red Keep came into view, Lyra's heart thudded. King's Landing was bigger and noisier than she'd ever imagined. All heat and chaos, and the constant threat of something unseen. In the throne room, she stood beneath banners old and new, facing a circle of nobles: Lord Royce, Lady Manderley, the Lannister twins from Casterly Rock, Lord John Grafton of the Vale, and a dozen others. The King's Regent, Lord Harris Swift, welcomed her in a booming voice. Lyra stood proud, her cloak a swirl of gray and gold, her mother's lessons sharp in her mind. She curtsied just enough, met every gaze, answered every question with honesty and strength. They grilled her on matters of law and history, tested her knowledge of both the North and the Stormlands, pressed her on the question of succession. "I am my mother's daughter and my father's heir," Lyra said at last, meeting Lord Royce's cool stare. "My blood is both wolf and stag. I don't see why I must choose." Murmurs rippled through the hall. Lady Manderley, ancient and wise, nodded. "Perhaps the world needs both." They questioned her for hours, but Lyra never faltered. When it was done, Lord Harris declared her a credit to both her houses, and the lords offered their guarded approval. Lyra spent the next week in the capital, observing, learning, writing daily to Arya and Gendry. She missed home fiercely. The sea, the wild wind, her father's steady laughter, but she bore her task bravely. Arya waited anxiously for each raven, her heart swelling with pride and relief as Lyra's letters arrived, full of wry observations and the unvarnished truth. Gendry read them aloud each night, often chuckling at his daughter's blunt wit and stubbornness. One night, as a storm battered the coast, Arya found herself restless, pacing the ramparts in the teeth of the wind. She remembered her own journeys, north and south, across the sea, through shadow and blood. She remembered what it was to be alone, and what it meant to find one's way home. The storm broke by morning, leaving the castle washed clean and the sky crystal bright. That same day Lyra returned, dirt-streaked and tired, but triumphant. The people of Storm's End welcomed her as their own, and Arya ran to embrace her daughter, holding her tight. "How was it?" Arya asked. Lyra grinned, her eyes shining. "They tried to break me. They couldn't." Menci. As the sun set that evening, the royal family gathered atop the highest tower. Arya, Gendry, Lyra, Davos, and the old dog who had seen 3 generations now. Arya felt the weight of years and possibility stretching before her, the fragile hope that what they'd built might truly endure. Letters came from the north. Sansa wrote of a bumper harvest. Jon sent news of wildlings settling in the abandoned castles of the Wall. Peace held, though Arya knew, as every wolf knew, that peace was never a thing to be trusted for long. Lyra grew into her place, learning not just the sword and saddle, but the dance of words and counsel, the listening that made a lord, and the mercy that made a ruler. She spent long hours with the smiths and the smallfolk, learning what it meant to serve as well as to command. Arya and Gendry watched with a mixture of pride and disbelief as their daughter bridged 2 worlds, north and south, old and new, her very existence proof that the house they'd founded was no accident of war or whim, but something rare and right. Trouble as ever, was never far. Raiders from the narrow sea struck at lonely farms, and Arya rode at the head of a company to meet them, Lyra at her side for the first time in true battle. Mother and daughter fought together in the breaking surf, blades flashing. Lyra took a shallow cut on her arm that stood her ground, driving the last of the raiders into the sea. Afterward, Arya tended her wound with gentle hands, pride warring with fear in her eyes. "You did well," Arya whispered. "But remember, bravery is not about not feeling fear. It's about facing it and choosing anyway." Lyra nodded, her jaw set. "I will remember." Seasons turned. Gendry's hair grayed at the temples. Arya's steps slowed, but the house they'd built endured. Each autumn, Lyra led the harvest rides, her banner snapping above the fields. In winter, she taught the children of Storm's End how to skate on the shallow pond in the inner yard, their laughter ringing through the stone arches. In the council chamber, Lyra took her father's seat when he traveled, her mother's when Arya rode out. Lords from all corners of the realm came to see her, some with offers, others with threats. She met each with honesty and wit, always true to herself, never trading her heart for another's favor. When Arya at last grew old, she took her daughter's hand and walked with her down to the edge of the wild cliffs, where the wind tasted of distant snows. "I've lived 1,000 lives," Arya said softly. "But this one, with you and your father, is the one I'd choose again, no matter what comes next." "Ben? Anne?" Lyra hugged her mother fiercely. "I'll carry it forward, I promise." And she did. Years later, when storms battered the coast and the world shifted as it always does, House Baratheon Wolf stood unbroken at the edge of the world, a living testament to the wild hopes and fierce loves of those who dared to build something new from the ashes of the old. In every song sung by the hearth, in every story whispered in the dark, the tale of Arya and Gendry and Lyra endured, not as legend, but as truth, bright and wild and everlasting. Kandi. The years rolled on, and the rhythm of Storm's End moved as surely as the tides, eternal, yet always changing. The wild, salt, thick air seemed to keep everyone young, or at least stubborn enough to outlast their years. The halls swelled with the laughter of children, and the kitchens never lacked for stories or songs. Lyra Baratheon Stark, Storm Cub, as the small folk had dubbed her, grew into a tall, whip-lean young woman with a wolf's stride and a smith's hands, her blue eyes sharp as the winter sky. With each season, her world widened. At 16, she rode to Winterfell for the first time with Arya and a host of Stormlanders, her heart leaping at the sight of the gray towers rising above the frost-bitten woods. Sansa, regal and shrewd as ever, greeted them at the gate, her composure melting into laughter as she embraced her niece. Jon Snow came down from the wall with Tormund Giantsbane and a band of wildlings, and the reunion was a festival of fire and mead, old northern songs echoing through the godswood. Lyra, for all her southern birth, felt the pull of her mother's homeland in her bones. She hunted with Rickon, raced horses with the Karstarks, learned the language of wolves and crows. She knelt in the snow before the heart tree and felt a silent promise coil around her soul, a pledge to honor both halves of her blood and never let them war within her. In the years that followed, Lyra became a force in her own right. Gendry's rule had grown stable, and Arya's legacy was alive in every corner of Storm's End. But it was Lyra who began to forge a new path. She listened to the council debates, her eyes missing nothing, and when lords blustered or sought to outmaneuver her, she met them with a Stark's calm and a Baratheon's thunder. She argued for new granaries, for fairer courts, for the rebuilding of fishing fleets lost to storms. She took the complaints of the small folk as seriously as those of the knights and lords, and her fame grew beyond the Stormlands, whispered in markets and holdfasts from Old Town to Gulltown. Arya watched her daughter with a pride that was sometimes nearly pain. She saw in Lyra the best of herself and Gendry. Her tenacity, his kindness, her quicksilver mind, his unbreakable resolve. She trained her hard in the yard and harder at the table, teaching her to think 3 moves ahead and to trust her instincts when words failed. Arya knew the world was never truly safe for a woman who wielded power, but she had given Lyra every weapon she possessed: wit, skill, and the knowledge that her worth was not set by any man's measure. Storm's End prospered. Trade increased, and the surrounding villages flourished as wild apples and barley fields spread across land that had once lain fallow. The banners of Baratheon and Stark hung together in the halls. Still, not all was peace. The Iron Islands stirred with new ambition. The Dornish bickered with the Reach, and old resentment sometimes flared into violence along the Trident. The young king in King's Landing, Tommen's distant cousin, sent veiled warnings and thinly veiled spies. It was on one such restless spring morning that word came of pirates raiding the coast near Estermont. Gendry called a council, and Lyra sat beside him, her brow furrowed. "I'll lead the defense," she said at once, her voice unwavering. Gendry hesitated. He looked at Arya, who only nodded, her eyes shining with hard-earned trust. "Take as many men as you need," Gendry said, squeezing Lyra's hand beneath the table. "But come home safe." Lyra led her company along the rocky shore, catching the raiders unawares as they tried to flee with their spoils. The fighting was brutal, but Lyra moved through it with a fierce grace, her mother's blade in one hand, her father's hammer in the other. When it was done, she counted her dead, comforted the wounded, and paid the small folk for what was lost. She saw to the burning of the pirate ship herself, her face streaked with soot, her cloak whipping in the wind. She returned to Storm's End a hero, the people singing her name. That night, in the great hall, Arya embraced her fiercely. "You are everything we hoped, and more," Arya whispered. Lyra smiled, but there was something unsettled in her gaze. Later, she stood alone on the highest parapet, looking out over the sea. Gendry found her there, leaning against the stones. "You did well, Lyra. I did what needed doing," she said quietly. "But it never ends, does it? There's always another fight." He nodded. "That's life. That's rule. You just get stronger, or you get swept away." "Ben?" Lyra rested her head on his shoulder. "I want to build something that lasts, Father. Not just fight and fight until there's nothing left but stories." He turned her gently to face him, pride burning in his tired eyes. "Then you will." The summer brought visitors, envoys from King's Landing, a Tyrell cousin from Highgarden, even a red priestess from Volantis seeking an audience with Arya, speaking in riddles about destiny and the power of old blood. The Storm's End court, once small and rough, was now vibrant and unpredictable, a place where northerners and southerners mingled, where lords from the marches debated wildlings from the gift over wine. One night, a feast was called in Lyra's honor. She wore a dress of deep blue trimmed with silver, a direwolf pin at her throat, her hair in a simple braid. Arya watched her dance with the visiting Tyrell, saw the way the young lords looked at her daughter, not only with admiration but respect. As the moon rose, Arya found Gendry by the fire, a mug in hand, his smile content. "Do you ever think how strange it is?" Arya murmured, her eyes on Lyra. "All the time," Gendry replied, "but I wouldn't change a thing." The night deepened, and Arya found Lyra on the balcony, the sea below black and bottomless. "There's talk," Lyra said softly. "The lords whisper about matches. The Tyrell boy, a Martell girl, even the king's cousin." Arya leaned on the railing beside her. "They'll always talk. What do you want?" Lyra's mouth twisted in a wry smile. "I want to be free, but I want the house to thrive. I want someone who understands that." Arya put her arm around her daughter's shoulders. "Then wait for that. You are not a prize, Lyra. You are the prize." Mandawao. A raven came from Winterfell. Rickon was to be wed, and Sansa asked that Arya and Lyra attend. The journey north was bittersweet. Arya's heart ached for her childhood home, but she was no longer the lost girl she'd once been. Lyra rode beside her, eyes hungry for every new sight: the white woods, the howling wind, the towering walls. The wedding was a riot of color and sound, the godswood hung with lanterns, the great hall echoing with laughter and song. Rickon greeted Lyra as kin, and together they raced their direwolves across the snow, leaving the lords and ladies far behind. Lyra found herself courted by more than one young lord, but none stirred her. It was only in the stillness after the wedding, beneath the heart tree, that she found what she had been searching for. A sense of belonging, not to any man or house, but to the living world itself. When they returned south, Arya felt a new restlessness in her daughter, a yearning for something beyond the castle walls, a longing she recognized as her own. She watched Lyra at council, at swordplay, riding the bluffs at dawn, and knew that soon her daughter would have to walk her own road. The world beyond the Stormlands grew darker. War flickered along the Dornish border. The Ironborn raided again, and King's Landing called for allies. Gendry convened the lords in the hall, Lyra at his right hand. She spoke with clarity and fire, her words carrying further than anyone expected. If we kneel to every call, we are no kingdom. Only servants. But if we stand alone, we risk being devoured. We must be strong enough to defend ourselves, but wise enough to choose our friends carefully. The council agreed to send aid to the crown, but on their terms. Lyra led the negotiations, holding her own with the most cunning of the king's envoys. When the treaty was sealed, Arya knew the time was near for her daughter to rule in truth as well as name. The winter that followed was hard. Arya felt the years in her bones, the slow ache of old wounds, and the sharp pang of partings yet to come. She and Gendry walked the ramparts often, silent in their shared love and the certainty that nothing, no war, no storm, no winter, could truly erase what they had made. One morning, Arya stood with Lyra above the roaring surf. The wind tore at their cloaks and braided their hair into tangled knots. "It's time for you to take your place, Lyra," Arya said softly. "We built this for you." Lyra's eyes shone with tears she did not let fall. "I'll be what you and father taught me. Wild and wise, kind and fierce." Arya drew her daughter close. "And when the world tries to tame you, bite back." In the years that followed, Lyra ruled as her parents had hoped. Boldly, compassionately, never bending to the will of those who did not understand the storms or the wolf. She faced rebellion and famine, peace and prosperity. She loved fiercely, and in her own time, found a companion as untamed as herself. A second daughter of both North and South, born on a night of thunder and howling wind. The house of Baratheon wolf endured, not only in banners and bloodlines, but in the living memory of its people. Arya's name became legend, Gendry's wisdom became proverb, and Lyra's rule became the foundation of a new era, one forged not by conquest, but by the courage to love wildly and the strength to weather any storm. And Storm's End, battered and proud, stood eternal at the edge of sea and sky, a home for all the world's wanderers, a promise kept across generations, a beacon shining through the wild dark, and all the days yet to come. In the deep heart of autumn, as a slow crimson bled through the leaves of the castle orchards, and the surf below Storm's End hurled itself ever more furiously at the rocks, Arya Stark awoke from dreams of distant snows and younger days. The ache in her knees and the silver at her temples were more insistent than ever. Each morning, she walked the ramparts before sunrise, breathing the salted wind, relishing the pain that meant she was still living. In the kitchen garden, she would kneel to touch the earth, inhaling the faint, bitter scent of dying summer. Each night, she traced the faces of her family in her memory. Her mother's gentle smile, her father's grave eyes, Robb's wild laughter, Sansa's quiet strength, Jon's haunted gaze, Bran's knowing silence. Each memory wove itself into the life she had built here, the home that was now more hers than Winterfell had ever been. Gendry aged differently. His back remained straight and his hands powerful, though scars and burns now mapped his arms in a language only he could read. He still spent hours at the forge, teaching the younger smiths and fashioning gifts for grandchildren and loyal retainers alike. He wore his crown as a matter of course, but rarely summoned the grandeur of kingship. His joy was in honest labor, in sitting with the stewards after supper to hear what the day had brought, in sharing a tankard with old Davos as the fire sputtered low. It was Lyra, grown to her full height, who carried Storm's End forward, her mother's stride and her father's sure hands in every movement. She had the uncanny ability to see to the heart of a problem and slice through it, to listen to the oldest farmer and the youngest page with equal patience. She was quick to laughter but slow to trust, fierce in her judgments but merciful with those who had truly repented. The lords of the marches came to respect her, the ship captains of Tarth to fear her, and the children of the keep to adore her. On the morning of her 21st name day, the household woke to a feast. Banners hung from every window, silver dire wolves and black stags on gold. Cooks roasted whole boars in the yard, and bakers shaped pies in the likeness of her sigils. The guests arrived from every corner of the realm. Sansa from Winterfell, her hair shot with white but her eyes undimmed. Rickon with his own fierce brood, now lords of their own lands. Even a handful of wildlings grinning and awkward in borrowed finery, sent south by Jon Snow to bear gifts and news from beyond the wall. Lyra wore breeches and a velvet doublet cut in the Stormland style, her hair in a long braid down her back, a dagger at each hip and a circlet of hammered silver on her brow. She greeted each guest with a hug or a joke, ignoring the stiffer courtesies of the southern courts. Arya watched her, her heart aching with pride and bittersweet nostalgia. This was the woman she had raised, the promise she had whispered to the gods in every dark hour of her youth. A Stark and a Baratheon, made stronger by the storms, unbroken by the world. After the feasting, the gifts were brought. Sansa presented a length of embroidered fabric woven by the finest Winterfell hands, deery wolves and stags leaping together, rivers of gold and silver thread. Rickon gave a longbow crafted from a heart tree branch, its limbs etched with runes of protection and luck. Davos, still shrewd, gave a model of Storm's End made of driftwood and iron nails, a reminder that great things could be built from humble beginnings. Arya and Gendry offered a new sword, a blade forged of Valyrian steel, its hilt wrapped in storm-gray leather, the pommel set with a stone the color of sea glass. Lyra unsheathed it, testing its weight, the firelight dancing along the rippled steel. "What shall I name her?" she asked, turning to her mother. Arya's eyes sparkled. "That's for you to decide, daughter. Every sword, every story, earns its own name. And now..." A hush fell as Lyra lifted the blade, feeling the history thrumming in her hand. She smiled, wild and bright. "Storm Song," she said, and the name rolled through the hall like thunder. The company cheered, tankards raised, and the celebration stretched long into the night. Yet when the torches guttered and the revels faded, Arya found herself wandering alone through the silent halls, her thoughts swirling as autumn leaves on the wind. She walked to the Godswood, her favorite place since coming south, where a solitary weirwood stood, gnarled and ancient, its face faint and mysterious. She knelt, laying her palm against the carved trunk. She spoke softly. "Thank you for letting me see this day." A whisper of wind rustled the leaves above. Arya closed her eyes and let her thoughts drift to all those she had loved and lost. She thought of her mother and father, of Robb, of Bran and Rickon as little boys, of Jon beneath the great heart tree at Winterfell. She thought of Nymeria, her soul twin, and wondered if somewhere in the wilds a great she-wolf paused to remember her too. Back in the keep, Lyra sat with her father by the fire. Gendry poured 2 mugs of ale and watched his daughter with careful pride. "You're ready," he said. Lyra nodded, her fingers tracing the hilt of Stormsong. "I hope so. The realm is changing again. The Ironborn stir, the Martells test the borders. Even King's Landing has grown restless." Gendry smiled. "Slow and easy. It always does. What matters is what you build here and what you defend. Don't let the realm drag you into its games." She reached out, grasping his hand. "I won't. I promise." As winter approached, so too did news of trouble. The Iron Fleet had sailed, raiding the southern isles and burning ships in the Stepstones. King's Landing sent ravens calling for joint action. But Gendry, now in his twilight years, left the response to Lyra and her council. Arya sat with her daughter through the long nights of planning, arguing, advising, weighing every risk. "We'll defend our own first," Lyra decided, "then aid those who stand with us. No southern king will command Storm's End by threat or decree." The fleet was mustered, the garrison bolstered. Lyra herself led the first foray, riding the wind-swept cliffs to coordinate signals, then setting sail with the Storm's End ships. Arya watched her go, heart in her throat. She had seen too many loved ones vanish into war, but Lyra was not alone. She was surrounded by loyal captains, sworn swords, and even one of Rickon's sons, eager and fierce. The fighting was hard and wild, a storm on sea and land. Lyra led from the prow, her voice carrying above the din, storm song flashing in the spray. The Ironborn were driven back, their longships broken on the rocks, their leaders forced to parley on the beaches beneath the shadow of Storm's End's great cliffs. When the survivors were brought before her, Lyra offered them a simple choice: bend the knee and serve as defenders of the coast, or return to their isles with nothing but their lives. Most knelt, weary and beaten, but a handful chose exile, slipping away with the tide. Lyra ordered the rebuilding of the villages, the tending of the wounded. The honoring of the dead. In the aftermath, Storm's End gained new strength. Word spread of the Storm Cub Queen, the daughter of Arya Stark and Gendry Baratheon, who commanded both sword and ship, who could laugh with children and speak with wolves, who ruled by right and by earned loyalty. As the seasons turned, Arya knew her time was drawing to an end. Her walks grew shorter, her memories sharper, the world somehow both more vivid and more distant. She called Lyra to her one morning, the wind rattling the windows, the sea below a great restless hush. "It's time you carried the title as well as the duty," Arya said. "Storm's End is yours, by your father's line and by your own merit." Lyra knelt at her mother's feet, taking Arya's weathered hands in her own. "I am yours, always. But I will be mine too." Arya pressed her daughter's brow, then drew her close. "That is all I ever wanted for you." The crowning was simple and fierce, a circle of lords and small folk alike, a crown of twisted silver and iron, the banners of both direwolf and stag flying above the battlements. Lyra's voice rang out clear and strong as she swore her oaths, and the people roared their approval. Gendry stood with her, old but unbowed, Arya's hand in his. As Lyra ascended the dais, Arya felt her heart swell with hope and longing and peace. That night, Arya walked the walls alone, the moon painting the sea in argent fire. She looked north, past the storms, past the edge of sight and memory. She whispered a prayer to her gods and to all those who had gone before. She thanked them for every lesson, every wound, every joy. A wolf howled, distant and wild, and Arya smiled, her heart full to bursting. In the years that followed, Lyra Baratheon Stark became a legend. Her reign remembered in songs and stories from Old Town to the Wall, from the Stepstones to the Shivering Sea. She ruled not just with sword or law, but with the wild, steady love her parents had forged for her. A love that weathered all storms and shone all the brighter for them. And Storm's End, battered by wind and time, endured. The banners flew, the fires burned, and the house born of wolf and stag lived on. Strong, proud, and free. A.K. Winter came to the Stormlands with no sudden blizzard, but with a creeping insistence that transformed the world in slow, relentless stages. By mid-season, frost jeweled the ancient ramparts of Storm's End at dawn, and mist curled in the hollowed valleys each dusk. At night, wind battered the high towers, bringing with it the sharp scents of sea brine and wood smoke. And sometimes, on those rare breathless occasions when everything was still, snatches of wolf song from the wild reaches beyond the keep. Arya spent these cold months cloaked in silence. She moved through the castle like a shadow, her presence less a command than a comfort, as if she was already half a memory. The pain in her joints slowed her steps, but never dulled her mind. She watched Lyra assume the shape of leadership, every decision a stone set in the foundation of a new dynasty. Gendry remained by Arya's side, now more silver than black, his hands worn but strong, his love for his wife only growing as time smoothed their tempers and brightened their laughter. Lyra's reign began with promise and trial alike. There were lands to be cleared after the Ironborn raids, trade to be restored, and broken farms to mend. In every task, Lyra was tireless. Sleeves rolled, boots muddied, her sword left sheathed at her side as she sat in council or rode from hamlet to hamlet, learning the names and grievances of her people. It was not long before the Stormlanders began to speak of her as their own, the queen who remembered the old ways, the one who listened. But not all threats could be met with listening. News reached Storm's End in the new year. The Marcher Lords to the north had banded together, bristling with old wounds and new ambitions. A river lord with Blackwood blood, emboldened by rumors of Lyra's youth and Arya's fading strength, refused to pay the agreed tribute. The queen's hand was forced. Lyra called her banners, not with boastful horns or lavish feasts, but with a single midnight ride north, her cloak whipping behind her like a banner of mist. Arya watched her daughter depart with Davos at her side, a trusted council of knights and archers behind them. The cold dawn breaking in a haze of pink and violet, as hooves thundered out of the bailey. For the first time since Lyra's childhood, Arya felt the sharp, helpless ache of waiting. Gendry held her close in the small hours, their silence filled with the 1,000 words neither dared to voice. Pride, fear, hope, regret. The campaign was short and bloodless. Lyra rode into the disputed lands at dawn, her banner stark against the pale winter sky, her army silent but sure. She parleyed with the Marcher Lords beneath the ancient oaks, her words plain and without threat. She offered mercy and justice both. Those who yielded would keep their lands, those who rebelled would be dealt with swiftly. The River Lord blustered, but Lyra met his eyes without flinching, and her archers, arrayed in quiet ranks, needed no demonstration of their skill. The Lord relented, his men standing down. The Marcher Lords pledged their fealty before winter's end, and Lyra returned to Storm's End a queen undoubted. The victory solidified her claim, but it brought with it the burdens of state. Messengers arrived daily from King's Landing, Old Town, and Dorne. Marriage offers multiplied, each more subtle or ambitious than the last. Lyra deflected them with care and resolve, guided by her mother's wisdom. Never let another set your terms. A true ruler bends to neither flattery nor fear. As the world slowed in winter's grip, Arya found herself reflecting on the path behind her. In quiet moments, she would sit with Gendry near the forge, the warmth of coals heating old bones as she recounted stories to the children of dire wolves and dragons, of the brotherhood without banners, Sometimes, Lyra would join them, listening as if to legend, her eyes shining with the memory of old adventures she would never know, and the promise of new ones that were hers alone to claim. The first thaw brought sorrow as well as hope. Davos Seaworth, faithful as any blood, fell ill that spring, the fever stealing his strength as gently as a wave wearing away stone. Arya sat with him for hours, recounting the days of war and loss, and the brief, bright moments of peace. When Davos finally slipped away, it was Arya's hand he held, his last breath a benediction on the house he had served so long. They buried Davos on the cliffs above the sea, beneath a cairn of smooth stones and driftwood, the waves below singing a song of endings and beginnings. Lyra led the mourners, her voice steady, her face streaked with rain and tears. Arya spoke the eulogy, her voice as strong as it had ever been, and Gendry laid Davos' old, battered sword on the grave. The realm mourned with them, a legend passing into myth, a story joining all the others that Storm and Memory had carried from generation to generation. The months that followed were marked by both change and continuity. Lyra rebuilt what was broken, mended alliances, hosted the Lords of the Marches, and renewed Storm's End's bond with the North. Sansa sent a letter embroidered with blue silk, its words brief, but full of pride. Joan's raven brought news from beyond the wall, a world growing stranger and more hopeful with each passing year. The wildlings had settled new towns, the Night's Watch grown small but noble, and the world had not yet ended. One evening, Arya and Lyra sat together beneath the castle's highest tower, the sky lit by 1,000 stars and the restless promise of wind. Lyra turned to her mother, voice gentle. "Do you ever miss it, the old days? The road, the danger, the running?" Arya smiled, her eyes reflecting the darkness and the light. "Sometimes. But I would not trade this, any of this, for all the adventure in the world. The road led me here to you, to this life. What greater victory is there?" Lyra nodded, her fingers wrapped around the hilt of Stormsong, her gaze steady on the horizon. "Then I will not run from this. I will shape it, the way you shaped me." As the last of the cold faded, Arya's strength waned, but her spirit grew sharper, more vivid. She gave her time to the children of the keep, teaching them to track, to listen, to run and return. She spent her days in the yard, her nights at Gendry's side, her stories woven into the daily rhythm of castle life. In her final spring, she planted an apple tree in the courtyard, its roots deep in the earth she had come to call home. On a morning soft with bird song and the scent of new blossoms, Arya Stark slipped quietly from this world, her hand in Gendry's, her last breath a whisper of gratitude and love. The realm mourned her passing as it might, the end of a golden age. Sansa journeyed south to bid her sister farewell, laying wolf-blooded flowers on Arya's grave. Rickon rode for days across river and hill, bringing his children to kneel in the shade of the apple tree. Even Joan's raven arrived, black feathers and blue wax, a simple message. "The world is less for losing you, little sister, but better for having known you." Gendry lingered for a few more seasons, his grief made bearable only by the warmth of Lyra's love, and the echo of Arya's presence in every stone, every sunrise, every distant storm. When he, too, passed, the keepers of Storm's End buried him beside Arya, beneath the apple tree, their graves marked by a single stone etched with the sigils of both direwolf and stag. Lyra ruled on, her legend growing with each year. She married by her own choosing, not for alliance but for love. An archer from the marches, clever and unbowed, who knelt for her in the apple orchard one rainy spring. Their children grew up wild and free, running along the ramparts, swimming in the sea caves, learning justice and kindness from their mother's rule, and the memory of all who had come before. Through wars and peace, famine and feast, Storm's End endured, battered by weather, unbroken by time. The banners of House Baratheon Wolf flew high for generations, a promise to the realm that storms would come and storms would go. But courage, love, and stubborn hope would always see them through. The world remembered Arya's story, not as the tale of a lost girl, nor a lone wolf, but as the chronicle of a woman who ran toward fate, who chose home and family, and who, in so doing, changed the realm more deeply than 100 swords ever could. And the songs sung in the firelit halls bore her name alongside her daughters, not just as legend, but as the heart of a dynasty. The first of the Wild Queens, the mother of storms, remembered so long as sea met shore and winter followed fall. Lyra ruled through 5 years of unbroken peace, before the first test of her reign arrived, not as an army or a storm, but as a whisper. The spring rains came late that year, leaving the rivers low and the fields starved for water. The villagers clustered around their wells, and the lords of the marches sent urgent letters. But no magic Arya had left her daughter, nor any wisdom Gendry had hammered into her, could call down rain. Lyra met the drought with tireless resolve, rationing grain, opening Storm's End's deep cellars, sending engineers and earth movers out to dig new cisterns and teach the farmers better ways to keep their soil moist. She walked barefoot through the dust-choked villages, cloak cast aside, hair pulled back in a soldier's knot, her hands calloused from helping dig the channels herself. Her presence brought comfort more than any decree. Old women pressed tokens into her palm: a dried sprig of mint, a twisted iron ring, a lock of wolf fur. And the youngest children chased at her heels, their laughter a counterpoint to the grumbling of the grown. But relief came not from hard work alone. Storm clouds gathered at last, thunder rumbling over the bay. The first true rain fell as Lyra visited a farmstead near Haystack Hall. She stood in the rain, face lifted to the sky, as villagers danced and sang, their joy unbound. For days, the storm battered the coast, and the streams that had been beds of stones ran wild again. Lyra sent thanks to the old gods and the new, and her people called her Storm Bringer with a pride that would outlast the memory of hunger. Yet all good seasons end, and the peace that followed the rains was an uneasy one. From the west, a new lord of Casterly Rock, young, hungry, clever, sent envoys with rich gifts and veiled threats. The Lannister banners flew along the borders, and rumors spread of a secret alliance between the Rock and Dorne. Lyra called her banners not in panic, but as a warning. The Stormlanders remembered the tales of her youth, the wolf who wore a crown, the queen who rode out to face the Marcher Lords herself. They came willingly, and the coast was soon lined with fires, beacons against the shadow of war. It was during these tense weeks that Lyra's firstborn son, Robin, turned 12. A boy with his mother's eyes and his father's easy smile, Robin was restless, forever chasing after the older squires, always at the heart of trouble, but quick to laughter and quicker to confess. Lyra watched him and saw in him all the wildness of the bloodlines she'd inherited. A promise and a risk, both. Robin idolized his grandmother's memory, and he spent long afternoons in the castle library, curled up with the histories of Arya's adventures and the legends of Winterfell. When the tension with the West reached its height, Lyra took Robin out onto the battlements, looking west where the land faded into mist. "There's a day coming when you'll have to choose what sort of ruler you'll be," she said, her tone gentle but iron at the core. "You can win the realm's fear or its love, but only one lasts. Never forget that storms come and go. It's what you do when the sky clears that matters." Robin nodded, trying to hide how her words moved him, how much the future already pressed on his narrow shoulders. News came of Lannister riders harrying the outlying farms near Blackhaven. Lyra rode out with her guard, leaving Robin in command at Storm's End. It was a test, and one she watched with equal measures of dread and hope. The boy handled the keep with steady hands, meeting with the Castellan, judging a petty theft in the bailey, reassuring the frightened small folk. By the time Lyra returned, mud-spattered and weary, she found Robin awaiting her at the gate, flanked by the kitchen girls and the armorer's boy. They cheered as she rode in, and Lyra's heart soared, her faith in her son's future renewed. The border crisis was resolved not with blood, but with words. Lyra met the Lannister envoys at the Green Apple Crossroads, beneath the ancient banner of truce. Her face was grave and unbowed, her sword sheathed but her bearing fierce. The terms were harsh but fair. The Lannisters withdrew, peace was restored, and the small folk hailed the queen who had won them safety without war. Yet peace could never last forever. The king in King's Landing, a Baratheon in name but more lion than stag, grew suspicious of Lyra's growing influence. The crown sent for Robin, demanding he serve as squire in the Red Keep, for the good of the realm. Lyra read the summons in silence, her face unreadable. That night, she sat in the Godswood, staring at the black water of the pool beneath the old heart tree. She called Robin to her side before dawn. "This is your road now, my son. Walk it with your eyes open. Trust yourself, trust those who have earned it, but never let fear rule you." Robin nodded, cheeks pale, trying to be brave. "Will you miss me?" Lyra drew him close. "Every day. But the world is wide, and you're strong enough for it." Robin left Storm's End with a dozen knights, the children of the castle lining the walls to see him off. Lyra watched until he vanished into the morning mist, then turned away, her heart as heavy as winter. Time marched onward. Letters came from Robin, news of jousts lost and won, of lessons from old maesters, of secret alliances among the royal pages. Lyra read each one by firelight, sometimes laughing, sometimes weeping, always proud. Her second daughter, Rowena, grew tall and fierce, hunting wild boar and riding out with her mother's old cloak, a wolf's tooth hanging from her neck. Storm's End prospered even as the realm grew uneasy. Wild rumors spread of dragons hatching again in the east, of shadows gathering in the far north, of the faith militant rising in the streets of King's Landing. Lyra kept her counsel close, forging alliances with the north, the Riverlands, and the Vale. She sent Rowena to Winterfell for a season, trusting Sansa's children to teach her what it meant to be both wolf and lady. When at last war came, it was not with banners unfurled and horns blaring, but with fire in the night and a message by raven. The king was dead, and the city burned. Robin returned to Storm's End a man grown, scarred by battle and loss, yet unbroken. He brought with him survivors, the last loyal knights of the crown, a handful of frightened small folk, and one slender girl who bore the lion's mane of Lannister gold. She was not his enemy, but his friend and love, and Lyra took her into the household with open arms, defying the old hatreds. The queen's home became a sanctuary for all who had lost in the war, no matter their blood or name. Lyra, older now, felt the weight of years and sorrow on her shoulders. She taught her children as Arya had taught her, to listen first, to judge with mercy, to never let the storms within blot out the hope of sunrise. Together, they rebuilt what war had broken, tending the wounded, sharing grain, setting aside vengeance in favor of renewal. Storm's End, battered but unbroken, became a beacon of peace in a world still hungry for violence. In time, Robin wed his Lannister bride beneath the apple tree Arya had planted, and the children that followed were named for both wolf and lion, stag and wildflower. The world changed, as it always did. But the blood and dreams of Arya Stark and Gendry Baratheon ran strong in their heirs. In her final years, Lyra took to walking the ramparts at dusk, her cloak a swirl of gray and gold, her hair streaked with silver, her eyes sharp as the winter stars. She watched her grandchildren race through the halls and heard their laughter echo in every chamber. She sat by the hearth, sharing the old stories. The wolf who would not die, the smith who became king, the storms that could be endured and even sometimes called down by hope alone. On the day she died, the bells rang out from every tower, and the people of the Stormlands gathered in the bailey to sing her name. Rowena and Robin wept as they laid her beside Arya and Gendry beneath the apple tree, the roots deep in the earth, the branches reaching for the sky. The winds howled, but Storm's End stood, proud and whole, the house of wolf and stag a promise for every generation. That peace must be tended like a fire, that love could endure every storm, and that the wild heart would always find its way home. Oh, when the news of Lyra's death spread, it rolled through the realm like the long, low thunder that comes before a summer storm. From the fishermen in their weathered boats off Tarth to the herders in the hills above Fellwood, from the high halls of the marches to the lonely crofts perched above the sea, people paused in their daily toils and looked to the sky as if expecting the storm itself to mark her passing. At Storm's End, the great bell tolled and tolled, echoing over the cliffs and the white-capped breakers, the sound carrying out to sea for all the world to hear. The morning that followed was no somber silence but a riot of remembrance. Tales swapped at every hearth, toasts raised, and songs sung. It was said that Lyra's ghost was seen walking the ramparts at dusk, head bare to the wind, her eyes bright as stars. Old Devos' grandchildren swore they'd glimpsed her shape beside the apple tree where the three founders lay, the golden stag and direwolf entwined on the stone marker. Her spirit lingering to watch over all she had built. But Storm's End itself did not break. In the long tradition of that battered keep, the world turned, and life, with its stubborn joy and sorrow, pressed on. Robin, Lyra's son, now Lord of Storm's End, assumed his mother's mantle. The scars of the recent wars were still fresh, but he wore them openly, refusing to hide the limp that had followed him from the burning of King's Landing, or the lines worry had carved into his brow. He met with the lords of the marches, the stewards of the villages, the old retainers who had served Arya and Gendry and Lyra, listening to them all with a patience learned in hardship. Robin's sister, Rowena, returned from the north as soon as word reached Winterfell, riding hard for home. She was a vision of her grandmother Arya, straight-backed and sharp-eyed, wrapped in a gray cloak, her hair unbound and wild. She knelt at the grave beneath the apple tree, pressing her hand to the earth, then rose and embraced her brother in the hall, a silent pledge passing between them. The days that followed were full of counsel and reckoning. The world beyond the Stormlands was shifting again. Word came from Dorne of a succession struggle, from the Vale of mysterious sickness, from the reach of harvests gone awry. The Lannisters, broken by war, licked their wounds at Casterly Rock, while the Ironborn whispered of new voyages. The Riverlands saw a new Blackwood rise, quick to raise old banners. Even in the north, some muttered of ancient powers waking in the wild woods. Robin knew the realm watched Storm's End now, uncertain if the peace Lyra had brokered could survive another turn of the wheel. He sought out his sister that first evening, finding her alone on the battlements, watching the surf. "We must show them we're united," he said. Rowena nodded, her gaze never leaving the horizon. "Storm's End has weathered worse than this. We will hold." He smiled, weary but grateful. "I want you at my side, Ro, as you were for Mother, as she was for Arya." Rowena squeezed his hand. "Always." Their first test was close at hand. Just 3 days after the morning, a galley limped into the port, battered and half afloat, its cargo hold stuffed with desperate refugees from the Reach, men and women fleeing a crop blight and the greed of a would-be usurper. Robin ordered the castle's granaries opened, Rowena organizing the healers and cooks. There were protests from the March lords, but Robin held firm. Storm's End was built to keep the storms out and the warmth in. If we turn away those in need, we are no better than the worst of the old kings. At the same time, messengers arrived from the king in King's Landing, who now sat uneasily on a throne of both gold and old bones. The crown demanded Storm's End's support in settling the succession in Dorne, offering titles and gold, or threatening to withhold trade. Robin sent Rowena with a company of knights to the Dornish border, trusting her to keep the peace, and drafted a careful letter in reply. Storm's End would stand with the lawful heir, but would not be dragged into another war. While Rowena was away, Robin walked the paths his mother had trod, riding out to the villages, listening to the people. He found solace in the same things that had sustained Lyra. Honest work, laughter by the fire, the simple dignity of those who survived from storm to storm. On the coldest night of the year, he went alone to the apple tree, watching the snow gather on the gravestone, and felt the weight of all those who had come before. That winter, a great fever swept the land. The old and the young fell ill first, and Robin, refusing to hide behind stone, joined the healers in tending the sick. At his side was Janna, his Lannister bride, her hands deft, her will as strong as any Baratheon's, winning over even the most reluctant of the small folk with her warmth and her refusal to accept defeat. For days and nights, Robin worked without rest, and it was in those quiet hours, between cough and fever dream, between the cool touch of cloth and the prayer whispered over the dying, that he understood what it meant to rule as Arya, Gendry, and Lyra had before him, not with banners and battles, but with the daily courage to face each sorrow and joy, to answer the call, to hold fast. Spring came late, but it came, as it always did. The fever broke, the sun returned, and the castle filled with song. Rowena returned from Dorne, having resolved the border without blood, her reputation growing with every story carried back to the Stormlands. Together, Robin and Rowena rebuilt. They replanted the fields, repopulated the villages, and saw to it that every name, highborn or low, Reach or Dorne, North or Stormlands, was spoken with equal care. The children who had huddled in fear grew strong, learning to fight and read and laugh under the banners of the direwolf and the stag. Robin and Janna's children, 3 in number, bold and curious, grew up under the watchful eyes of their uncle and aunt. The eldest, a girl named Arwen after Arya and her Lannister grandmother, took to the bow and blade with joy, outpacing boys twice her age in the yard. The younger two, twins named for Gendry and Lyra, learned the forge and the books, each the image of their namesakes. Stories of Arya and Gendry, Lyra and the Storm Years, were told at every feast and beside every hearth. The small folk swore that Arya's luck still rode with every ship that braved Blackwater Bay, and that on stormy nights, if you listened by the apple tree, you might hear the ghosts of the old queens and kings whispering their approval. In their turn, Robin and Rowena grew older. New threats arose: raiders from the Stepstones, a would-be pretender in the west, a shadow from Essos whispering of dragons. But Storm's End stood firm. When at last Robin passed his crown to Arwen, it was not in fear, but in pride, knowing the world he handed on was safer, kinder, more hopeful than the one had been given. On the day of his passing, the apple tree bloomed early, white blossoms dusting the graves of all those who had made Storm's End a home and a hope. Rowena, old but unbowed, led the people in song. Arwen stood on the ramparts at dusk, her banner streaming in the salt wind, her eyes full of the promise of storms and sunrises yet to come. And so the lion endured, wolf and stag, storm and sun. The world turned, and still, on the battered cliffs above the sea, Storm's End stood eternal, the home of all who loved fiercely, ruled wisely, and faced every tempest with an open heart and an unbroken will. Years passed, measured not only by the rise and fall of seasons, but by the subtle shifts in memory and legend. The story of Storm's End, its banners flying stag and wolf together, its halls echoing with the voices of rulers bold and wild, became the living thread that stitched the Stormlands to the greater realm. Arwen, Robin, and Janna's eldest, took the throne as her father faded, and with her came a different kind of promise. The inheritance of courage, the birthright of belonging, the weight and wonder of being the hope of so many. Arwen grew into her strength without haste. Her childhood was full of freedom: barefoot races on the cliffs, secret climbs to the old rookery, archery contests with Rowena, whose hair was gray but whose aim never wavered. She loved the simple things as her ancestors had: the chill of dawn, the hush before a thunderstorm, the feeling of a living horse beneath her on a ride down to the marshes. In the forge, she learned to shape steel, and in the yard, to wield a sword and bow with the patience of one who expects not perfection, but progress. Her siblings followed their own callings. Young Gendry apprenticed first to the master smith, and then to the stewards, learning both how to craft a blade and how to balance the ledgers that kept the castle fed. Lyra the younger read every book in the Solar's library before her 10th name day, then demanded more. She corresponded with the maesters in Old Town, eager to study histories and healers' arts. The 3 children were bound together by laughter, rivalry, and the understanding that none would ever truly be alone. At Storm's End, family was the shield against every storm. Rowena remained a constant guide. She had never taken a husband, choosing instead the company of her horses and her loyal hounds. The wind in her hair, and the knowledge that she was loved as fiercely as any might be by one's own. When Arwen came of age, it was Rowena who presented her with Storm Song, the Valyrian blade, and led her before the godswood and the small folk to take the oaths of queen. The ceremony was simple, the vows clear: to guard the Stormlands, to uphold the old ways and the new, to remember always that the heart of a house was not in its walls, but in the lives it sheltered. Arwen's reign began in a time of gentle peace. The sea lanes bustled with ships from Bravos and Lys, the fields yielded wheat and barley, and children played in the shadow of the high towers, their games echoing the feats of Arya, Gendry, and Lyra. But peace was a thing to be cherished and defended, never taken for granted. In her 4th year, trouble came from the east. A fleet of sell sails, driven by hunger and the promise of gold, landed on the lonely isles below Estermont. Arwen rode to war as her forebears had. Swift and sure. She wore no circlet, no jewels, only the old wolf cloak and the stag sigil at her breast. She brought her brother Gendry as her squire, and Lyra as her captain of archers. Rowena, too, rode out one last time, hair silver as frost, her voice ringing over the surf as she called the shield wall to form. The battle was short, brutal, and decisive. Arwen's courage, unfailing, almost reckless, carried her far ahead of her bannermen. She was the first to land on the shingle, the first to cross blades with the pirate captain, the last to quit the field. When it was done, and the sellsails lay bound or dead upon the beach, she knelt beside Rowena, whose old wound had finally taken her down. Rowena smiled, a fierce, wild smile, and pressed Arwen's hand. "You were never alone, and you never will be. Guard the storm. Cherish the calm. And when the world tells you to yield, remember we are made to endure." Rowena died that night as the tide turned, her body wrapped in her wolf cloak, her hounds howling beneath the moon. They laid her beside Arya and Gendry, Lyra and Robin, beneath the ancient apple tree, now bent with the weight of 100 seasons of fruit and bloom and storm. Arwen's victory brought her not only respect, but the wary attention of all the realm. The king in King's Landing, now a young Targaryen by marriage, his own council divided and restless, sent envoys with thinly veiled warnings, speaking of unity and duty. Arwen listened, weighing each word, remembering her father's teaching and her grandmother's stubbornness. "I have no quarrel with the crown," she said, her voice calm as the sea before rain. "But Storm's End will not bend for fear or favor. We are the shield of the Stormlands, and our banners fly for those who call this place home." Trouble flared, as it always did. A crop blight struck the southern marches, and Arwen rode out to oversee the planting of hardier barley and the sharing of seed stores. When a fever swept through the villages, Lyra the younger rode with the healers, risking her own life to tend the sick. Gendry oversaw the repair of every roof lost to winter's gales, forging nails and tools late into the night. Their work bound the people to them, loyalty not won by fear, but by steadfast care. Arwen made it known that her table was open to any, high or low, and her laugh became as familiar as the toll of the morning bell. She presided over courts with a blend of justice and mercy, remembering always that strength without compassion was only another form of tyranny. The small folk and the lords alike began to tell a new kind of story about Storm's End. They spoke of the children who had become leaders, of the old blood and the new, of a place where the storms might batter the walls but never break the spirit within. Minstrels carried songs down the King's Road and across the narrow sea, tales of the queen who rode with her hounds, who dined with farmers, who listened before she commanded. In her 7th year, Arwen faced a greater test. The king's hand arrived with a retinue of knights and gold cloaks, demanding that Storm's End submit troops to a war brewing in the east. Arwen called her council, the old knight, the maester, her siblings and their children, even the village elders whose advice her mother had prized. After a night spent in debate and soul-searching, Arwen stood before the hand and all the court. "The Stormlands will defend the realm if truly threatened, as we always have. But we will not bleed for a war of pride and ambition. My people are not coins to be spent. I will send grain, ships, healers, but not soldiers to die in a quarrel that is not ours." The hand's face tightened with anger, but the people cheered her defiance. The king's court fumed, but could not move against a queen whose people would not rise against her. Storm's End endured. The years passed, and Arwen married a merchant's son from Dorne. A match of affection and alliance, not command. Their children were raised in the old way, running wild beneath the apple tree, learning the arts of war and peace together. Each year, on the anniversary of Arya's death, Arwen walked alone beneath the branches and laid a single blossom on the stone. She whispered the names of all who had come before, feeling the weight of their stories in her bones. Then she would return to the hall, to the laughter and song, to the life that had been forged through so many storms and would, she hoped, endure through so many more. The legend of Storm's End grew brighter with each generation. The world changed. Dragons flew again in distant skies. The maesters spoke of new magics. The seas grew busier with strange sails. But the apple tree bloomed each spring, and the stories of the wolf and the stag were told anew at every hearth. And so it was, and so it would be, for as long as the storms battered the cliffs and the hearts of those within remained unbroken. Storm's End, house of wolf and stag, hearth of all who refused to yield, stood steadfast, a beacon against darkness, a song of hope and wildness that no tempest could ever silence. As decades swept past, the legends of Storm's End entwined with the cycles of the land itself. The children and grandchildren of Arwen grew in number and strength, their lives unfolding like new branches from the ancient apple tree that now dominated the castle's courtyard. Its roots pushed deeper each year, entwining around the stones of the founders' graves, while its crown spread over the keep, silver bark dappled with moss and the scars of 100 storms. In the spring, when its blossoms spilled across the courtyard, the petals would drift in on the salt wind and gather in the cracks of old stone like an offering. A reminder that even the wildest tempests gave way to rebirth. Arwen aged in the way her ancestors had, fiercely with laughter and resolve. Her hair turned to iron gray. Her hands bore the scars of a lifetime wielding sword, bow and quill, yet her eyes never lost their glint. She kept to the dawn rides as long as her legs would carry her, sometimes vanishing with only a hound or a trusted squire for company, returning with burrs in her cloak and news of a storm broken over the marshes, or a truce struck between rival fishers at the mouth of the Wendwater. Her brother Gendry grew into a pillar of Storm's End's governance, tall and practical, forever smelling of oil and soot, his laughter echoing through the workshops where he had apprenticed as a boy. He became the master of coin and arms, and it was said that every sword forged under his watch carried a blessing against both hunger and war. Lyra the younger took after the maesters, traveling first to Old Town to study, then returning as a woman grown to tend to Storm's End's sick, its old, and its archives. She preserved the tales of Arya and Gendry, Lyra and Robin, and every new lord or lady that joined their bloodline, inscribing their deeds in neat script on vellum and reading them aloud to the children in the evenings. The children adored her, and many grew up hearing her tales before they ever knew a lesson in arms or letters. As the siblings aged, their children flourished. Arwen's eldest, a daughter named Elena, was clever and diplomatic, with her mother's love of riding and her father's penchant for making peace from discord. Elena became the eyes and voice of Storm's End at every neighboring court, quick to laughter, sharp in negotiation, impossible to ignore. Her brother, Tomas, was quieter, more given to watching and learning. He spent his youth with the wardens of the marches and the hunters of the Weeping Town, learning the land as his ancestors had before him, trusting the silence between storms as much as the roar itself. There was also Gendry's son, Willem, broad and steady, happiest among the forges, but quick to throw himself between quarreling kin or into the breach when a flood threatened the lower villages. Lyra's children, twins Mira and Meryn, inherited her restless mind, splitting their time between the libraries, the kennels, and the hidden caves along the coast, where the old smuggling routes lingered. As Storm's End thrived, the realm beyond continued to churn. Targaryens, Baratheons, and Lannisters rose and fell in the capital. The North kept its silence, sending a Stark to visit every generation, never breaking the bond but never demanding more. Dorne's sands bred new princes, some more dangerous than the last. From across the narrow sea came tales of dragons and ships of painted sails, but the world's tempests always seemed to break before they reached the ancient cliffs. It was in Arwen's 31st year as Lady of Storm's End that the castle was tested again. This time, not by war or famine or even the fickle rage of the sea, but by a stranger, a girl with skin dark as old iron and hair braided with beads of jade, who arrived in a battered skiff at the edge of a squall. She called herself Nyla, claiming no house, only a purpose. She sought audience with the lady, bearing knowledge lost since the days of the Long Night. Arwen met her in the Great Hall, surrounded by kin and counsel. Nyla spoke of shadows moving in Essos, of a sect devoted to fire and blood, raising an army to seek ancient relics of the children and to harness sorcery no one in the West had seen since Bran the Broken's age. She showed scrolls, seals, and a single shard of black glass, sharper than steel, humming faintly in Arwen's hand. Lyra examined the shard and conferred with the maester. "This is obsidian, dragon glass. Why bring it here?" "Because," Nyla said softly, "the winds have shifted. Magic stirs again. What comes may not care for banners or bloodlines. It may test the realm as it has not been tested in 100 years." Arwen weighed the news with care. She gathered her council: Elena, Thomas, Willem, Mira, Meryn, Lyra, Gendry. And together they listened, argued, and planned. Old lessons echoed in every voice. Trust those who earn it. Act with mercy and resolve. Never forget the small folk who suffer when lords quarrel. In the end, Arwen sent word north to Winterfell and south to Sunspear, summoning the old alliances. She ordered the forging of new blades from the dragon glass, and tasked Lyra with copying every scroll, sending the knowledge to trusted friends in Old Town and King's Landing alike. Storm's End became, for a brief shining season, the crossroads of Westeros. Scholars, hedge knights, wildlings, and even the cautious, bright-eyed children of the forest came to trade stories, warnings, and hope. The apple tree bloomed early that spring, its branches heavy with promise, its roots pressing ever deeper into the bones of the keep. Nyla herself became part of the household. She sparred with Tomas, debated with Elena, traded songs with the cooks, and slipped off at dawn with Mira and Meryn to search the caves for hidden magic. In her, Arwen saw something of her grandmother Arya. The refusal to bow to fear, the hunger for what lay beyond the horizon. As rumors of fire and shadow spread, some lords called for war, others for retreat. Arwen stood her ground. When a strange red comet split the night sky, casting bloody light across the bay, she called her people together beneath the apple tree. This house was born in storm and wildness. We have faced swords, famine, the sea, and our own hearts. If magic is rising, then we will meet it as we have met every other storm. Together with courage and love, with our eyes wide open and our hands outstretched to any who come in peace. Then the crowd, highborn and low, kin and strangers, children and elders, echoed her words. Songs rose, old tales were told again, and by dawn, the tension that had haunted the keep was broken by the simple miracle of shared purpose. The threat did not pass quickly. There were omens and attacks, disappearances in the marches, flames glimpsed on distant headlands. Yet Storm's End stood, its banners wild in the wind, its gates open to the lost and the loyal. One night, as a storm battered the shore, and Nyla stood watch on the highest parapet, Arwen joined her. They spoke of old gods, of death and love, of the difference between surviving and living. "What if this is the end?" Nyla asked quiet. Arwen looked out at the crashing sea, the beacon fire, the apple tree's silhouette in the lightning. "Then we will make it a beginning for someone else. That's all a house can do. Be the harbor, be the hope." In the years that followed, the storms of magic and ambition broke again and again over the realm. Some seasons brought loss. Willem fell defending the marches. Mira vanished on an errand for Nyla in the haunted hills. And Lyra the younger grew frail with age, dying with a smile, her life's work complete. But for each sorrow, Storm's End knew new joys. Elena wed a prince from the Reach who took her name, uniting fields and coast. Thomas's sons grew to command the fleets, their laughter ringing over the tide. Arwen, old and unbowed, watched as Nyla's children, half legend, half miracle, learned to run wild under the apple tree. And so Storm's End endured, not as a monument of stone, but as a living thing, rooted in the stubborn love and restless courage of those who called it home. The house of wolf and stag weathered 1,000 storms, its stories echoing from hearth to hearth, from cradle to grave, and its legacy became the map by which each new generation charted their course through darkness and light. As the apple tree flowered, season after season, and the surf kept time with the slow beating of so many loyal hearts, Arwen looked out from the ramparts for the last time. She saw banners flying, children laughing, fires burning against the dusk. She thought of Arya and Gendry, Lyra and Robin, Rowena, all who had loved and lost, and built and fought for a future just like this. Let the storms come, she thought, as her sight blurred but her heart remained fierce. Let them come, for here, always, always, was a place wild enough, brave enough, and loving enough to greet them. And somewhere beyond the waves, the next story gathered, waiting for its turn to ride the wind home. A.K. Years spun onward, and the castle at Storm's End grew old and new at once, alive with memory and invention. The apple tree, ancient and vast, had outgrown its cradle of founders' graves, its roots winding so deep that the stones themselves had begun to bulge and crack around the resting places of Arya, Gendry, Lyra, Robin, Rowena, and the long line of Baratheon wolf heirs. The trunk was now broad as a horse's chest, pocked with scars, with 100 names and love tokens carved into the bark. In the spring, its white and pink blossoms still fell like a gentle snow, dusting the courtyard where children played, mothers gossiped, and sentries swapped tales through every hour of sun and storm. Arwen lived to see her grandchildren, 3 wild girls and a stubborn, bright-eyed boy, grow tall and strong beneath that tree. Each bore the blended look of the house, a wolf's direct stare, a stag's sturdy frame, the unruly curls of Nyla, whose own children and grandchildren mixed bloodlines that no maester's ledger could ever trace to a neat conclusion. It was a house born of 1,000 choices, half legend, half defiant fact. Stories of Arya and her needle, Gendry and his hammer, Lyra and her storm-bringing, and Rowena's wild rides were as common as the morning prayers. The world outside Storm's End was in constant motion. The faith militant had risen and fallen twice. The Ironborn sent a new fleet every generation, each broken against the coast, or more often, tamed by marriage and trade, before ever making landfall. In the east, the old powers whispered and schemed, but dragons remained legends, and the wall in the north, watched by a few loyal crows and wildlings, was mostly a border for tales and dreams. In her last years, Arwen's voice grew thin, but never uncertain. When she could no longer ride out, she held open council beneath the apple tree, with the elders, the children, the cooks, and the knights gathered in a rough circle around her chair. She listened as her ancestors had, gave judgment sparingly, laughter often, and advice only when it was sought and truly needed. Elena, now Lady of Storm's End, ran the keep with the same practical wisdom. Her marriage to the Reach Prince, now the calm and kind Lord Cedric, had produced children who roamed both coast and inland, sometimes in the same day. The family's alliance to the fields and orchards of the Reach had turned Storm's End into a granary as much as a fortress. Grain silos rose along the cliffs, and during lean years were open to any in need. None went hungry within the reach of the Baratheon wolf banners, and Elena made certain the memory of famine was only ever a lesson, never a sentence. Thomas, Willem's eldest son, commanded the ships that patrolled the rocky isles and sea lanes. He kept Storm's End's harbors free of pirates and welcomed travelers of every stripe, making the keep a place where rumors and news crossed swords over the evening fire. Mira's son, Roderick, became the first knight of mixed wildling and Stormlander blood to sit at the council table, bringing with him the blunt honesty and sharp intuition that had served the house so well for generations. But it was Meryn's daughter, Elena, who inherited the mantle of restless curiosity. When not climbing the apple tree or coaxing tales from the elders, she could be found at Lyra's old desk, poring over maps and letters, or sitting beside Nyla, listening to songs in languages most at Storm's End had never heard. Elena grew fascinated by the tales of magic and old power that had once threatened the realm. She begged Nyla to teach her the old tongue, and to take her out on moonless nights to search for the phosphorescent trails that sometimes glimmered among the tidal pools beneath the cliffs. It was on one such night that Elena found the hidden grotto, a chamber of stone and salt water far below the keep, accessible only at the lowest ebb of the tide. Here she discovered not only the skeletons of ancient, long-dead sea monsters, but also, carved deep into the walls, a series of runes that none of the household could translate, save for Nyla, who paled when she saw them. "They're a warning," Nyla said, voice low as the sea at night. "They speak of storms that are not of wind or rain, but of souls and the darkness in men's hearts. The last time these were carved, it was to warn the world of a magic that almost broke it." Elena carried the story to her grandmother, who summoned the family council beneath the apple tree. In the lamplight, with the wind snapping at their cloaks and the scent of apple blossoms drifting down, the house debated what to do. There were some who argued for sealing the cave, others who wanted to send word to Old Town, or even to King's Landing. But Arwen's voice, frail and sure, cut through the uncertainty. "We were not born to hide from storms, nor to run from old shadows. We listen, we learn, and we remember that our greatest strength is not in stone or sword, but in the hearts that gather here when the winds howl loudest." So Elena, with Nyla's help, began to transcribe the runes, sending copies to trusted scholars across Westeros and beyond. Thomas and the harbor knights made certain no stranger lingered near the cliffs at low tide. The house waited, watchful but unafraid, as omens rose and faded like distant thunder. Meanwhile, life went on. The apple harvest came, richer than ever, and children raced through the orchard with baskets, shrieking as the hounds chased their heels. The keep's kitchens filled with the scent of pies and roasted meats, laughter rising from every hearth. At night, the elders would tell tales of Arya and the long winters, of the first Baratheon queen who defied the lords of King's Landing, and of the storms that had shaped and saved them all. Elena's youngest, a boy named Ben, found a battered old horn while digging in the kitchen garden. When he blew it, the note was so low and deep it rattled the glass in the great hall and sent flocks of crows swirling up from the fields. The maester examined it and declared it to be made of a rock's horn and bronze, likely as old as the castle itself. Ben polished it and set it above the main gate, declaring it the Horn of Storm's End, a promise that, should true danger come again, every soul who called the keep home would answer the call. Decades blurred into one another, but some things never changed. Each spring, the family gathered beneath the apple tree to plant new flowers, say the old words, and remember the names carved deep in the bark. New banners joined the stag and wolf, the colors shifting with each marriage, each alliance, but always the promise remained. No storm would ever break them, so long as love and loyalty, courage and curiosity grew at Storm's End. One winter, when Elena was nearly grown, a fierce storm battered the coast for 5 days and nights. Trees fell, cliffs crumbled, and for the first time in memory, the keep's main tower trembled. The youngest children huddled in the crypts with the old tales, candles flickering as thunder rattled the doors. When the gale at last faded, it was discovered that the apple tree, split by lightning, still stood, its trunk charred but alive, blossoms budding where the fire had not touched. That morning, as the sun broke through and sea mist curled along the battlements, Arwen passed from the world. She died in her sleep, a faint smile on her lips, the sound of rain against the stones like a lullaby. Elena found her, and when the news spread, the whole household gathered for 3 days of song and story, every chamber filled with voices remembering all that had been endured, all that had been built. They buried Arwen in the roots of the apple tree, her grave marked with a stone that bore not only the wolf and stag, but the runes of the cave below, the words for hope, for storm, for home. In time, Elena took her place as the voice of Storm's End, wise beyond her years, a bridge between past and future. She led the house through omens and threats, through years of plenty and lean, always listening, always learning, always carrying the promise spoken by her ancestors again and again. Let the storms come, and we will meet them together. The castle endured, not just as a fortress of stone, but as a living testament to the power of chosen kin and remembered courage. As long as the apple tree bloomed, as long as the stories were told, Storm's End remained. A harbor in the wild, a beacon on the cliffs, a home where no shadow could long withstand the light. Elena's rise to the mantle of Lady of Storms end was marked by neither blood nor sudden clamor, but by the natural solemn current of a family and a people who had come to trust in the strength that emerged after grief. She was a vision of both old and new, slender and keen-eyed, her hair a wild tangle like her distant ancestor Arias, but with the dusk, dark complexion and restless bearing of her grandmother Nyla. She moved with purpose through the battered halls and sunlit courtyards, listening more than she spoke, her presence as steady and invigorating as the sea breeze through the open windows. The winter that followed Arwen's burial was the longest in a generation. Frost painted the stones in the yard a dazzling white each morning, and the surf below the cliffs pounded night and day, gnawing away at the rock, as if it would claim Storm's end stone by stubborn stone. Yet within, the castle was warm and bright, each hearth kept blazing, every chamber crowded with kin and guests. Some arrived for shelter, others simply unable to bear another season in the loneliness of smaller keeps. Elena welcomed all, refusing to allow rank or ancient grudge to bar a soul from her tables. She was quick to smile and quicker to grant a second chance, but behind her open manner was a steel that none who met her gaze could mistake. That winter, the small folk and lords alike drew close to Storm's End, braving the treacherous roads, trading stories and goods in the bailey, sharing old hopes and new grievances with equal honesty. It was a season of both hardship and renewal. Old Gendry's forge was busier than ever as axes and plows shattered in the cold. Lyra's grandchildren mixed poultices for cough and chilblain, tending to the sick. The apple tree, though lightning-scarred, stood tall and alive, its roots holding firm as the earth around it froze. Each dawn, Elena would walk beneath its boughs, tracing the names in the bark, murmuring old prayers. Keep us safe, keep us whole, let this storm pass as all others have. In that hard season, Elena discovered something that would shape the destiny of Storm's End for generations. She was not afraid to show her doubts. She consulted the elders as much as her equals, called the small folk to counsel, and asked for wisdom from the most unlikely corners. A fisherman's daughter showed her how to mend the crumbling lower seawall with woven willow, which held when the next tempest battered the cliffs. A traveling singer told of a southern strain of hardy barley, and by spring Elena had ordered enough seed for every crofter in the marches. Her willingness to learn became a kind of legend, a ruler who listened, who was not ashamed to ask for help, and who honored each lesson with action. As the snow melted and life quickened, the people of Storm's End emerged into a spring brighter than any in memory. Flocks returned to the fields, the apple tree burst into its fullest blossom yet, and the keep's kitchen garden teemed with new herbs and hives, buzzing with honeybees. In the first warmth of May, the descendants of every house under Storm's End's protection came together for the planting of a second apple sapling. A gift from Winterfell, its roots tangled with northern soil. Elena planted it beside the old tree, her cousins and kin gathering round, hands dirty, laughter filling the morning air. But peace was never meant to last unchallenged. That same summer, word reached Storm's End of a growing disquiet in the east. A warlord in the free cities had carved out a minor empire, attracting sellswards, mages, and exiles of every persuasion. Refugees from the disputed lands arrived by ship, their numbers swelling in the harbor villages. They brought tales of red priests walking the roads again, of dragons sighted beyond the shadow of Valyria, and of a cult devoted to a faceless god sowing unrest wherever the tides brought desperate men. Elena met these troubles not with panic, but with patient resolve. She called council beneath the apple trees, inviting every lord, knight, and wise woman within a fortnight's ride. Their debates stretched through the night. Some called for closing the borders, others for raising armies, a few for sending envoys to Old Town and King's Landing. Elena, after much listening, spoke last. We are born from storm and darkness, but we are no strangers to the dawn. We will open our gates to those in need, but we will watch. We will send riders to our neighbors, to the north and to Sunspear, to keep the lines of friendship bright. We will not go to war unless war comes to our door. But let none doubt. If the realm calls for shield and sword, Storm's End will answer. Then? It was a promise made not in arrogance, but in the deep, stubborn certainty of her bloodline. The summer waned, and Storm's End became a beacon for the lost and wandering. Mages from across the narrow sea, some in red cloaks, others masked in pale veils, made pilgrimage to the ancient ruins of the sea cave below the keep. Elena herself led small parties into the cave, always with Nyla at her side. Together, they guarded what could not yet be understood, ensuring no magic, old or new, would be unleashed upon the world without wisdom and caution. As the realm stirred and realigned, Elena's siblings came into their own. Ben, the boy who'd found the Horn of Storm's End, grew into a sailor and a diplomat, winning trade and peace by wit as much as by force. Mira's children managed the lands and market, opening new roads and bridges that stitched the wild countryside closer to the keep. The household grew in diversity, and every feast was a medley of foods, tongues, and tales. Storm's End was spoken of in far Bravos, and even the distant halls of Yeti as a place of safety, learning, and above all, stubborn, abiding kinship. In time, the East's unrest spilled toward Westeros. 8 of exiles and zealots landed on Massey's Hook, hoping to carve a foothold before the crown could respond. Elena rode out at the head of Storm's End's banners, her armor dark with blue and silver, Stormsong at her side, the horn of the keep slung across her back. Her kin and captains rode with her, the host a patchwork of old houses, wildlings, free cities wanderers, and local smallfolk. The battle at the Hook was swift and resolute. Elena's tactics, fluid, clever, and anchored in a fierce discipline, turned the tide before the enemy could entrench. She called for surrender, promised quarter, and held to her word. Those who yielded were put to work rebuilding what they had burned. Those who refused found only the storm. In the aftermath, Storm's End was hailed across Westeros for its courage and compassion. The crown, old, cautious, and far away, offered thanks and titles, which Elena politely refused. "Let my people be their own reward," she replied. "We hold the storms at bay so the realm may sleep." The seasons spun on. Elena grew into legend even as she lived. She trained the next generation herself, not just in swordplay but in the subtler arts, how to listen, how to hold a council together, how to mourn without bitterness and hope without naivete. She led planting and harvest, presided over marriages and births, and still walked the ramparts at sunset, beneath the blossoming apple trees, her mind always turning toward what storms might yet be brewing beyond the horizon. She grew old with the castle, her laughter as quick as the sea wind, her temper as rare and bright as lightning. In her last years, Elena would gather her children and grandchildren beneath the twin apple trees, telling the old stories of Arya, Gendry, and the stubborn promise that no storm would ever break them, not while one heart remembered. On her final night, a storm shook the keep, wind howling and rain battering the stones. The apple blossoms clung to the branches, glowing faint in the flashes of lightning. Elena, wrapped in her wolf cloak, sat beside the fire with her kin, and as she drifted to sleep, she smiled at the thunder and the children's laughter echoing through the halls. She passed as she had lived, unafraid, her heart open, her house full of light. At dawn, the household gathered beneath the trees, petals drifting down like the promise of spring. They sang the songs of wolf and stag, of lost wanderers and found kin, of storms weathered and storms yet to come. They carried Elena to rest beside her ancestors, her grave marked not only by name but by a single phrase: "Here let the storm break, and here let it be met with love." And so, as the world spun and changed, Storm's End endured, a fortress of memory and hope, forever shaped by the wildness and wisdom of those who chose, again and again, to greet the storms not with fear, but with open arms and an unyielding heart. Wow. K. The years after Elena's passing settled on Storm's End with a hush that was neither sorrowful nor complacent, but rich and contemplative, like the silence after a great song. The keep's stones, battered by salt and rain, shone with the luster of so many seasons survived. The apple trees, one ancient and lightning-scarred, one younger and wide-branched, cast their blossoms as a benediction over the graves and gatherings below. The wind that swept in off Shipbreaker Bay brought no wailing, only the bracing promise of continuity, of life to be lived and legacies to be tended. It was Mira's daughter, Melanie, sharp-featured, witty, tall as a young pine, who was acclaimed by kin and council as the new Lady of Storm's End. She had inherited her mother's clever tongue and her father's gentle hands, and she wore her duties as comfortably as a favored cloak. Melanie was not one for grand speeches or bold declarations. She ruled with a quiet thoroughness, the kind that made people feel as if they had chosen the future for themselves, even when she had subtly guided every step. Melanie kept the old customs. Each spring, on the day of Elena's death, the household gathered beneath the twin apple trees. They would string garlands from branch to branch, pour cider for the children, and a little for the roots, and recount the stories of every name carved in the bark. The youngest children, now a chorus of cousins from all corners of the Stormlands and beyond, would race through the grass and climb the lower boughs, listening with wide eyes to tales of Arya's first sword, Lyra's stormborn ride, Elena's night beneath the heart tree. Melanie's siblings and kin were many, clever, wild, loving, exasperating, but above all, loyal. Tomas's grandsons ran the docks and kept the fleets honest, while Ben's daughters, one a bard, one a builder, wove music and mortar into every feast and hall. The youngest generation bore names from every corner of the realm: Dornish, Northern, Braavosi, and even Summer Islander. Each child a living truce between old wounds and new hope. As Lady of Storm's End, Melanie found her work changed with the times. Gone were the days when every threat was a blade at the gates. The true enemies now were slow and subtle. The rot of neglect in the fishing villages, the creeping return of superstition, the easy slide into forgetting why their house had endured. Melanie's court was a place where no voice went unheard. She presided over moot-like gatherings, where shepherds and septons, knights and midwives, all spoke freely and left the council table with their pride intact. But the world outside never rested. In the east, the great cities were racked by fire and intrigue. Kings came and went in King's Landing, and while the current king was neither cruel nor wise, he was hungry for renown. His envoys arrived each year with fresh demands: ships, taxes, men for the watch, even a marriage for Melanie's heir. Melanie answered as her foremothers had, with careful negotiation, generous gifts, and an unbreakable refusal to be drawn into quarrels that did not serve her people. When pressed too hard, she reminded the crown of the Stormland's ancient promise: when the storms come, we hold the line, and when peace comes, we build. One autumn, when the leaves spun gold across the cliffs and the apple trees gave their fullest harvest in a decade, a new visitor arrived at the gates. He was a traveler of indeterminate age, with skin as dark as walnut wood and a mane of silver hair. He named himself Harris of the Hightower, a wandering scholar from Old Town. But the wise-eyed among the household suspected something stranger about him. He brought with him a satchel of old scrolls and a single obsidian knife, chipped and rund, which he claimed had been discovered in the ruins of a castle swallowed by the sea. Melanie welcomed him to her table, as she had welcomed so many exiles and oddities before. Harry spun tales of the far south, where shadowbinders whispered beneath the red stars, and the distant east, where ships now sought passage beyond the ruins of Valeria. He asked after the apple trees, the heart of the keep, the histories penned by Lyra the Younger and Elena, and seemed particularly drawn to the sea cave beneath the cliffs. He would disappear for hours at a time, emerging with salt on his boots and a distracted gleam in his eye. One night, as Melanie walked the battlements beneath a waning moon, Harris joined her. He offered her the obsidian blade, warning her never to let it fall into the hands of any who claimed visions of fire or blood. The old magics never die, he said, but the wise may yet learn to guide them toward light rather than shadow. Melanie accepted the blade with a nod, and had it set in the keep's treasury alongside the relics of generations past. The winter that followed was gentle, marked by mild storms and a bumper crop of root vegetables and barley. Melanie, ever mindful, saw to it that none in the marches or the hills went without. She commissioned new roads, opened a school in the keep for children of every village and craft, and held a festival at midsummer where the old stories were performed in song and dance, with the household's bards and mummers outdoing themselves in riotous retellings of the legends. But as always, peace is only a season. In the following year, word came that pirates were harrying the southern coast. Melanie's niece, Cass, a young woman with her grandmother Elena's wit and her ancestor Rowena's gift for riding, took a small fleet and intercepted them off the shores of Tarth. The skirmish was quick and decisive, but one of the pirate captains, dying, spat a warning at Cass. "There are darker tides coming, girl. Ships with no banners, and captains with no faces." The warning circled the keep in rumor and song, but Melanie took it seriously. She gathered her captains, her mages, and her council under the apple trees. "Storm's End stands because we meet the unknown with clear eyes and open hands," she said. "We do not chase every shadow, but we do not turn our backs to the wind." In the months that followed, strange ships were sighted at the horizon, bearing neither colors nor familiar sails. Watchmen were doubled, the Horn of Storm's End kept close by the main gate, and Melanie made certain every village from the marshes to the cliffs was supplied and fortified. At the same time, Melanie's heart was heavy with more personal matters. Her eldest, a boy named Stefan for the ancient Baratheons, had grown into a thoughtful, deliberate young man, more at home among books and maps than swords. He confided to his mother that he loved not the maiden from Highgarden proposed to him by the king's envoys, but a local fisherman's son, gentle and brave, with eyes as blue as the sea. Melanie, recalling the stubborn loves of her ancestors and their refusal to bend to custom when it meant breaking the heart, declared there would be no marriage but by Stefan's own choice. The council murmured. The king's envoys frowned. But the household cheered. At Storm's End, love and loyalty mattered more than ancient contract or foreign threat. That spring, a fleet of faceless ships finally arrived, landing by night at the old cove below the cliffs. The alarm was sounded by the Horn of Storm's End, and for the first time in 100 years, every sword and every spear was mustered before dawn. Melanie herself donned her armor, the obsidian knife at her hip, and led her kin and captains down the secret paths to the beach. The invaders were not pirates or exiles, but zealots, pale-eyed, silent, wielding weapons of black steel and bearing no banners at all. The battle was fierce, but not desperate. The people of Storm's End had been raised on tales of both courage and caution. The invaders were driven back by dawn, and when the last of them vanished into the sea mist, Melanie and Cass found a strange device among their abandoned gear. A carved stone bowl filled with seawater and shards of what looked like frozen lightning. Harris examined it and declared it a relic of an age before any Targaryen or Stark. A thing meant to find or summon, not to destroy. Melanie, after consulting her council, chose not to hide the relic, but to study it. She brought together scholars, priests, and mages, Bravosi, Summer Islanders, even a wildling witch from the north, to learn its secrets. Together, they made Storm's End a new center of knowledge, a place where old magic and new minds met. There was resistance from outside, whispers of heresy or danger. But the people of the Stormlands trusted their lady, and the keep stood strong. In her final years, Melanie's greatest pride was in the lives shaped by Storm's End. Her son Stefan, now Lord of the Stormlands and master of a new diverse council. Cass, the terror of pirates and mentor to a score of young knights. The children of the apple trees, who learned justice, mercy, and the old psalms at her knee. On the last night of her life, as a summer storm swept the cliffs and the two apple trees shivered together in the wind, Melanie gathered her kin beneath their branches. The petals, white and pink, swirled down like snow as she sang the songs of Arya and Gendry, of Lyra and Robin, of Elena, and all the wild, loving, unbreakable kin who had come before. She pressed the obsidian knife into Stefan's hands, and her last words were, "Let the storms come, my heart. Meet them with open eyes and a full table. Mend." And so, Storm's End weathered every storm, not as a fortress of stone alone, but as the living home of a house whose greatest magic was the courage to love, to hope, and to welcome every wandering soul as kin. The apple trees blossomed again and again, and the songs of wolf and stag and storm echoed over Shipbreaker Bay, promising that the story was never truly ended, only ever beginning anew. Steffon Baratheon Wolf, Lord of Storm's End, rose to his inheritance as gently as a tide rising beneath a patient moon. He was a different sort of lord than many in Westeros expected, yet precisely the kind Storm's End had long fostered. Tall and broad-shouldered, but soft-spoken, with the thoughtful air of one who measures his words and weighs his heart before acting. His eyes, deep gray, flecked with green, carried the history of his house, and when he smiled, it was with the slow warmth of a man at peace with both legacy and change. He began his rule by calling the whole household, kin, captains, healers, smiths, septons, and smallfolk, beneath the twin apple trees. Their roots, vast and gnarled, pressed up through the green and stony earth, crowding the oldest of the ancestors' graves and anchoring the memory of 100 years. Here, beneath a rain of white and pink blossoms, Steffon swore his oaths, his voice steady and sure as the surf below. He pledged not just to defend his people, but to hold Storm's End as an open haven, to remember that every life, no matter its birth, mattered in the Stormlands. His first act was to name his love, Eddon. Brown-skinned, laughing-eyed, raised on the wind and tide, as his consort. The keep erupted in celebration. The kitchens turned out pies and roasted game. The cellars yielded casks of cider and mead, and the halls filled with music that ran from the stately to the raucous. The septons from King's Landing grumbled, but the Stormlanders and their allies from north and south only cheered louder. The couple's union, a quiet ceremony beneath the apple trees with all the kin of the house in a great ring, became legend itself, a symbol of the keep's defiant refusal to bend to old prejudice or to the narrow dictates of the distant throne. Steffon and Eddon ruled together, not as lord and shadow, but as partners. Eddon, with his fisherman's instinct for weather and his merchant's wit, reworked the harbor, turning it into the safest and busiest on the eastern coast. Ships from as far as Volantis and Bravos now called regularly at Storm's End. Fishermen's guilds formed, bringing the bounty of the bay up the cliffs each morning and returning with tales and spices from distant lands. The years were not without shadow. The cult that had landed at the cove, the Faceless Zealots, did not vanish, and whispers of their magic haunted the south and east. The carved bowl, studied but never mastered, remained locked in a tower watched day and night by Melanie's chosen scholars, and by the wildling witch who had never left the keep. Steffon established a council of magisters, mages, and maesters, an uneasy alliance that turned Storm's End into a haven for both knowledge and vigilance. The keep's libraries grew, the forges rang with the making of new arms, some steel, some obsidian, and some of strange glass brought by Nyla's kin from beyond the summer sea. When word came of a great fire in King's Landing, a rising of the Faith Militant, and the fall of another Targaryen pretender, Steffon sent food and aid, but refused to send men-at-arms. The old promise remained. Storm's End did not bleed for the games of kings unless the realm itself was in peril. The crown, resentful but wary of the unity and readiness of the Stormlands, let the matter lie. In quieter seasons, Steffon ruled with a hand both gentle and exacting. He set up new courts for the small folk, where disputes could be heard without fear or favor. He encouraged every child, high or low-born, to learn their letters and numbers. The halls rang with song and debate. The keep's kitchens were forever busy, and the apple orchard, now expanding beyond the old walls, became the site of annual festivals, harvest feasts, and the crowning of the New Year's queen or king of apples, a tradition that filled even the sternest night with laughter. The faceless threat returned, not as ships, but as a slow sickness, a malaise that crept from village to village, robbing men of will, women of laughter, children of dreams. Healers from across Westeros were summoned, and Nyla's descendants, versed in the oldest magic and medicine, traced the curse to a poisoned well deep in the marches. It was Eddon, with his knowledge of tides and underground springs, who mapped the spread and led the digging of new wells, purging the blight with clean water and vigilant hands. Steffan spent sleepless weeks in the field holding counsel by firelight, comforting the afflicted, never asking for thanks. When the last fever broke and laughter returned to the keep, Steffan was found, exhausted, in the library, sleeping with his head on the great ledger where he'd recorded the names of every victim, every healer, every hero. Eddin watched over him, a quiet guardian, until Steffan woke and summoned the council to give thanks. The Stormlands had endured again, not by steel or sorcery, but by stubborn communal care. The years wore on, and the world spun with them. The children of Storm's End, Steffan's own, adopted from distant kin and orphaned refugees, grew up together, a wild tribe running the halls and cliffs, learning both swordplay and song, kindness and courage. The eldest, a daughter named Asha for her Baratheon foremother, and for the wild woman of the Iron Islands who'd once saved her ancestor's life, became her father's right hand. Her brother, Ryan, was a dreamer and a poet, happiest among the apple trees with a book or a carving knife. The twins, Mira and Taya, trained with the harbor guard, fearless in the waves and sharp in counsel. One autumn, a great storm battered the keep for 7 days and nights, tearing down old ramparts and flooding the lower fields. When at last it broke, the apple trees still stood. In the aftermath, Steffan led the rebuilding, refusing all offers from the crown for protection, insisting instead on the labor and skill of the people who called the Stormlands home. The new walls rose higher, the new harbor even deeper, and the battered houses of the villages were roofed and mended before winter's chill arrived. It was during this long rebuilding that Asha discovered a hidden room beneath the oldest tower, a vault sealed with iron and marked by the runes Elena and Nyla had once copied from the sea cave. Within were records lost for centuries, accounts of the long night, recipes for medicines forgotten by the maesters, tales of Arya and Gendry in their own hands. There, too, were weapons, short swords and arrowheads of black glass, preserved as if they had been made only yesterday. Asha brought the discovery to her father, who summoned the council beneath the apple trees, as was their way. There, surrounded by the living and the dead, Steffan decreed the weapons would remain, not as tools for conquest, but as a memory of every storm faced and endured. He ordered the vault's knowledge shared with every house that sent a child or kin to Storm's End for education or protection. "Let the storms teach us," he said. "Let memory be our best shield." As Steffan aged, his hair whitening and his shoulders rounding, he found himself walking more often beneath the apple trees, sometimes alone, sometimes with Eddin, often with a child or grandchild's hand in his own. The oldest tree, its bark furrowed and split, was still alive, though less full each year. The younger tree, tall and strong, with roots tangled with its elder, bore fruit so sweet it was said a single bite could lift any shadow of sorrow. Steffan's last years were golden. He saw Asha, crowned Lady of Storms, end in a ceremony filled with laughter, song, and vows, spoken in the tongues of every kin and ally. Ryan's poetry was sung by bards from Dorne to the Neck. Mira and Taya patrolled the harbors and marches, guardians of every wanderer who came seeking peace. The keep thrived, the orchard expanded, and the apple festival became known across Westeros as the feast where no stranger left hungry or alone. On his final night, Steffan sat beside Eddin in the great hall, the fire low, the last of the cider sweet and tart on his tongue. He listened to the old stories, the tale of Arya's first ride, of Lyra's wild campaign, of Melanie's wisdom, and Elena's listening heart. When the fire dwindled, he looked at Eddin, smiled, and said, "Let them come. Let the storms come. We have always known how to meet them." He died in his sleep, the wind rattling the windows, the sea roaring below. The house mourned, but in the morning, as the kin and small folk gathered beneath the twin apple trees, the blossoms fell in a gentle drift, and laughter mixed with tears as they spoke his name and the names of all who had come before. Storm's End stood, as ever, not merely a fortress, but a promise. The promise of a house born in wildness and storm, tempered by love and kinship, open to every heart that sought shelter from the world's fury. And as long as the trees bloomed, as long as children laughed in the shadow of those ancient boughs, the legend of the wolf and stag would never fade, but would go on. Story after story, storm after storm, into all the bright and shadowed days yet to come. Asha Baratheon Wolf, Lady of Storm's End, claimed her mantle as dawn broke on a new era. Her hair was a midnight black, streaked with salt, her eyes the turbulent green-gray of Shipbreaker Bay. The weight of her father Stefan's legacy, his gentleness, his stubborn courage, his unwavering embrace of difference, rested easy on her shoulders. Not as a burden, but as a promise she had shaped her whole life to fulfill. The ceremony of her investiture was held beneath the apple trees, which had grown so wide that their branches arched like cathedral vaults over the old stones of her ancestors. All the great families of the Stormlands, the wildlings from the marches, Braavosi merchants, Dorne's emissaries, and even a few summer islanders, whose trade had long found a haven in Storm's End, gathered in the orchard. Asha knelt before the oldest of the trees, the bark scarred with the runes of every lord and lady before her, and swore her oath, not merely to rule, but to nurture, to remember, and to meet the world's storms with open arms. Her siblings stood at her side, Ryan with a book and a crooked grin, Mira and Taya in their harbor leathers, faces wind-burned and eyes keen. Eden, her other father, had grown silver-haired and wise, and watched with tears sparkling in his laughter. No one in the gathered throng, no matter their lineage, trade, or distant allegiance, doubted that the keep had never been stronger. Asha's rule began in a time of rare peace, but she met it with no complacency. Her first act was to convene what she called the Circle of Kin, a council of the most diverse kind ever seen at Storm's End. There were septons and witches, maesters and smiths, wildling huntresses, and a former pirate who had long ago traded his sails for a place on the keep's watch. Each had a voice in the council. Each carried the right to speak for those who dwelled outside the ancient boundaries of lord and vassal. The first months of her rule saw Storm's End busier than ever. The keep became a crossroads for knowledge and invention. Ships from Lys brought new glass-making techniques. A Taroshi healer showed the healers how to fight fever with vinegar and boiled water. A Stark from the north, gaunt and soft-spoken, brought seeds for frost-hardy barley and tales of snow bears and spirit wolves. The castle smiths, now led by Taya, forged tools and weapons of both steel and dragon glass, sharing their knowledge with any who came to learn. But the world, ever-changing, brought new storms on the horizon. The Lannisters of Casterly Rock, recently resurgent under a clever young lord, pressed their claim to disputed lands in the Marches. In the Reach, a series of poor harvests led to unrest and the arrival of hungry refugees on the Stormlander borders. Even the distant north, usually slow to act, sent anxious ravens, whispers of wild magic stirring beyond the wall, and of dreams that lingered after moonrise. Asha met these crises not with the sword, but with words and wisdom. She traveled her own lands as her ancestors had, cloaked and hooded, listening at the hearths and in the fields. She sent Mira and Taya to the marches with food and the promise of fair judgment for all. She welcomed the Reaches hungry with open hands and shared seed stores, earning loyalty that gold or blood alone could never buy. When the Lannisters sent a party to negotiate, they found themselves drawn into a feast beneath the apple trees, the Lord's ambitions melting away in laughter and hospitality. Storm's End's open doors brought with them challenges. A few old lords muttered that the keep's heart was growing too wide, that the lessons of the founders risked being forgotten in the tumult of new faces and customs. But Asha answered, as always, by bringing those dissenters closest, making them mentors, giving them new roles, and turning their caution into wisdom that made the house welcome, both safe and shrewd. The most pressing test came in the form of a summer storm, fiercer than any in living memory. For 3 days, thunder battered the coast. Winds shrieked, and the sea swept so high that even the great gates trembled. The harbor vanished beneath a foaming tide. Orchards and fields became rivers. In the keep, Asha led the rescue and repair herself, carrying the youngest to the towers, organizing the kitchen stock, ordering the granaries opened. When the water finally receded, hundreds were homeless, and the lower villages were gone to mud. Asha did not weep. She acted. She called all her kin, council, and small folk together in the orchard. There, beneath the battered but unbroken trees, she pledged to rebuild better than before. Stronger houses, new dikes and seawalls, and a festival to mark the start of every summer, celebrating not what had been lost, but what could be made anew. The work was hard, and it changed the face of the Stormlands. New villages were raised on higher ground, roads rebuilt with stone and knowledge from the free cities. Mira brought back engineers from Bravos. Taya led the building of a great causeway through the marshes. Rian composed poems and songs that kept spirits high during long days of hauling and hammering. The fields returned, and with them, hope, rooted not just in the land, but in the knowledge that what had once been lost could be won again, by courage and community. In the years that followed, Asha's household became a living tapestry. The children of the rebuilt villages, of kin and strangers alike, grew up running between the apple trees, learning sword and song, the old tales and new sciences, the ways of peace and the readiness for any storm. The keep's festivals, apple blossom in the spring, storm song at midsummer, and the feast of returning in autumn, became legendary, drawing folk from as far as Dorne, Old Town, and even the Summer Islands. Each festival ended with a night beneath the trees, lanterns swinging, voices raised in the old ballads of Arya, Gendry, Lyra, Elena, Melanie, and Stefan. Each year a new verse was added, honoring the fresh names of those who had stood fast or brought hope in the hardest times. It was in Asha's 14th year as lady that a new shadow rose. A fleet from the east, bearing no banners, commanded by a pale woman in silver mail who called herself the Storm's Heir. She claimed descent from an ancient offshoot of House Baratheon, exiled to Lys in the days after Robert's rebellion, and declared her intent to claim what she called her birthright. Asha responded not with insult or denial, but with a message. Storm's End belongs to those who tend it. If you wish to meet us, come to the orchard, not with blades but with truth. The fleet anchored off the bay, and the Storm's Heir came ashore. She was fierce and proud, her Lyseni sailors watchful and ready. But she was also curious. Asha met her beneath the apple trees, surrounded by kin and council. The two women spoke through the night, of history, pain, and what home truly meant. In the end, the Storm's Heir bent the knee not in defeat, but in kinship. She was welcomed into the house, her claims set aside in favor of a new alliance. Her ships and knowledge of eastern trade routes would serve Storm's End, and her children would run and learn with Asha's own in the orchard's shade. In this way, Asha kept the old promise, turning storm to shelter, foe to friend, loss to renewal. Her final years were a time of great bounty and learning. Under her hand, Storm's End became a sanctuary for all, war or peace, kin or stranger, the broken and the bold. The libraries and schools grew, the orchards flowered, and the memory of every storm, every rebuilding, became both warning and inspiration. The apple trees stood, now 3 in number, each rooted in the bones and dreams of those who had come before. When at last Asha's time drew to a close, she called her kin and council to the orchard. The youngest climbed into her lap. Mira and Taya stood at her shoulders. Ryan recited a new poem, sweet and solemn, that spoke of the first storm and the last embrace of home. She blessed them all, reminded them of the only rule she held sacred: let every heart that seeks shelter here find it, and drifted into sleep as rain began to fall. Gentle and steady, they buried her beneath the apple trees, their petals falling in a hush that was not grief, but gratitude. The next lady rose, and Storm's End endured, a beacon against the world's wildness, a house whose banners flew not only for wolf and stag, but for every heart brave enough to weather the storm and love what the storm left behind. And so, the song continued, ever new, ever rooted, and ever turning its face to whatever horizon the winds might bring. So the tale of Storm's End entered a new age, its living memory rooted ever deeper in the orchard. The stones, the hearts of those who claimed kinship beneath the banners of wolf and stag. The third apple tree flourished in the sheltered courtyard, its blossoms mingling with those of its ancestors each spring, the petals drifting through open windows and into the halls where every feast, council, and homecoming began and ended. The new lady was Saran, daughter of Asha, and her Lyseni consort, marked by the olive gold skin and dark, sea-bright eyes of both her houses. Saran was neither as tall as her mother nor as boisterous. Her power was in listening, in silence, and in the keen attention she paid to every word and gesture. Her hands, small and deft, were never still, always mending, mapping, carving, or offering a touch of comfort. She wore her hair long, woven with bits of blue glass and silver wire gifted by the Lyseni, and moved with a dancer's grace. She took her vows under the apple trees, the crowd for once more strangers than kin. Merchants from the Jade Sea, Free Company's emissaries, a Septon and a Red Priestess, a wildling trader, and a young maester from the Citadel who had chosen Storm's End as her first post for its open doors and fearless history. Saran greeted them all, called every name, and spoke her oath in the old tongue and the common. I will shelter the lost, remember the names of the fallen, and keep the fires burning so no child grows cold. It was a time of transition. The crown in King's Landing was held now by a queen, Marys Targaryen, shrewd, reforming, and determined to break the cycles of pride and vengeance that had torn the realm for so long. She summoned the lords and ladies of every region to council, and Saran attended as a guest both honored and watched. The queen admired the long peace of the Stormlands, but some courtiers whispered that Storm's End was too open, too mixed, too much a haven for exiles and outlaws. Saran listened, smiled, and sent back to her kin, let them fear us, so long as they remember our doors are always open to the desperate and the true. Her first challenge came that spring. News arrived that Dorne's southern coast had been struck by pirates from the Basilisk Isles, the invaders sacking small ports and burning fields before melting away into the salt marshes. The Martells sent for help, and Saran responded, sending ships laden with grain, healers, and engineers rather than soldiers. When her captains returned, they brought not only thanks but dozens of orphaned children, who Saran welcomed into the keep, housing them in the old South Tower, and teaching them both Dornish and Stormlander ways. Their arrival became a catalyst. Storm's End school grew, and the small folk and nobility alike embraced the orphans as family. As the years rolled on, Saran shaped her rule as a balance between mercy and cunning. She held council not only with lords, but with the orchard workers, the market bakers, and the fishermen. Every major decision was discussed in the open, and no voice was dismissed for its station. A storm doesn't care for titles, she was fond of saying, and neither does hunger, or grief, or love. In these days, the Stormlands flourished. The apple harvests were abundant, and a new craft, apple wine, emerged as a sought-after export from Dorne to the Wall. Saran sponsored a festival each spring, where cider, pies, and music flowed from sunrise to sunrise, and strangers came from distant corners of the world to trade, learn, and sometimes to stay. The reach of Storm's End extended not by conquest, but by kindness and exchange, the old roads repaired and new ones built to knit the villages, towns, and manors into a single web. But all peace draws challenge. One autumn, rumors reached the keep that an alliance of disgraced sellswords, exiled knights, and minor lords was plotting to seize the port of Weeping Town and cut Storm's End off from the inland trade. The attack, when it came, was swift and ruthless, and for the first time in her life, Saran found herself besieged within her own walls. Her council met day and night, food was rationed, and the apple trees were stripped bare for the kitchens and sick rooms. Yet Saran did not lose faith. She sent her swiftest riders to Marys Targaryen, not begging for rescue, but promising the crown her loyalty if she and her kin could hold for 7 days. In the orchard, the children, Dornish, Stormlander, Lyseni, Wildling, took up arms of wood and stone, training as their ancestors once had. In the old sea cave, the wildling healer Nyla's grandchild found a forgotten store of glass arrowheads, which were distributed among the most skilled archers. On the sixth night, as the enemy prepared their final assault, a great storm swept in from the bay. The wind howled, rain battered the stones, and lightning struck the causeway, turning the siege into chaos. Saran's kin and smallfolk, waiting for this moment, swept out from the gates. Harbor guard, orchard hands, maids and old men, all fighting side by side. The storm did as much to break the siege as any sword. When the sun rose, the attackers were gone, and Storm's End's gates stood wide once more. Queen Maryse arrived 2 days later, her gold and red banners flying. She knelt with Saran beneath the battered apple trees and took her hand, calling the defense a miracle of kin and courage. "Let it be known," she declared before the assembled crowd, "that Storm's End stands as an example to all the realm, not only in strength, but in the wisdom of opening one's door." In the peace that followed, Saran set herself to healing the land and her people. The wounded were tended, new homes were built for those who had lost them, and a library was founded to gather the history of every family who had sheltered within the keep's walls. Ran, now a gray-bearded poet and teacher, collected stories from every tongue and bound them in volumes that would become the pride of Westeros. The Maester, once a stranger, was now family, and her treatises on medicine and the magic of the old runes were copied from Old Town to Sunspear. Mira's children, grown and fierce, patrolled the borders and welcomed the wildlings who now came south seeking new beginnings. Tai's grandchildren built a new pier, and the harbor was expanded to serve a new trade with the east. Saran herself adopted a son and a daughter, one from the Dornish orphans, the other from the Reach, raising them with stories, lessons, and the discipline of kinship. Every year, the Orchard Festival marked both loss and hope. The elders, including Saran herself, would lead the planting of new saplings, each named for a hero or healer of the storm. The children sang the old ballads of Arya and her wolves, Gendry's hammer, Lyra's ride, Olenna's listening, Melanie's wisdom, Stefan's peace, and Asha's defiance. New verses joined the old, and laughter mingled with tears as dusk deepened, and lanterns swung from the apple boughs. In her last years, Saran was content to walk among the trees, her hair streaked with silver, her steps slow but steady. The world beyond the Stormlands grew ever stranger. Rumors of new dragons, of a green king in the woods of the north, of ships with glass hulls sailing the sunset sea. But Storm's End remained a beacon, open and unbroken, a place where knowledge, love, and resilience outlasted every darkness. On her final day, with the blossoms swirling and the orchard full of kin and friends, Saran called the next lady, a girl named Elia, sharp-eyed and full of song, to her side. She gave her the ring of wolf and stag and the simple command, "Let no storm find you alone." That night, as the wind keened through the branches and rain pattered on the leaves, Saran drifted into dreams of laughter, sun, and apple blossoms. Her legacy became not only a fortress of stone, but the living, breathing faith of a people who knew that every storm could be met, every stranger could become kin, and that the stories of Storm's End would outlast even the fiercest winds. So the tale unfurled, like new green leaves after the long winter, a house ever renewed, a beacon in wildness and peace, a song passed down in the hush beneath apple trees as the world turned, always toward another sunrise. Hey. Lady Elia Baratheon Wolf knelt beneath the apple trees in a hush, broken only by the morning chorus, blackbirds, thrushes, the distant crash of surf. Dew clung to her boots and the cuffs of her tunic. In her palm, the ring of wolf and stag gleamed, and on her brow rested the memory of Saran's gentle hand, the weight of the promise handed down through every life Storm's End had harbored. Around her, kin and council stood silent, the household from the battered east tower, orchard keepers, the last of the wildling traders, old Maester Janaya leaning on her cane, children balanced among the roots with grass stains on their knees. Elia's eyes, green as the leaves above, searched every face. When she stood, she spoke quietly, in the Stormlander fashion. "You have given me the fruit of your courage, your trust, and your labors. I will answer every storm with welcome, every question with listening, and every need with open hands. Our home is not stone alone. It is story, blood, and choice." She knelt again and pressed her palm to the oldest tree's gnarled root, feeling the pulse of so many generations. Let the world come as it will, storm's end will stand. The years that followed bore out her vow in trials as varied as the tides. The world beyond the cliffs had entered an age of restless change. Queen Mary's reforms had swept the crownlands, toppling the last of the old magisters, and securing trade with the East, but at a cost. Ancient houses displaced, pride wounded, new factions rising from the rubble. The North, emboldened under its Green King, now sent not only timber and grain, but envoys eager to discuss old magics and new alliances. Dorne was ruled by twins, one in Sunspear, one among the Rhoynar on the Summer Sea, and their rivalry spilled caravans and secrets across the sands. Ilya's first challenge came not from war or intrigue, but from the earth itself. The mild spring that followed her investiture yielded to a summer of drought. The wells in the marches dried to mud, orchards browned. Even the apple trees dropped their leaves too early. In the villages, tempers flared. The old lords pressed for tighter rationing, while the orchard folk and fishermen demanded fair shares. For 3 nights, Elia walked the fields and hamlets, speaking to those who would speak, and simply listening to those who would not. At dawn, she returned to the keep, called council in the open courtyard, and divided the remaining stores with an iron fairness that satisfied none but ensured all survive. In the months that followed, she oversaw the digging of new cisterns, brought up engineers from Old Town and watermasters from Dorne, and sent the young and strong to help rebuild irrigation in every hamlet. The harvest was meager, but no child starved. Each family left a stone at the base of the apple trees in thanks, and the roots, long parched, began to drink deep again. Autumn brought another test. Along the coast, strange ships were seen, green and gold, hulls shining, their sails painted with the images of bones and eyes. The small folk whispered that the faceless zealots had returned, that sorcery rode with them. A child was found in the marshes, half mad, bearing a scar of burnt glass on his shoulder, and a wild tale of a woman in white, who called herself the Daughter of Storms. Elia called for the circle of kin to gather. Her council included the oldest orchard keeper, the Maester, a mute bard from the Summer Isles, a Braavosi merchant, and her cousin Raya, now the harbor's warden, and famed for her sharp wit and sure sword. They debated through the night, weighing fear against reason, wisdom against tradition. Elias' decision was simple. She sent envoys of peace to the mysterious ships, bearing bread, apples, salt, and a sealed letter. Storm's End is a harbor, not a conquest. If you come for shelter, you will find it. If you come for harm, you will be met and turned aside. The ships lingered, then vanished on the next tide, leaving behind only a single boat bearing 2 girls, one dark and shy, the other pale, with a burned scar on her cheek. Elia welcomed them with the same ceremony she gave every orphan, naming them daughters of the keep and setting them to learn and labor with the rest. That winter was fierce, the wind shrieking through the upper halls and rain lashing the stone. The 3rd apple tree split under the weight of a late storm, half its branches torn away. The household mourned, but Elia called for carpenters, and the wood was fashioned into bowls, cups, and a new door for the keep's orphan hall. Every child, blood or stranger, given a token from the tree and the memory of its endurance. It was during that long winter that Elia met the wanderer who would become her heart's match. Sir Nemor, bastard of Starfall, a knight and healer who'd ridden from the Dornish border, seeking nothing but work and a dry place to sleep. He brought with him the gentle confidence of the desert, scars of battles past, and a mind as sharp as any blade. Elia, cautious in all things but the stewardship of kindness, found herself drawn to his counsel and humor. Nemor proved tireless in his service, repairing cisterns, teaching sword and herb lore to the orphans, even writing a treatise on the healing properties of apple bark. The kin whispered, and Elia only smiled. Their bond grew slowly, roots twisting deep as any old tree. In her 6th year, peace was threatened by a different storm. The arrival of a Green King's envoy from the north, bearing gifts of wolf pelts and a proposal for alliance, sealed by marriage, if Elia would have the king's granddaughter. Elia welcomed the envoy, weighed the proposal, and met the young woman, Sarai Stark, quick-tempered, fierce in debate, haunted by dreams of the old gods. Rather than refuse, Elia invited Ceres to stay through the planting, to walk the orchards and break bread with the keep's kin. They became friends, arguing fiercely over supper, riding out together in the dawn, learning what it meant to lead when storms pressed close. When the time came to answer the proposal, Elia wrote to the Green King, "I will not wed, but your kin is welcome at my hearth for all her days. Let us make our peace through kinship, not contract." As the years ripened, Elia's legacy became clear. Storm's End was the realm's sanctuary, a court of stubborn, living justice. Its halls rang with the laughter of children born in every quarter of Westeros, its orchards bore fruit to feed both peasant and prince, and its banners were honored in every city and holdfast from Dorne to the Wall. When pirates threatened the harbor again, Raya and her kin drove them off not with blood, but by offering quarter and a chance to earn honest coin. Half of the raiders stayed and became shipwrights, and Storm's End's fleet became the envy of the narrow sea. When a plague swept Old Town, Elia sent healers, grain, and hope, refusing payment or reward. When a fire broke out in King's Landing, the household mustered a relief force that reached the city before even the crown's men. The festivals continued. Apple Blossom, Storm Song, the Feast of Returning. Each year, a new child planted a sapling, and the orchard spread across the slope, reaching for the cliffs. The circle of kin swelled to include not only blood, but those who had chosen this place as home. Every oath, every lesson, every kindness, and every story was preserved in the Great Hall's new library. And Ryan, the poet's great-grandson, inscribed the old tales in a book bound in applewood. Elia grew older, her hair streaked with gray, her voice deeper but still strong. In her last winter, she and Nymor walked the orchard in silence. Frost sparkling on every limb, the air clear and cold as memory. "My life is the orchard," she said at last. "The storms, the fruit, the shelter. I am not afraid to let it grow without me." Nymor nodded, and when spring came, Elia gathered her kin beneath the oldest tree. She pressed the ring of wolf and stag into the hands of her foster son, a boy of the marches who had come to the keep with nothing but a name and had become its greatest hope. She blessed her kin, kissed her love, and closed her eyes as the wind lifted a rain of petals through the morning air. Storm's End stood, its orchard now 4 generations deep, its library brimming, its halls full of laughter, and the steady work of peace. The apple trees kept blooming, and every child who sheltered beneath their branches knew the truth of the house that had weathered all storms. That home is not merely a place, but the living promise of welcome and belonging, renewed each time the wind rose and the doors opened to another dawn. The winter following Lady Elia's passing seemed longer, as if the sea itself paused to mourn her. Frost clung late to the orchard, and the old apple trees bore fewer blooms, their roots shivering in the damp soil. In the halls, her kin moved softly for weeks, as if not to disturb her memory. Yet the keep's hearths blazed as they always had, every fire burning in testimony that Storm's End endured. The new lord was not of the direct line, but the foster son Elia had claimed. Jory, once a boy of the marches, grown now into a tall, broad-shouldered man whose copper-brown hair curled in the damp like the wildlings of the northern woods, and whose eyes, steady and gold-flecked, carried the calm of fields after rain. The house accepted him not because of blood, but because of the years he had spent at every task, mending nets, fighting raiders, planting saplings, learning the songs and the stories. In his first days, he wore the ring of wolf and stag on a leather cord around his neck, and kept the applewood staff gifted by Elia close to hand. Jory's investiture was simple, a gathering beneath the apple trees at dawn. The oldest of the orchard folk bound his wrist with a braid of last summer's grass. and the youngest child in the keep, barely able to walk, placed a garland on his shoulder. Jory's oath was brief and plain: to shelter, to mend, to listen, and to stand, to greet each storm with open hands. He ruled as he had learned, with patience, honesty, and a kind of humble gravity that gave others the courage to step forward. The circle of kin expanded further, taking in new faces: fisherfolk from the bays, traders' children from Bravos and Lees, septons, witches, and wildlings. In the evenings, the council gathered in the hall, or in the orchard's green shade, hashing out problems over cider and fresh bread, with laughter and argument mingling easily. Jory's first great challenge came not by war or famine, but by memory, a growing restlessness among the young, many of whom had never known true hardship. The keep, prosperous for so long, had bred a generation bold and curious, eager to seek out the world. Some chafed at the customs, or questioned why so many strangers were welcomed. There was talk of journeying to King's Landing, to Bravos, even as far as Yitai and the Jade Sea. Rather than forbid them, Jory made it the business of the house to help them go. He organized caravans, secured places with merchant fleets, and established a new tradition: the return. Every youth who left Storm's End was given a token, a carved applewood disc, one side marked with a wolf, the other with a stag. "Bring it back when you've learned your piece of the world," he said, "or send it home with your story written behind." And so the house ties spread outward. News arrived from distant ports, of kin working in Myers Glassworks, trading horses in the green lands beyond Volantis, building temples with the Summer Islanders, even mapping strange northern rivers with the wildlings beyond the wall. Every returning token was hung in the great hall on long cords, hundreds by the decade's end, each inscribed with a tale, a lesson, or a name claimed in far-off lands. The keep became a place of gathering and reunion, as much as of refuge. At every festival, new faces appeared beneath the apple trees, some kin by blood, others by choice or chance. Old tales blended with new, and the stories grew richer, more varied. Each spring, another sapling joined the orchard, planted by a youth with red earth on their hands, and the living memory of distant suns and storms in their eyes. It was in this era that the world shifted again. The crown in King's Landing grew uneasy, watching the Stormlands thrive. The Queen, herself the product of a dozen careful alliances, sent envoys to remind Storm's End of its fealty, first with flattery, then with threats. She demanded a census of every household, a tally of every harvest, and a list of every stranger taken in. Jory's answer was to send the Queen's envoy away with a basket of apples, a song sung by a chorus of wildling, Bravosi, and Stormlander children, and a book. A copy of the return tokens, the pages stitched with tales, and painted with each returnee's likeness. "Our house is our promise," he wrote in his letter. "So long as the orchard stands, so too does Storm's End, and any who comes in peace is kin." The Queen, chained by the realm's laughter and unwilling to provoke open defiance, turned her gaze elsewhere. Yet not every threat could be met so lightly. That same winter, word came from the east that a great host was marching, banners of black and purple flying above armor shaped like bones. They swept through the disputed lands, pillaging, burning, gathering followers, dispossessed lords, exiled magisters, even broken men from the stepstones. Ships appeared on the horizon, their sails black as thunderheads. Jory summoned the circle of kin beneath the oldest apple tree. All who could bear arms, all who could heal, all who could teach or build or carry a message gathered in the orchard's cold blue light. Raya, now the retired harbor warden, white-haired but sharp-eyed, spoke first. "We do not bar the doors, but we do not bow to those who come in blood." Jory nodded. "We will hold. The orchard is open, but the heart is strong. If any storm will break us, let it come knowing what we stand for." The defenders trained, the harbors were fortified, the orchard prepared for siege. When the enemy ships landed, it was the kin of 100 lands who manned the walls. Stark, Martell, Wildling, Braavosi, and Stormlander alike. The black banners rose against the apple blossoms, and for 3 days, the battle raged, arrows in the orchard, fire in the lower halls, and water running red down the cliffs. It was not a knight or lord who turned the tide, but a baker's daughter, half Summer Islander, half Stormlander, who led a sortie through a storm drain, opening the harbor gates and letting a tide of defenders sweep the enemy back to their ships. When the last black banner fell, the orchard was battered, the old tree split by fire and steel, but the walls held. Jory and the kin spent the winter in rebuilding. Every life lost was mourned by name, every home rebuilt with all hands, every wound dressed and honored. The baker's daughter was named Hero of the Orchard, and given a ring, wolf and stag entwined. Each new sapling was planted with soil from every battlefield and every hearth. In the years that followed, the keep's fame only grew. Its doors remained open. Its wisdom and kindness reached into every troubled corner of Westeros and beyond. Young kin left, and old kin returned. Tokens hung thick as leaves in the Great Hall, the stories of Storm's End becoming the lifeblood of the realm's future. New music and new foods filled the tables. Festivals now lasted a week, with contests, tales, and the planting of ever more saplings. Jory aged as all do, his hair silvering, his stride slow, but his mind sharp and his eyes always set on the orchard and the sea. In his final summer, the apple trees flowered in wild profusion, blossoms so thick they painted the air with sweetness. Kin and strangers alike gathered for the Apple Blossom Festival. The night before he passed, Jory walked the orchard, stopping at each tree, tracing his fingers over every name, every scar. He left the ring of wolf and stag at the base of the oldest tree, the applewood staff across his knees. As dawn broke, the kin found him there, peaceful, with a smile on his lips and the sun breaking through the leaves above. So Storm's End endured, not as a bastion of old blood, but as a living heart, growing ever wilder and richer. Its promise echoed in the laughter of children, the wisdom of the old, the arms of every kin and friend. The orchard spread, the tokens multiplied, and every storm that rose found a house ready to greet it, with courage, with welcome, and with love that only grew stronger, year after year, story after story, as long as Westeros endured. E.J. The morning after Jory's passing dawned pearl gray and windless, the sort of rare calm that seemed to hush even the breakers and crows. Word traveled faster than any raven. The Lord of Storm's End had died in the orchard, and his kin, so many, so various, mourned with a unity that spanned from the northmost marches to the farthest reach of the coast. In the old way, the body was washed in cider and wrapped in a cloak woven of apple blossom and green rushes. All day, kin and strangers filed through the orchard, laying tokens at the base of the oldest tree. Driftwood, poems, daggers, broken bits of glass or carved bone, and more than a few battered return tokens that had traveled half the world before coming home. The council of kin convened as the sun set, gold on the boughs and red in the sea. The air smelled of apples and salt, and the faint, musty sweetness of autumn. Jory had left no direct heir. The next in line by tradition was not of the blood but a choice, chosen by the circle itself, not for name, but for heart and memory. After a long silence, a voice spoke. A girl, not yet grown, slim and dark, with a face familiar to all. Tessa, the baker's daughter who had turned the battle beneath the orchard. She stood, hands rough from flour and work, eyes wide and steady. "I am no lord," she said, "but I would keep the orchard open. I would listen to every voice and stand when others run." Others nodded, and a voice from the harbor, a weather-beaten captain, called out, "Let the circle speak," as the founders did. One by one, every kin and counselor spoke. The maester, the orchard keeper, the eldest healer, Mira's grandsons, traders, wildlings, a Dothraki merchant, and a septa from the hills. Each offered a memory, a hope, a lesson. The sun set, and lanterns were lit. Cider was passed, and songs rose in the dusk. When all was spoken, it was clear. No single voice, no bloodline, but a bond made of shared labor and loss. Tessa was named Lady, but not as ruler over her kin, rather as their voice and their memory, the hands to keep the promise alive. Her investiture was like no other in the history of Storm's End. No crown, no sword, only the ring of wolf and stag, passed from the roots of the oldest tree, and the staff of applewood, once Elias, then Jory's, now Tessa's. She knelt and pressed her brow to the earth, murmuring the oath in the orchard's hush. To mend, to shelter, to sing and to sow, to hold every storm as kin, and let none be lost. Tessa's rule was marked first by a season of grieving and renewal. The kin who had gone abroad returned with their tokens, stories, and skills. The council set to work mending what had been battered in the last battle. New roofs, new boats, replanting the scorched rows of the orchard, and digging a fresh well in the north yard. Each day, Tessa walked among them, hauling stone, tasting the first apples, learning the names of every child and newcomer. Her laughter was a soft counterpoint to the hammers, and her voice in council was measured, patient, and wry. But the world outside the orchard's boughs was changing once more. The Queen in King's Landing, aging now, struggled to keep the peace. Dorne and the Reach eyed one another warily over old wounds and new ambitions. Far to the east, ships from Yeti began to appear in Westeros ports, their holds laden with strange goods and stranger news. Of gods rising, dragons sighted, and the ancient cities beyond the Bone Mountains stirring for the first time in memory. It was in this restless season that Storm's End saw its own new challenge, not from abroad, but from within. Some of the kin who had returned with tales of distant glories grew restless. A few felt the keep had become too open, too changed by years of mixing and migration. The old ways are fading, said Harl, a distant cousin who'd traded with Norvos and brought home his own customs. The orchard stands, but what of the roots? What of the Stormlander blood? Tessa listened, never shaming or silencing, but she called for a night of remembrance, a gathering in the orchard, everyone to bring a tale of their family, their hardship, their hope. As the fire burned low, Tessa stood before them. Every root began as a seed blown here by wind or carried by wave. The orchard grows because it welcomes what's new, remembers what was, and holds tight to both. No storm ever grew by fearing the rain. Now, the kin murmured assent. A new festival was born, called the Rooting. Every autumn, the youngest child planted a stone or seed at the base of a tree, speaking aloud a hope or memory for the years to come. Within a decade, the orchard floor was a map of dreams, marked in every tongue known to Westeros and beyond. Tessa's reign was one of constant, gentle innovation. She welcomed Yiddish engineers, who taught the kin to build rain catchers and water wheels that let the orchard flourish even in dry years. Dothraki herders shared their knowledge of horses. Braavosi taught sword dance to the guard. A small band of Ironborn, led by a woman called Geitha, sought shelter after fleeing the hard ways of the Isles, and were folded into the household, not as raiders, but as shipwrights and sea women, their children soon learning the apple song and helping with the nets. The festivals grew wilder and grander. Ships raced along the cliffs at midsummer, and wildlings from the far north brought sleds and stories to the winter feasts. Every homecoming, every return, was marked with song, story, and the exchange of tokens. The library overflowed, and so Tessa ordered a new hall built, half in the orchard's shadow, half facing the open sea, where every scroll and song could be stored, every kin's tale preserved. Yet Tessa knew that storms would always come. In her 7th year, a great sickness swept the southern coast. Storm's End became the refuge once more, its halls filled with the sick, its kitchens turned to healing and comfort. Tessa herself tended the beds and comforted the dying, and when the fever finally broke, she stood among the graves with the kin, speaking the names, planting saplings in memory. To weather the storm is not to be untouched by loss, she said, but to love all the more fiercely in its wake. Her later years brought new wonders. The first Yiddish apples, golden-skinned and honey-sweet, grown from grafts in the orchard. The birth of a new harbor, deeper than any before, with ships from every land. A grandchild, Mira's great-great-granddaughter, named Joy for the orchard's spirit and the hope of what would come. When Tessa's hair turned white and her hands gnarled as the oldest roots, she called her kin once more to the orchard. She gave the ring and the staff to Joy, and sat beneath the trees while the kin sang the old ballads. Of Arya's ride, Gendry's forging, Lyra's storms, Elena's listening, Melanie's wisdom, Stefan's peace, Asha's laughter, Elia's justice, Saran's kindness, Jory's patience. Jory's patience. As the sun set, petals fell, and Tessa slipped from life to legend, leaving the orchard, and the promise, to all who would keep it. So Storm's End weathered another age, its heart growing wilder and deeper, its stories multiplying like apples in spring. Every storm brought loss and renewal, every stranger found kin, every child learned the meaning of shelter. And still the orchard bloomed, the bells rang, and the house sang on, a song of welcome, of memory, of love that no storm could ever drown. K. Joy Baratheon Wolf was born in the orchard, with a storm roaring overhead and laughter in the halls. The kin who named her believed she would bring luck, and from the start she moved through life with a bright, unshakable spirit, quick to learn, swifter to smile, and with a talent for listening that made even the most stubborn old kin or wildest stray child tell her their secrets. She grew up beneath the apple trees, running with the village children, learning the names of the bees and the tides and the constellations her Yiddish tutor pointed out at dusk. Her hair was the color of sunlit honey, her eyes a wild storm blue, her laugh the kind that made strangers stop and join in. The orchard, now a forest, sheltered not only apples but cherry pear and a dozen saplings from distant lands, gifts brought by kin who had journeyed and returned. Storm's End itself had become a patchwork of traditions, a Dothraki garden, Yiddish water wheels, Bravosi stained glass in the upper halls, and the wildling stone circle near the old sea cave. The castle's heart, however, was unchanged, the living bond of kin and kindness, of shared memory and new beginnings. Every festival, Joy climbed the tallest apple tree and threw petals into the wind, leading the children in wild, circling games as the elders toasted to the orchard's magic and the enduring strength of the house. By the time she was old enough to claim the ring and staff, the kin's council and circle had grown so sprawling it filled the great hall and overflowed into the orchard's shade. There were apple tokens hung everywhere, carved and painted, strung with beads and bits of bone and shell, each inscribed with a returned name and story. The library was now a warren of vaults and galleries. Joy herself loved nothing better than to sleep on a stack of old rugs in the poetry corner, rising at dawn to scribble her own tales or race to the kitchens for bread and honey. Her investiture was the most joyful the keep had seen in a generation. A 7-day festival that brought travelers from every shore, each bearing some gift or story for the new lady. There were lanterns strung through the trees, dancers in every clearing, wild bands playing long into the night, and feasts of cider and seagrass, roast boar and Yiddish dumplings, Bravosi cakes and Dorn's fire-bright wine. On the final night, Joy sat at the base of the oldest apple tree, the staff across her knees, the ring on her finger, and swore her oath. To grow where others fear to plant, to love where others fear to lose, to meet every storm with laughter, and to be the first to welcome the lost. The first test of her rule was one of faith, not fire. For years, the old gods and the Seven had coexisted at Storm's End alongside new faiths. The Rhoynar River gods, the red priests from the east, the quiet men of the Summer Isles, even a handful of Ironborn who spoke of the drowned god but lived now as farmers. But the world outside was changing. A zealous new High Septon in King's Landing began to send inquisitors south, demanding the burning of idol groves and the silencing of any but the Seven songs. Joy did not answer with defiance, but with invitation. She welcomed the Septon's men to her hall and led them to the orchard's heart, where each tree bore a symbol from a different faith. She called a festival of blessing, and every priest, priestess, Septon, wise woman, and silent walker offered their prayer, one after another, until even the Septon's men could not help but laugh and join the feast. The report that returned to King's Landing was simple. At Storm's End, every god has a tree, every voice a song, and peace grows as surely as the apples. Next came a threat of the old sort. Ships, sails black and gold, flying the wolf and lion of some lost Lannister pretender, a would-be conqueror from the east who sought to seize the keep. The council met in the orchard, Joy's kin and captains, shipwrights, orchard keepers, scholars, and sword dancers. Some urged battle, others siege, but Joy listened to the wind, watched the clouds, and said, "Let the sea teach us." She sent out a handful of swift boats at nightfall, bearing lanterns and casks of cider. When the enemy fleet entered the bay at sunrise, they found the channel marked with floating apples, each tied to a warning: turn back or be lost in the storm. The tide shifted, the wind howled. Joy had watched the patterns for weeks, waiting for the perfect moment. Half the enemy ships ran aground or broke on hidden shoals. The others surrendered for mercy. Not a drop of blood was spilled. The survivors were fed, healed, and sent home with tales of the laughing Lady of Storm's End, who met every threat with cunning and care. Peace returned, and with it, a new era of flourishing. Joy's reign saw the founding of 3 new villages, each built in the style of the kin who settled there: marshwalkers with willow houses and floating gardens, fisherfolk with stilted piers and netted bridges, a Braavosi quarter in the old harbor, its alleys bright with painted flags and song. The keep school was rebuilt, now a maze of gardens, classrooms and workshops, where children of every land learned together. Letters and numbers, but also history, music, sword dance, the keeping of bees, and the lore of the orchard's grafted trees. Joy's kin thrived. Her eldest, Sira, became a ship captain, bold as Arya and gentle as Gendry, sailing as far as the Summer Isles and returning with ships full of stories and fruit. Her son Tommen took after the old healers, learning from both maesters and wild witches. He became known as the Green Hands, famous for coaxing stubborn roots to life and healing old wounds. Joy's youngest, a clever, sharp-tongued child named Willow, proved to be a peacemaker and prankster in equal measure, always ready to step between squabbling kin, or lead a chorus of laughter to end a quarrel. When famine threatened the north, Joy sent shiploads of apples, barley, and healing herbs up the coast, asking nothing but a single song in return. When the king in King's Landing died, and his successor demanded new taxes, Joy gathered her council and replied, "Storm's End is a garden. We pay in fruit and friendship, not coin or fear." The king, eager for peace, accepted, sending envoys each harvest to marvel at the wonders of the orchard, leaving with both tribute and the wisdom to plant their own trees. Years passed, and the keep's reputation spread farther still. Storm's End became the first place where the dragon princes of distant Essos sent their children to learn not only swords and tongues, but how to listen and lead. Old enmities faded as wildlings and ironborn, Dothraki and Reachfolk, Dorne and Vale, all found welcome in the shadow of the apple trees. Through every season Joy held to her oath. The door open, the orchard tended, the kin growing with every storm. She grew older, her hair silvering, her hands lined and strong. She wrote her own history, tales of laughter, storms, and the stubborn, unyielding hope that no winter could freeze. When at last her time drew near, she called her kin to her side: Sira, Tommen, Willow, and 100 more by blood or by bond. Beneath the oldest tree, in a hush full of wind and the scent of blossoms, the staff in Willow's hands, and spoke, "Let laughter be your armor, love your banner, and the orchard your home." They buried Joy with a wreath of apple branches and wildflowers, and the next spring, 1,000 new blossoms burst from the orchard's heart, petals swirling like snow. The keep lived on, wilder and stronger, welcoming every storm as kin, and meeting each new dawn with the unbroken promise: here, every stranger may become family, and every story will bloom again. And now, Willow Baratheon Wolf became Lady of Storms, End in the orchard's light and rain, the staff and ring warm from her mother Joy's touch. She was slight and restless, laughter in her eyes, her hair a wild tangle of brown and gold. She had been born during an autumn gale, and it was said the storm itself paused to listen for her first cry. From girlhood, she'd slipped between traditions, at home among the old orchard keepers and the brave Osy quarter, the wildling stone ring and the glass blowers from Yeti. It was Willow who wrote new verses for old songs, who brokered peace with a well-timed jest, who was first up every apple tree and last down each festival night, always coaxing smiles from the most taciturn or heartsick kin. Her investiture was a festival of color and invention. Braziers burned beside lanterns in the branches. Ships' horns, Dothraki drums, and wildling pipes mingled with the singing. Joy, white-haired and weary, sat beside the oldest tree, smiling as Willow took her oath. With open hands I gather each storm. With laughter I mend every grief. With the orchard's wild heart I will keep and welcome all who seek shelter or kin. The applewood staff seemed to pulse with memory as she raised it, the ring a living thread binding generations. Willow's first act was to expand the festival year. Every change of season was now marked, not by a single feast, but by 3 days of music, story, and work. Planting, mending, gathering, or building. The keep became more a village than a fortress, and at every meal Willow herself took her place among the youngest or loneliest, hearing their tales and finding them work or learning to suit their dreams. The orchard's edge was open for new saplings, fig, plum, pear, pomegranate, each gifted by a returning kin. A new garden for wild bees bloomed beside the sea, and the upper windows sparkled with colored glass, a gift from the Bravosi, etched with the names and faces of those who'd given the most to the house. Willow's reign was a time of new alliances. The world outside Storm's End churned with change and uncertainty. The Queen in King's Landing, youthful and ambitious, courted the Lords of the Reach and Vale for a grand campaign to unite the realm, but the old houses mistrusted her plans. Dorne's prince sent envoys seeking trade and counsel, and in the east, ships arrived bearing news of a new peace among the free cities. A council of mages and merchants who sought Storm's End's wisdom in gathering many peoples. The orchard, too, became a place of counsel. Mages from Lies debated with Summer Isle healers under the boughs. The old wildling chieftain, gray-bearded and merry, taught children to track deer and mend stone walls. Ironborn, who had taken the orchard's peace decades before now, taught their daughters to sail trading cogs. Willow presided over it all, sly and patient, letting arguments play out, letting the orchard itself, its rhythms and needs, its history and hope, shape the answers. The most testing storm came not from abroad but from the sky. 2 winters after Willow's investiture, the longest frost in memory struck the stormlands. The sea froze along the coves, and snow blanketed the orchard so thick that the apple trees groaned under the weight. The old council fretted. Some called for closing the gates, rationing grain, and sending strangers away. Willow, smiling and stubborn, did the opposite. She called a gathering in the orchard at noon, all kin and strangers alike, with fires burning bright and cauldrons of spiced cider and broth. She ordered the cellars opened and new ice wells dug for storage, sent children with sleds and laughter to gather wood and share warmth with every cottage and croft. "Let our doors never freeze shut," she declared. "Let every story shared be a log on the fire." The winter passed with hunger, yes, and some losses, but none were abandoned. The spring that followed was the most exuberant in memory. Willow herself climbed the tallest apple tree, ringing a brass bell and laughing, and the whole keep joined in planting new saplings, each named for those lost, for new kin, for the stubborn will that held through the cold. In her 6th year, a stranger arrived, a boy with silver eyes and a voice like water over stone, claiming no name and carrying a satchel of scrolls. He said he came from the lands beyond the Bone Mountains, seeking a place where stories might grow new roots. Willow, curious and wary, set him to learning every trade and tale in the orchard. He stayed, teaching children strange letters and lending his voice to the songs that now wove Yiddish, Bravosi, Valyrian, and wildling tongues together. His presence brought a new wind. More wanderers came, some with gifts of seeds never before seen, others with healing arts or tales of distant wars, or even tidings of dragons returned in shadowed valleys of the east. Trouble, as ever, found the orchard. In the 8th year of Willow's reign, a company of knights loyal to a discontented Reach lord marched on the border, demanding fealty and tribute in the old style. Willow greeted them with cider and poetry at the orchard gate, listened to their grievances, then invited their young squires to race her kin up the apple trees and share the feast. By sunrise, the squires had declared themselves kin to Storm's End. The knights returned home with gifts and laughter, and the lord, left with only his pride, found his peasants had left his lands to settle on the border, where the orchard's generosity was legend. The orchard's festivals became a kind of parliament for Westeros. Queen and prince, merchant and farmer, mage and maester, all came to the great gatherings. The root planting in autumn was the greatest of these. Hundreds of new saplings planted each year, every stone and plaque a memory, every tree a new hope. Each season, a band of kin and wanderers set off to plant orchards in distant lands, carrying tokens of Storm's End and returning with cuttings and stories. In her elder years, Willow saw her house's branches spread across Westeros and beyond. Her daughter, Mara, sailed to the Jade Sea and returned with Orange Blossom and new kin. Her son, Beric, became a healer and architect, building schools and granaries from the marches to the wall. Her youngest, Nella, wild and ungovernable, rode north with wildlings and tamed a direwolf pup, sending letters home in poems and riddles. Willow grew older, but never still, her hair streaked with silver, her hands tough as the oldest roots. She presided at every festival, led every planting, and sang every new song. When her strength began to fade, she called the council and kin beneath the apple trees, and told her final story. Of storms met with open hands, of strangers welcomed and made kin, of laughter ringing louder than thunder, and hope growing deeper than any winter. She placed the ring and staff in Mara's hands, kissed every brow, and lay down in the grass, the apple blossoms swirling around her as she drifted to dreams. Storm's End flourished, its orchard ever expanding, its songs echoing through every hall and market and harbor, every dawn a new promise. So the house endured, a living, laughing, ever-welcoming heart, open to every storm, bright in every sorrow, and endlessly renewed by the courage to love, to grow, to greet the world's wildness with joy. Ka. Mara Baratheon Wolf accepted the ring and staff, beneath an orchard riotous with blossom, petals drifting in silvered sunlight and laughter, echoing from the harbor to the cliffs. She was sun-brown from travel, her hair a tumble of copper and salt, her smile slow but sure. Mara had always moved to the rhythm of tides and seasons, a child half raised by wildlings and Bravosi, half in the orchard shade, her heart as much with the wind as with any one home. Yet as her mother Willow placed the staff in her hands, Mara felt the old power of Storm's End settle on her shoulders, a promise not of command, but of care. She began her rule as she had lived her life, by walking. For a year after her investiture, she wandered the villages and orchards, the shipyards and wild groves, the old wildling stone rings, and the new gardens planted by kin from Yi Ti and the Summer Isles. She listened at every hearth, trading stories for news, advice for laughter, always asking, "What do you hope for? What do you fear?" When she returned at last to the keep, the council and kin welcomed her not as a distant lady, but as one of their own. Muddy, wind-burned, smelling of wood smoke and apples, her pockets full of odd seeds and her eyes bright. Mara's rule was a time of weaving, a knitting together of the patchwork world Storm's End had become. The circle of kin had grown so vast, it filled the orchard twice each festival. Each year, new faces arrived. A healer from the Dothraki Sea, an architect from Volantis, a scholar whose mother had ridden from Skagos, a mute singer from the Summer Isles, wildlings, orphans, runaways, and merchants who lingered so long they became kin themselves. The orchard, sprawling now from the cliffs to the marshes, was at the heart of it all. Mara opened new paths and clearings, set aside sacred groves for each of the faiths that called the keep home, and planted a new Sisters' Row, a long avenue of apple, orange and cherry for each ancestor who had guided the house. The children's laughter was constant, and every morning began with the ringing of a bell carved from driftwood and old bronze, calling the kin to breakfast and song. Yet the world outside was never still. The new queen in King's Landing was wise but wary, struggling to balance the alliances of city and countryside, old house and new Ire. The crown's envoys came with rich gifts, asking Mara for advice, but more often for a pledge of troops or gold. Mara would only smile and serve them tea beneath the apple trees, asking stories of their own home until, softened, they departed with gifts of fruit and a new respect for the kin's stubbornness. The most testing challenge of Mara's reign came not from men, but from the land. A summer of endless rain, rivers in flood, roads drowned, orchards sodden, brought the threat of famine and disease. Old kin whispered of the long night, some urged closing the gates and hoarding grain. Mara called for patience. She gathered every healer, every gardener, every old woman with knowledge of weather or roots. The keep became a center for brewing new medicines, for teaching children how to set traps for eels and birds, for building floating granaries and canals to save what could be saved. She called the whole house to the orchard one sodden midsummer morning, a drizzle shivering through the branches, and together they raised their hands to the sky. "We are not made of stone nor of gold," Mara declared. "We are roots and fruit, and the promise of new blossoms after every storm." She shared the last of the cider and the first of the autumn's hard apples. And when winter came, though the world outside grew hungry, Storm's End lost not one child. When the rains finally broke, the keep and its kin turned outward again. A new harbor was built, its piers of stone and applewood, lanterns swinging from carved posts in every tongue and style. The first ships to dock brought not only trade but news, a peace forged between Dorne and the Reach, a wildling prince seeking a southern bride, an ancient dragon stirring in the east. Mara greeted each arrival as an opportunity, not to guard, but to gather. The festivals grew longer, the feasts more varied, the stories more layered with distant memory and present hope. Mara's siblings and children spread the orchard's spirit far and wide. Her brother, Riven, became a famed shipwright, building swift cogs for both harvest and rescue. Her sister, Sansa, traveled to King's Landing and became a voice for the kin's way in the Queen's court, helping to reform laws that once excluded wanderers and bastards. Mara's own children, 3 by blood, 2 by choice, were as different as sun and shadow, yet each grew up under the trees and in the stories of the kin, learning to fight, to heal, to build, to sing. Of her children, the eldest, Dalla, was the fiercest. Half-wildling, she carried an old dirk at her hip and could climb the cliffs in any weather. It was Dalla who rode north to broker peace with a hard-bitten wildling chieftain, returning with new kin and tales of direwolves glimpsed on the northern ice. Mara's second, Rowan, had a mind for numbers and a gentle wit. He designed new waterworks and schools, binding the villages more tightly to the keep. The youngest, Tiri, was a singer and dreamer, gathering lost children wherever she went and teaching them the songs of a dozen lands. Yet the heart of Mara's rule was not in greatness, but in the daily keeping. Every day, she walked the orchard, sometimes with kin, sometimes alone, always listening, planting, mending. She healed quarrels as a gardener heals roots, with patience, with careful tending, with a belief that nothing is truly lost if you meet it with hope and work. In her 14th year as lady, a new wind blew in from the sea. Ships from old Valyria's ruins, crewed by survivors and sorcerers, anchored in the bay, their hulls marked with burning runes and eyes. The circle of kin met beneath the apple trees, and for the first time in a generation there was fear in every voice. Some urged arms, some prayer, some hiding. Mara called for a parley, welcoming the strangers with bread and salt, inviting their leader, a woman marked with fire and ice, to share their story. They came not as conquerors, but as exiles seeking shelter, and Mara welcomed them, offering land on the orchard's edge. Every storm brings something lost, she said. Sometimes it is our fortune to find it again. The new arrivals brought old skills, the healing of fire wounds, the magic of glass and song, the secrets of Valyrian steel. In time, they became kin, and Storm's End grew even stranger, even richer, its stories more dazzling than ever before. When Mara's strength at last began to wane, she called her children and kin to the orchard. Beneath the oldest tree, she passed the ring and staff to Dalla, her wild, brave, beloved daughter, and spoke her last words. Storms will come. Some will break the trees. Some will feed the roots. Welcome them all. Let no story be lost. Let no heart be turned away. For this is the promise. In every storm, we find. So Mara slept beneath the orchard, her grave garlanded in petals, her story another root in the earth. The kin mourned and celebrated, the festivals went on, and the house flourished, its doors always open, its branches forever climbing, its spirit growing ever wilder and stronger with every storm, every heart, every homecoming under the apple trees. Ow. Ka. Dalla Baratheon wolf took the ring and staff with hands calloused from bow and rope, her hair braided with bits of driftwood and wild flowers, the laughter and wildness of her kin echoing behind her in the orchard. There was something in her, all agreed, of Arya and Gendry, Lyra's fire, and Willow's wit, a restlessness paired with an iron loyalty to her own. She had been raised on the cliffs and in the wind, hunting with wildlings, trading with sailors, and learning every crooked path through marsh and forest from the old shepherds and smugglers who still remembered the days when Storm's End was a border and a beacon, not just a home. The day she was invested as lady, a storm threatened but never broke. Instead, the clouds formed a ring around the sky, and the orchard blazed with gold as if the sun itself blessed her. Kin and strangers alike filled the orchard. Summer islanders and Yiddish traders, Valyrian exiles, Braavosi shipwrights, wildling clans, and distant kin from every corner of the Stormlands. The feasting and song lasted for days, the lanterns swinging in the wind as Dalla stood before the oldest tree, swore her oath, and planted a sapling for the promise she carried, to make every stranger kin, to make every storm a story, and to let no child fear the world beyond the orchard's shade. She ruled, as she had always lived, by riding out. Every moon she was somewhere different, up the coast to hear the fisherfolk's petitions, in the wild hills hunting with kin, to the marches and borders where new villages bloomed like flowers after rain. She never traveled alone. There was always a counselor, a healer, a child eager for stories, or a stranger she was teaching the lay of the land. The keep and its orchard were left to the kin to run, and run they did, with the same patience and creativity that had guided 100 years of growth. Dalla's absence was never neglect but trust, a lesson learned from the orchard itself, that roots, once deep enough, could hold through any wind. Her siblings and cousins flourished. Rowan, now master of works, built new aqueducts and windmills, transforming the marshes and bringing clean water to villages that had once been plagued by fever. Tiri led the keep school, which had outgrown its old buildings, and now sprawled through groves and along the harbor, every subject taught in song and story. Dalla's wildling cousins taught sword dance and skin changing to a new generation of children, while the Valyrian kin, now thoroughly Stormlander in manner, ran the forges and glassworks, their skills turning the keep's trade into legend. The world outside changed as ever. The Queen in King's Landing sent less frequent envoys, distracted by distant wars and the rise of a new Free Cities League in Essos. Ships from the Summer Isles and Sithorios arrived more often, bringing new crops, coffee, lemons, and a kind of nut that could be pressed for oil. In the north, wildlings and Starks coexisted in uneasy peace, sending news and the occasional direwolf pup to the keep. Dalla's greatest trial came not from war, but from the land itself. In her 5th year, the sea withdrew in the night, a low tide like none before, then thundered back with a roar and a wall of water. The waves swept away 2 harbor villages, battered ships, and drowned fields. The orchard itself stood, battered but rooted, while the kin scrambled to rescue the trapped and heal the wounded. Dalla called every able hand to the rescue and then to rebuilding. No one was left out. Valyrian smiths, wildling hunters, Braavosi masons, and even a few of the old Reach Knights who'd sworn fealty at the orchard gate decades past. They rebuilt the villages higher on the cliffs, added new breakwaters, and planted salt-tolerant trees to hold the shore. The first festival after the flood was not only a remembrance of the lost, but a wild, raucous affirmation of survival. Petals, lanterns, music, and new roots going into the earth where the water had been. Her way was always to turn misfortune into renewal. The children who had lost families were adopted into the household without question, given apple tokens, and made part of every circle. The new villages, founded with the help of every tradition at Storm's End, became models for others across Westeros. Roundhouses and thatched halls with glass windows, gardens that wove fruit, grain, and wildflowers together, each marked with a stone engraved with the names of those who rebuilt it. In the orchard, Dalla established a new custom, the telling. Each year, on the anniversary of the flood, every kin, child, and guest brought a story of what they lost, what they found, what they hoped for still. The stories were inscribed in a growing book, bound in driftwood and apple bark, and kept in the library for all to read. Peace brought growth and curiosity. A band of young kin, led by Dalla's own daughter, Lys, began to explore beyond the Stormlands, across the sea to the Jade Coast, north to the Wall, south to Dorne and the Summer Isles. Each returned with new plants, new tales, new kin who carried back the orchard spirit, wild, laughing, endlessly welcoming. Trouble, too, always found its way. In her 12th year, a band of mercenaries landed on the coast, fleeing defeat in the free cities and seeking to carve out a fief. Dalla met them at the gate, no armor, only a bow and a smile. She offered them 3 choices: serve the orchard, serve the land, or be taken to the queen in chains. Most chose service, and within a year they had become kin, learning the ways of the orchard, marrying into the household, their leader, an old swordswoman named Tyra, becoming Dalla's most trusted captain. The orchard continued to spread, a patchwork of color and scent, now dotted with shrines and groves for every faith, with benches for tales and stone rings for memory. Festivals grew ever more varied. Harvest and Telling, Apple Blossom, Night of Lanterns, New Shoots Day, each a swirl of traditions woven together into something only Storm's End could have birthed. Dalla's children grew into their own strengths. Lys was restless, a builder and explorer, her maps now prized from Sunspear to Oldtown. Her son Eric became the orchard's chief healer, and was famed for using root and leaf as deftly as a surgeon's blade. Her youngest, Mirren, became a peacemaker, the first to broker a lasting pact with the Riverland's quarrelsome lords, and later famed as a judge who always ended disputes with shared food and story. In her age, Dalla grew no less wild, though her hair silvered and her stride slowed. She still led every festival, presided over every telling, still rode out at dawn to see the sea or at dusk to check a new sapling's growth. When she felt the end coming, she called her kin and council beneath the oldest tree, now so vast it sheltered 100 people in its shade. She told them again the stories of Arya, Gendry, Lyra, Willow, Joy, Mara, and every kin and stranger who'd ever set a root in Storm's End. She gave the ring and staff to Lys, her eyes bright and fierce. Meet every storm. Make each stranger kin. Let the orchard outgrow even our memory. Every root holds us. Every story makes us. Every blossom is a promise. Keep it. That night she slipped away. The wind in the leaves, the orchard full of song and weeping and hope. Lys planted a new sapling at her grave, a wild apple, gnarled and sweet, brought from a mountain valley far across the sea. In the spring it flowered gold and white, and the kin of Storm's End danced beneath its boughs, certain that as long as the orchard endured, no storm could ever truly break them, and every new dawn would bring another story, another homecoming, another chance to love. Lys Baratheon wolf accepted the staff, and ring with the scent of salt spray in her hair and maps ink stained on her fingers, her eyes bright with restless hunger for the world, and her smile all her mother's wild courage. She wore boots worn thin from far journeys, and a belt hung with charms, a jade bead from the Jade Sea, a knotted cord from Skagos, a simple bronze disc from Dorne, a lock of storm-blonde hair from the wildlings of the far north. As she knelt beneath the oldest apple tree to swear her oath, the orchard's branches creaked overhead, heavy with spring buds about to burst, and every kin and guest present felt the air alive with possibility. Lys began her reign with an open gate and an open mind. No sooner had the blossoms faded than she was gone down the coast with a company of children and elders, learning the marshland's old water routes and visiting every hamlet that called the orchard's banner kin. She returned with wild stories, of riverfolk who could predict floods by reading otter trails, of a haunted mill where ghost lights danced above the reeds, of an old woman who taught the children to spin yarn so strong it could tether a boat through the fiercest gale. Her first act as lady was to declare the season of roots, a year in which no one, kin or stranger, would be turned away from Storm's End for any reason. All who came, whether fleeing war, seeking knowledge, or just driven by the need to wander, were welcomed into the orchard and found a place in the kin's work and care. The household swelled. Sothary gardeners, Volantine cooks, a pair of iron-born twins who'd sworn never to raid again, maesters and mages and wildling wanderers. Some stayed. Some moved on, each leaving behind a tale or a seed or a scrap of song. Lya's siblings and cousins became a council both practical and visionary. Mirren, her youngest brother, established a new school of law beneath the apple trees, inviting scholars from every corner of the world to debate, teach, and resolve disputes with wit and patience. Eric, ever the healer, introduced new medicines from the east, growing rare herbs in heated beds near the forge. The orchard smiths, now a guild of Bravosi, Valyrian, and Summer Islander descent, began forging tools and blades so fine that stories sprang up about orchard steel having luck and laughter worked into its edge. Yet Lya's reign was not without storms. In her 4th year, a band of outlaws set fire to a village on the border, seeking to provoke war between Storm's End and the Reach. Rather than rally to vengeance, Lys rode out with the kin's council, children, and a band of mummers. They found the village smoldering, the enemy drunk and disorganized. Lys greeted them with bread, salt, and song. And by the next dawn, the mummers had led half the outlaws away with promises of honest work, while the others begged to stay and rebuild. The Reach's new lord, seeing the orchard's way, sent gifts and began an annual exchange of apprentices and harvest. Another test came with the sea itself. That autumn, the tides withdrew and did not return, leaving the bay choked with weed and fish dying by the thousands. Famine threatened. Lys called all the wise women and water workers to council, and together they devised a network of channels and dams, catching every drop of rain and leading it through the orchards, marshes, and villages. Kin and guest alike learned to eat and share new foods: oyster mushrooms, wild greens, eggs from the heron rookery, salted roots, apples dried and pressed into cakes. Old lessons revived: how to live with less, how to thrive by wit, how to sing and celebrate together even in the leanest times. It was then that Lys began the tradition of the tide walk. Every moonless night of the famine, she and the children would walk the empty shore with lanterns, singing songs for the sea's return and telling stories of the kin's first arrivals. When, at last, the tides rushed back in a silver dawn, the orchard feasted for 7 days, and every year after, The tidewalk was repeated, a ritual of hope in the face of the unknown, a lesson in patience and faith. The orchard's fame only grew. Ships from all the known world now called at Storm's End. Every festival drew envoys and wanderers, mages from the Citadel's hidden wings, Norvoshi weavers, a black-skinned prince from the islands west of Old Town, even a golden-haired merchant princess from Lannisport who fell in love with one of Lys's kin and stayed. Festivals sprawled for weeks. The Night of Lanterns, the planting, the return, the rooting, the apple blossom, and a new midwinter feast called the Great Telling, where every kin was expected to share a story, however small. The orchard itself changed with each telling. The apple trees were now joined by persimmon, plum, chestnut, cherry, and pear. A glade was set aside for the quiet men of the Summer Isles, another for the wildling bone dancers, and a tiny stone ring for those who worshipped neither gods nor ghosts, but only the land. Every path was marked by colored glass, and every branch hung with tokens of kin and visitor, bells, shells, ribbons, runes. Through all this, Lys remained the moving heart of the house. She led the tidewalk each year, rode out to every border dispute, listened to every quarrel in the orchard court, and kept her promise to never turn away a wanderer or a dream. Her closest friend, a mage from Korth named Sarai, became her advisor, and, in time, her beloved. Together they planted a rare tree from the far east, whose orange blossoms perfumed the orchard in high summer. Yet the greatest trial came not from storm, drought, or stranger, but from within. In her 15th year, the kin's prosperity led to division. Some, born to Storm's End, resented the endless arrival of new folk and customs. They whispered for a return to the old days, to simpler banners and a closed gate. When a band of these kin tried to bar the orchard's door to a group of refugees from a war in the Vale, Lys confronted them not with anger, but with a story. Beneath the oldest tree, before the whole council and kin, she spoke. Every root here grew from a seed blown on the wind. Every stone was set by hands that once were strangers. If we close our doors, we betray the orchard's oldest promise, that what survives the storm is what welcomes it. The kin's council voted. The orchard's open heart would endure. The close-hearted kin were given a choice: remain and join the labor of welcome, or take their leave, with gifts and song, to seek their fortunes elsewhere. Most stayed. Those who left sent tokens home in time, as wanderers always had. Lys' children grew in her image, brave, restless, fiercely kind. Her eldest, Sorrel, became a diplomat and master of languages, traveling as far as the Dothraki Sea and the shivering sea beyond the wall. Her second, Bren, led the tidewalk in her place when storms or age kept Lys abed. The youngest, Kessa, was a born builder, famed for crafting bridges that danced over the marsh and designing the great library that finally gave the orchard's stories a home larger than even the wildest dreams. When Lys' years at last drew to an end, she gathered her kin and the oldest orchard guests beneath the 3 oldest apple trees. She placed the ring and staff in Sorrel's hands and told them, "Every road ends in welcome, every storm in growth, every loss in a new seed. May you never run out of stories or of hearts to share them." She died that night, as a soft rain tapped the roof, and the orchard's branches creaked and whispered her name. In the morning, her kin found her in the grass beneath the oldest tree, hair loose, the scent of orange blossoms in the air. They sang her to rest with the songs of the orchard, wild, joyful, and unbroken. So Storm's End endured, its roots sunk ever deeper, its branches reaching ever wider, its doors flung open for every child, every wanderer, every new storm. For as long as stories were sung beneath the apple trees, the house thrived, a beacon of hope and wildness, where every storm was met with laughter, every heart found kin, and every season, even the fiercest, promised new blossom and new dawn. Sorrel Baratheon wolf stood at the orchard's heart, the ring and staff in her hands, her skin bronzed by travel, her eyes a bright mosaic of green and gold. She was the image of the house, her hair a braid of copper and storm, her speech a patchwork of half a dozen tongues. Sorrel had grown up as the orchard's child and the world's, raised by a wildland of aunties and uncles, kin and travelers, Stormlander elders and Summer Islander bards. As a girl, she'd learned to read the wind by the sound of the boughs, the tides by the taste of the salt air, and the hearts of strangers by the stories they chose to tell. Her investiture was a festival, even by Storm's End's legendary standards. Bravosi lanterns lit the orchard, Carthene silks shone in the windows. The drums of the summer isles and the fiddles of the north played together under the apple trees. The circle of kin had become a constellation, dotted with representatives from every clan and quarter, marshlanders and wildlings, ironborn sailors, former mercenaries, and healers who could trace their lines back to the first orchard folk. When Sorrel swore her oath, to hold the gate, to open the heart, to remember every root and greet every storm, her voice rang clear and true. She wore no crown, only a garland of apple blossom and cherry, orange flower and green marsh reeds, each bloom placed by a child from a different corner of the orchard. The staff and ring felt warm with the memory of every hand before hers. Sorrel's reign began in a spirit of motion and connection. She was the first lady in a century to journey far from the keep for months at a time, always returning with some new kin, song, or seed. She sailed with Summer Islanders to their distant atolls, learned the secrets of glass fishing and night navigation. She lived for a season among the wildlings beyond the wall, trading stories and learning to track snow wolves. In the free cities, she debated the meaning of home with the merchant princes of Norvos and Murtare. Each journey ended not in parting, but in addition. Each friend she made sent children and tales to Storm's End. In her absence, the orchard ran itself as always. Kin led the courts, marshaled the guards, oversaw the harvests, tended the wounded. Mirren's law school was now a university, welcoming those denied study elsewhere. Bren's tidewalk became a tradition on every coast, not just the Stormlands. Kessa's bridges became a symbol of the house, thrown across rivers, valleys, and even deep crevasses in the north. Their applewood rails and colored glass posts as much a mark of the kin as any banner. Sorrel's greatest strength, all agreed, was not command, but conversation. She convened endless councils, under the trees, in the halls, on the ramparts, or along the sea. She was never quick to judgment, yet her patience was not passivity. In the orchard's court, the guilty found themselves set to work repairing what they had broken. The quarrelsome set to feasting together until their grudge faded. She never banished any kin, but those who could not abide the house's ways often left of their own accord, some returning later, changed and welcomed back with laughter and open arms. The greatest storm of Sorrel's reign was the reaching famine. For 3 years, rain failed the central reach, and thousands trekked toward the coast seeking food and hope. Other lords closed their borders, but Sorrel sent out kin and harvesters to guide the wanderers to Storm's End and its villages. Some argued it could not last, that the house would empty its cellars and orchards and starve. Sorrel's answer was to call a great planting. Every guest and kin, child and elder, was set to work tilling new fields, building terraces, planting crops of every kind. The harvests were smaller, the meals thinner, but no one was turned away. What was lost in comfort was gained in memory, and when rain returned, the land around Storm's End had become a quilt of gardens and orchards. The famine left its mark, but also its lesson. The welcome route became law, a rule that every village and household under the orchard's banner must keep a door, a meal, and a bed ready for the stranger who asks. In return, the stranger owed a story, a skill, or a day's work. The kin said it was the best bargain ever made. As the world turned, Storm's End thrived as crossroads and sanctuary. Trade flourished, festivals grew ever grander, and the orchard continued its quiet work, welcoming every exile, planting every new seed, singing every story. Children ran wild beneath the trees, learning the old tales and inventing new games. Mages came from far-off lands to share their lore. Exiled princes and fugitive knights found their bitterness dulled by laughter, their hands made useful by honest labor. The keep became a place where wounds of pride, of war, of memory could heal, if slowly. Yet Sorrel's reign was not only a time of gathering. She knew the price of forgetting, of letting traditions become mere pageant. She made it her task to record not just the orchard's glories, but its failures, its sorrows, and the dark seasons. In the new library Kessa built, one great hall was set aside for stories of storms that had cost too much. The flood that drowned a village, the blight that ruined a year's harvest, the quarrel that had driven away a kin who never returned. "These are our roots too," Sorrel told the children. "If we don't remember, we will lose what makes us whole." Her own children, Jenna, a clever dreamer with a talent for song, Ve, a healer who could coax green from stone, and Tal, a restless, adventurous boy, were raised in the orchard's tradition. Each was sent away for a season to serve as guest and worker in the far corners of Westeros, learning both gratitude and humility. Each returned with some new kin, a new tune, or a new way to mend what was broken. Trouble found its way, as it always did. In her 12th year, a coalition of lords in the Reach and Crownlands, threatened by the orchard's growing influence and the kin's cross-cultural alliances, sent a fleet to blockade the harbor and a company of knights to seize the border villages. Sorrel did not muster arms. She rode out with an embassy of kin. Farmers, singers, children, and elders, and met the invaders at dawn under the orchard's boughs. Instead of threats, she offered them a seat at the rooting festival, a meal, and the stories of every kin whose family had come from the Reach or the Crownlands. Moved by the tales, many soldiers laid down their arms, and the lords withdrew, chastened but without shame. Later that year, many of those same knights sent their own children to study in the orchard's schools. The orchard's unity grew from its songs and its stories. Every year, the great telling filled the nights with 1,000 voices, old and young, each adding their own memory, their own hope, their own promise. The orchards now stretched from the first cliff to the last marsh, a living web of kinship and hope. As Sorrel aged, her hair streaked with silver, her voice grew only warmer. She spent her last years walking with her kin, teaching, listening, laughing, mending old hurts, planting the odd seed or stone. When her end drew near, she called her kin to the orchard, passed the ring and staff to Ve, and said simply, "Let the welcome never end. Let every story find its place." And now, that night, as a soft breeze rustled the blossoms and the lanterns swayed, Sorrel slept beneath the oldest apple tree. The kin's singing rose with the moon, and every corner of Storm's End glowed with the promise that as long as there was a tale, a seed, or a stranger, the orchard would bloom again. And so, Storm's End endured, roots tangled deep with memory and hope, branches flung wide to the wind, always ready for the next storm, the next story, the next homecoming beneath the apple trees. Ve Baratheon Wolf accepted the staff and ring at dusk, the orchard alive with the scent of apple blossom and river mint, a storm smoldering on the horizon and a hush beneath the trees. They wore their hair short and their coat patched in a dozen colors, every square a gift from kin or guest. Wolf gray, wildling white, Valyrian crimson, the green of the marsh, the blue and gold of the summer isles. They had spent their youth both in the orchard and abroad, learning the old healing from the wild women of the hills, sleeping beneath ships' keels in Bravos, trading seeds and stories in the Rhoynar market towns, climbing the cliffs with the wildlings, and teaching the children of every house to graft trees, tend wounds, and listen for the world's small song. Their investiture was a weaving, not a coronation. Every kin, guest, and traveler who wished brought a token to tie to Ve's new belt, a bead, a braid, a scrap of poetry, a dried blossom. The old stories were sung, but so were new verses. The orchard court was hung with lanterns and sails and wildflowers. Ve's oath was spoken in common and old tongue and summer speech and a dozen dialects. For every storm I meet, I plant a root. For every wound, I tend a blossom. For every stranger, I make kin. Let the orchard hold all that the wind brings, and let us learn from every loss. Bay's rule began as a season of gentle innovation. They walked the orchard with healers and mages, their pockets full of seeds and stones, listening to the wind for omens. They commissioned new gardens, plots of marsh grass for weaving and water purifying, wildflower meadows to feed the bees, a circle of thorns where children learned to mend the most stubborn wounds and settle their fiercest quarrels. Each festival, they worked alongside kin and guests, planting saplings and teaching the youngest to read weather in the tilt of a leaf or the flight of a swallow. The council grew ever broader, an old Dothraki matron who taught horse taming and storytelling, a summer isle poet with a harp of driftwood, a Braavosi judge, sharp as frost but fair as dawn, healers, traders, bone-casters, glassworkers, sailors, and children, always children, their hands and songs, and laughter the true heart of the orchard's court. They was the least formal of rulers, rarely sitting the high seat, more likely to be found kneeling in the grass with a fevered child or muddy up to the elbows in the market garden. The world beyond storm's end spun through seasons of peace and tremor. The Reach rebuilt after famine, its lord sending envoys to apprentice in the orchard schools and study its laws of welcome. In the east, the free cities league fractured and reformed, its exiles and dreamers swelling the harbor with news, invention, and hope. Dorne sent sunbrowned riders with gifts of rare fruit and clever wind traps for dry years. The North's green kings dispatched casks of honey and wildling singers, bringing tales of white bears and rainbows on the ice. The Summer Isle sent a princess to study at the orchard, her retinue bringing spices and songs, and the gift of a tree whose blossoms glowed at night. Storm's End itself became a tapestry without borders, more a city than a keep, its orchard and gardens sprawling down the cliffs and up the hills, linked by bridges of glass and wood, every house and hall built with an eye to beauty, welcome, and the rhythms of sun and wind. There were stone circles for the quiet men and open squares for the festival dancers, shrines for every faith, kitchens that never closed, and schools where no child was turned away for want of kin or coin. Bay's greatest challenge came with the Spring of Ashes. In their 8th year, a volcano across the narrow sea darkened the skies for a season, and ash drifted over the orchard, blighting the first buds and sending chills through the fields. The sun was dim, and the moon glowed blood red. Some kin panicked, fearing the end of the world. Others quarreled over stores, and for the first time in living memory, there was hunger and anger in the orchard. They did not close the gates. They called a council in the orchard at midnight. Every kin and guest to bring a candle and a memory of the worst storm they had survived. The orchard glowed with flickering light as tales of old famines, wars, and exiles were shared, of what had been lost, and how kin had mended it. Bay's answer was not in hoarding, but in sharing. They ordered the kitchens open, gardens turned for new crops, fish traps reset, wind traps and rain barrels built to catch every blessing the sky offered. They sent children and swift runners out to every distant kin and village, carrying hope, cuttings, and the old promise. If you fall, we will lift you. If you wander, we will welcome you home. The orchard did not flourish that year, but it endured. Hunger was real, but no child died alone, and each loss was marked with a stone and a seed. The Spring of Ashes became a new festival, Lantern Night, where every kin set a light in the orchard, a song on the wind, and a meal before their door for any traveler. When the sky cleared, the orchard's recovery was slow, but it sent shoots and cuttings to every land that had sent help, building bonds deeper than gold or blood. Through this trial, Bay's kin became the generation that would lead the orchard into new growth. Their eldest, Samron, was a builder and peacemaker, known for mending broken walls and broken hearts alike. The second, Leaf, inherited Bay's green thumb and wild wit, and became the keeper of the orchard's wildest corners, where herbs, bees, and old magic met in shade and sun. Their youngest, Saul, was a singer and wanderer, never content with one place or tale, forever sailing out on new ships, and always returning with new kin and seeds for the orchard. The orchard festivals only grew richer. Each apple blossom and rooting, each telling and tide walk, became an occasion for kin and stranger alike to tell their story, plant their hope, and sing their belonging. The festival of Lantern Night spread up and down the coast, every harbor alight for miles, a chain of promise and memory. Vay's reign was marked by a quiet, durable happiness. Their last years were spent teaching children to graft and sing, to share and mend, to listen for the rain and greet the world's trouble with hope. They grew slow and stooped, their hair gone silver, but their hands were always warm, their laughter always ready. In their final spring, Vay called the kin and council to the orchard, placed the ring and staff in Samron's hands, and spoke their last lesson. Every blossom is a promise. Every storm is a teacher. May you love what comes, and let no story or stranger go unwelcomed. That night, as the orchard glowed with lanterns and new blossoms, Vay lay beneath the oldest tree and slipped away, as soft as falling petals. Kin sang them to rest with every song learned in 100 years, and when the sun rose, the orchard was a riot of light. Roots deep, branches wide, every heart a homecoming, every storm another verse in the orchard's endless story. Ea, Indawan say. Samron Baratheon Wolf, inheritor of Vay's staff and ring, was known for his broad, gentle hands, equally at home mending a cracked wall, guiding a lost child, or coaxing life from battered earth. He was a listener first, and always, patient as the tide, with a laugh that rippled through the halls and courtyards as reliably as the orchard's bells. His hair was a tangle of brown and silver, his eyes a soft, stormy gray, and he moved through the keep as if he belonged in a dozen places at once. Builder, judge, teacher, kin. His investiture was as much a labor as a festival. Kin and guests, from every corner of Storm's End and beyond, joined him in raising a new hall built from orchard timber, driftwood, and glass, with archways wide enough for every guest and rootwork lattices that ran with blooming vines. The ceremony was simple. Each kin placed a tool in Samron's hands, a hammer, a trowel, a quill, a seed pouch, a healing bowl, and spoke a single hope for his rule. Mend what breaks, welcome who wanders, plant what's lost, sing what's true. Samron's oath, in the hush of dusk, was to do all these, and to let the orchard shape him as much as he shaped it. Samron's reign was a time of rebuilding and renewal. The orchard, still recovering from the spring of ashes, bore fewer blossoms that first year, but the kin set to work grafting new shoots, turning ashfall into fertilizer, and planting gardens in the lee of stone walls. Every spring, the kin's council and orchard folk, wildlings and old marshlanders, children and newcomers, worked together, digging, mending, replanting, raising trellises, and restoring bee colonies. The orchard's edge, once battered, soon flourished with new varieties. Strange apples from Bravos, wild quinces from Dorne, and ghostly pale pears gifted by summer islanders. Samron oversaw the repair of old bridges and the building of new ones, not just over water, but between peoples. Trading fairs in the marshes where wildling hunters, reach farmers, and Bravosi weavers bartered tales and tools. Moot courts where wrongs were settled with labor, song, or shared meals. The festival cycle expanded. Lantern Night was now paired with the telling, when every loss was mourned and every kindness honored. The orchard's council chambers, now sun-filled glass halls grown over with wisteria and roses, were always open to kin and stranger alike, and Samron made a habit of settling the trickiest disputes by walking the orchard paths, letting the trees and their stories guide his judgment. Yet for all the peace, the world beyond Storm's End grew less certain. In the north, a bitter spring thaw brought floods. In the east, merchant fleets turned pirate and old alliances fractured. The Queen in King's Landing, shrewd and cautious, tried to bind her bannermen closer with new taxes and old threats. Exiles and wanderers arrived at the orchard's gates, carrying rumor and trouble in equal measure. A group of iron-born refugees, shipbuilders and salt wives alike, sought sanctuary, as did a famed old knight from the Vale and a mage's apprentice fleeing a ruined free city. Samron's answer to each was the same as Vay's, a place at the table, a task to mend or teach, and the promise that every hand given in hope would find work and welcome. The orchard grew a little stranger with every new root and voice. The old Ironborn, given charge of the harbor, built boats that could weather any storm. The Vale Knight, slow but wise, became master of the orchard's moot courts, teaching justice by parable and paring away old grudges. The mage's apprentice planted a garden of night-blooming flowers, each glowing faintly blue at dusk, and soon every festival ended with a lantern-lit procession among their light. Samron's kin, as ever, were his counsel and his hope. Leaf, his eldest, took to the wildest edges of the orchard, fostering colonies of bees and teaching the children to graft and tend without fear of thorns. Saul, his youngest, ran the tidewalk each year, wandering as far as Old Town and Sunspear and always returning with a new tale, a new seed, or a new song. The kin schools grew, the old law hall now filled with students from across Westeros and beyond, learning not just codes and customs, but the art of listening, healing, and mending. Samron's greatest trial came with the sundering gale. In his 6th year, a wind of terrifying strength swept down from the sea, tearing away half the orchard's western boughs, toppling the new hall's towers, and flooding 3 riverside villages. The storm lasted 3 days, its roar unbroken, and in the aftermath, the orchard was a ruin. Branches everywhere, blossom and fruit scattered, many roofs lost, and the kin dazed by grief and fatigue. Samron called no counsel that first night. Instead, he walked the orchard in the dark, visiting every felled tree, every shattered home. By dawn, his hands were raw and his voice hoarse, but he gathered every kin. Child, guest and elder, at the orchard's heart, and spoke. The work of rebuilding was long and often bitter. Tears shed over ancient trees and lost harvests, tempers flaring in the press of shared labor. Doubts whispered as the weeks wore on, and the weather stayed cold and gray. Yet Samron's patience, his constant encouragement, his readiness to listen and forgive, his habit of singing with the children and sitting with the lonely, pulled the kin through. New varieties were grafted from the stumps, new halls raised with storm-felled wood, new terraces built where the river had changed course. Each lost tree was mourned, each new shoot celebrated. A custom grew. Every kin who mended a break, healed a wound, or made peace in a quarrel would carve a small mark on one of the orchard's stumps or bridges. These scars became a map of memory, and each year at lantern night, the orchard was lit by candles set in every groove, every mended seam, light for every pain made beautiful by care. Samron's later years were marked by plenty. The orchard's harvests, once sparse, became rich again. The kin's festivals brighter and longer. Kin, from far coasts and distant lands, arrived to join in planting, telling, and feasting. The children who had learned to mend now taught others, the bridges of glass and wood multiplying until the orchard seemed a web of stories and song. The queen's taxes eased, and the exiles from the east, now orchard folk themselves, sent gifts home to ruined cities, spreading the house's legend abroad. When Samron's strength finally waned, he gathered the kin and council beneath a great new arch of blooming vines, the orchard humming with bees and light. He placed the ring and staff in Leaf's hands and said, "Mend, welcome, plant and sing. Let these be your walls and your banners, your legacy and your shield. Every scar in this orchard is a root that runs deeper. Every welcome is a seed that will flower when storms come again." That night he lay beneath the oldest, most battered apple tree, and the orchard sang him to sleep. By dawn, petals drifted over his resting place, and laughter rang through the halls, the kin already planning new grafts, new bridges, and new feasts. So Storm's End lived on, rooted in loss, made strong in mending, grown wild in the welcome of every storm and every stranger. The orchard's promise held. That home was not stone or blood, but the courage to mend, the grace to welcome, and the joy of planting what would outlast even the fiercest of gales. Ka. Leaf Baratheon wolf took the ring and staff in the soft gold of a misty dawn. The orchard still heavy with dew and the low hum of bees. Their hair was the green of new willow shoots, streaked with gold and silver, dyed each spring as a child, until by habit and tradition, it became the color of the kin who kept the wildest edges of Storm's End. Leaf was known for moving as quietly as rain, for hands always stained with soil or honey or ink, and for a gaze that met all with the calm patience of deep roots. Their investiture was both a ritual and a workday. Kin and guests brought baskets of compost, rare seeds and saplings, planting them in a new spiral grove at the orchard's heart. As Leaf knelt to receive the ring and staff, a pair of swallows darted overhead. Some saw in this an omen of fair winds and new songs, others simply a promise that even the smallest life could shape the world. Leaf's oath was sung rather than spoken, carried on the morning air in 3 languages. For every scar, I tend a shoot. For every shadow, I tend a light. For every stranger, I open a root. Let Storm's End forever be the wild orchard where all storms are given a home. Their first act as lady was to expand the wild work tradition. Any kin or guest, child or elder, wanderer or worker, could propose a new garden, craft, or custom. Within a year, the orchard saw the planting of mushroom glens in the old cellars, a marshy bee garden on floating rafts, a mosaic path made from broken festival pots, and a willow ring for moonlit dances and solitary dreaming. The orchard's boundaries blurred, with vines running through every window and living branches woven into the keep's upper galleries. Leaf made it a rule that every meal, from the humblest breakfast to the grandest festival feast, should include something wild and something new. The kitchen became a place of invention and learning. Salt-baked apples, marsh willow fritters, heron's egg custard, fermented root teas. Dishes from every corner of the world appeared. Summer Isle yam pies, Valyrian pickles, Dothraki stews, Sothori pepper fruits, all mixed and made kin beneath the orchard's boughs. The food and the customs kept the kin open to change, and every guest contributed recipes, tricks and blessings, their stories and laughter blending with the smoke and song of the great ovens. Storm's End and Leaf's Day became a living museum and a wild laboratory. Mages came from the east to learn the ways of bee and blossom. Children from the far north came to apprentice as moss gardeners or storytellers. The kin's healers mapped a new herbal, blending wildling wisdom with summer island balms and free cities salves. The law school became a council of judges, bards, and wise women, resolving disputes through games, riddles, and healing feasts, where broken kin made peace by planting a tree together. Yet even in these years of abundance, the orchard faced threats. 2 springs after Leaf's investiture, a blight struck the oldest apple trees. Leaves curling, fruit withering, roots growing black and brittle. The kin mourned and fretted. The festival that year was muted. Prayers whispered at dusk for the orchard's healing. Leaf met the crisis not with panic, but with questions. They gathered every kin, mage, farmer, and guest in the spiral grove, and together mapped the spread of the blight, searching for any tree that remained healthy. They sent runners to Bravos, the Summer Isles, and Old Town, trading stories and seeds for new wisdom. When a wandering herbalist from Yeti arrived with news of a honey wasp that carried a healing fungus, Leaf rode with them into the marsh and brought back swarms of the golden wasps. Over the summer, the orchard was alive with their humming, and by autumn the blight was gone, though the oldest tree, battered by so many storms, would never bear fruit again. Instead, Leaf declared it a tree of scars, where every kin could carve a mark to honor losses, wounds, or wrongs forgiven. That same year a drought gripped the marches, and the marshland folk, once wary of Storm's End's openness, sought refuge in the orchard. Some kin grumbled, fearing for the harvest. But Leif's answer was simple. We are strongest when our roots tangle deepest. The kin worked together to build new cisterns and rain traps, dig wells, and teach marshland skills in the drear uplands. By the time the rain returned, Storm's End had become even more a house of many peoples, its traditions further enriched, and its bonds deeper for every hardship shared. The world continued its restless spinning. The Reach found peace for a time, under a wise new lady who had once studied in the orchard schools. King's Landing, still wary of Storm's End's radical hospitality, sent envoys with new laws, but soon found their officials swept up in festival feasts and games of riddles, and returned home converted to the orchard's ways. In the east, a new trading city rose on the ruins of an old slaver port, founded in part by kin who had carried the orchard's customs across the sea. Leif's own kin and council grew into new roles. Saul, always a wanderer, became a map-maker and chronicler, recording every wild work and custom, every seed exchanged, and every tale told. Leif's apprentice, Fern, an orphaned child of the marches, became the orchard's first wild chancellor, a judge, healer, and dreamer in one. Leif's siblings and distant cousins ran the schools, the kitchens, the bridges, and the music halls. Every festival, it seemed, another child or guest was folded into the kin, their story carved into the living heartwood of the house. The orchard's stories became legend. Lantern Night was now paired with the Rite of Scars, when the kin lit candles in every notch of the scarred tree, singing laments and songs of healing for each loss and each hope. The Apple Blossom Festival, once a single night, became a month of blooming, feasting, planting, and games. Travelers wrote poems and drew paintings, sending them home with tokens of applewood and honeycomb. The orchard song was heard in the streets of King's Landing, in the tents of Dothraki Khals, in the market squares of Bravos and Old Town, and in the wild groves beyond the wall. Leif grew older, their hands marked with 1,000 cuts and calluses, their hair now a tangled crown of every season's green and gold. They spent their last years wandering the orchard with Fern, teaching, learning, listening, and always asking what new wild work should be dreamed. When the time came, Leif called the kin and guests beneath the Tree of Scars, gave the staff and ring to Fern, and spoke. Let the orchard's wildness never be tamed. Let every root hold a welcome, every scar teach a hope, every stranger leave a blossom, and every kin make the world wider. They laid down beneath the tree as the lanterns flickered and the bees hummed, their passing marked not by silence, but by a long rising song, laughter, voices and wind in the branches, each a root grown deeper, each a promise to greet whatever storm or wonder might next arrive at Storm's End. So the orchard lived on, wilder, richer, and more loving than ever. A living memory, an endless welcome, a home to every heart bold enough to believe that kindness, like a tree, can weather any storm and blossom again with every dawn. Okay. Fern Baratheon Wolf received the ring and staff beneath a sky of low, rolling clouds and apple blossoms swirling on a cold wind. The Tree of Scars towering behind them, its trunk crowded with the marks of 10,000 kin, the lanterns from Lantern Night still swinging on its gnarled boughs. Fern was the first wild chancellor, the first leader not born to blood, but adopted by love and work. Their hair was dark, cut short in the marsh style, their cloak pieced from the banners of all the kin houses and guest folk. Fern's hands bore the calluses of 100 crafts, from grafting roots to mending glass, and the clear soft voice that could hush a quarrel or call 1,000 revelers to silence at festival's height. Fern's investiture was an act of faith and creation. Every kin, guest, and child brought a cutting stone or story. With Leif at their side, Fern planted the first circle of kin, a ring of saplings, each marked with a memory, a hope, a grief, or a wish for the future. The orchard's council, wildlings, old orchard folk, summer islanders, marshlanders, free folk, maesters, children, each set a hand on Fern's shoulder, and all together sang the new oath of the orchard. For every scar, a seed. For every sorrow, a song. For every stranger, a home. For every dawn, a story grown strong. Bedin. Fern's first act was to declare a season of mending. The orchard had grown wild and immense, its bridges and walkways stretching so far into the marsh and down the cliffs that it was said a kin-child could walk a whole day beneath the boughs without seeing the same tree twice. Fern called for a mapping, a celebration, and a reckoning. Children and elders, guests and kin, each took up the task, charting every route and path, naming every bridge and glen, recording every old wound, old pact, and every place where laughter was known to linger. The result, when hung in the new hall, was a living map, applewood discs and woven banners, inked with hundreds of names and tales, so intricate it took a full lantern night to read them all. That same season, Fern opened the rooting court, a place where kin and strangers alike could come with old wounds or new quarrels, not for punishment, but for mending. Each grievance was told, each party heard, and the outcome was always an act. Planting a tree together, tending bees, composing a song, or repairing a broken bridge. Over time, it became the highest honor at Storm's End to be asked to root a wrong with a rival, for the stories that grew from such mendings were prized above gold. Yet trouble was never far. In Fern's third year, a new threat gathered. A drought gripped the southern marches, and with it, bands of hungry exiles and hard-eyed raiders pressed north. Some kin, frightened by rumors, called for closing the gates, hoarding stores, fortifying the harbor. Fern refused. Instead, they summoned a council at the Tree of Scars, and there, with the kin and marsh elders, decided the orchard would feed any who came, but every guest would labor, learn, and leave a gift. A story, a skill, a grafted branch. The kin, as always, grumbled, but none could deny the orchard's old law of welcome. As refugees flooded in, the orchard grew into a vast community of work and hope. Ditches and canals were dug, new fields planted, fish ponds and bee meadows expanded. The feast for all became a weekly event. Great tables stretching between trees, every dish a blend of kin and guest traditions, every night ending in stories told, wounds shown, and laughter mingled with tears. Fern's own council was a patchwork of legend. Samrin's youngest, a sailor called Moth, ran the harbor and led rescue fleets in storm or fire. Leaf, now ancient and limber, tended the wild corners, teaching the littlest kin to speak to bees and wind. Saul, mapmaker and songkeeper, charted every new custom, every new graft, ensuring no root or tale was ever lost. There was also a Dothraki healer, a pair of twin maesters, a summer isle wind dancer, and a wildling judge famed for ending disputes by asking each rival to trade a dream. Fern themselves was never content with old glories. They pushed the kin to try new crafts, earthworks, glass blowing, wild music, orchards sailing on rivers, swollen by spring. They made it a rule that every child, by their 10th year, must have grafted a tree, told a story, and mended a quarrel, and every elder, by their 50th, must teach something new to a stranger. The orchard's festivals were ever grander. The Rite of Scars drew travelers from across the realm, and Apple Blossom became a month of mending and invention, with contests of story, music, cooking, and tree craft. Fern's greatest test came when the drought gave way to fire. A summer of hot winds sent sparks into the dry grass, and flames swept the marsh's edge. Hundreds of kin and guests worked side by side, dousing flames, cutting fire breaks, carrying water in buckets and boots. Leaf, who would not leave the wild bee glens, was found after the fire's end, scorched but alive, their hair all ash and their smile still bright. The fire destroyed a ring of the oldest orchard, but in its wake, Fern declared that space sacred for the planting of grief trees, one for each loss, each hope carried forward. That autumn, as the rains at last returned, the orchard was richer than ever, scars visible, stories deeper, roots stronger. The grief grove became a place of pilgrimage. Strangers and kin alike sat in its shade, told their stories, and left tokens of sorrow and survival. A broken ring, a burnt poem, a child's shoe, a lock of hair. At lantern night, every grief was lit with hope, every wound honored, and the kin's song rose up beneath the rain-washed sky. Fern's own kin and students flourished. Their apprentice, Lark, a fierce child with a gift for music and a stubborn sense of right, became the first Wild Chancellor's heir. The older kin, knowing the orchard's old promise, took pride in teaching the wildest, newest, or most wounded child how to mend, to graft, to sing, and to trust. Fern's rule became legend for its balance. The mending of grief with growth, the refusal to close the door to storm or sorrow, the insistence that every welcome be a work of shared making. Their last act was to gather the kin and guests beneath the tree of scars, place the staff and ring in Lark's hands, and sing the orchard's promise. Let our roots tangle, our scars show, our blossoms meet every storm. Fern died in their sleep, beneath the grief grove's wild bloom, and at dawn the kin found every lantern still burning, every bee humming, every child and stranger telling a new story. Storm's end endured, a home always in mending, a kinship never finished, a wild song always welcoming whatever the next wind, the next hope, the next wandering soul might bring. Lark Baratheon Wolf took the staff and ring beneath the silver haze of dawn, standing in the heart of the grief grove, the circle of scarred and sapling trees ringing with dew and memory. Lark was neither tallest nor oldest among the kin, but their eyes burned with a brightness that seemed to hold every lantern ever hung in the orchard, every fire lit to warm a stranger. Their voice, low and golden as honey, was known from the wild edges of the marches to the towers on the cliffs. Sometimes a laugh, sometimes a song, sometimes just the listening hush that let others fill the silence with their truths. They wore Fern's patched cloak and Leaf's old willow bark shoes, a necklace strung with seeds and broken glass beads, gifts from the kin's children and every guest-turned family. Their investiture was an embrace as much as a ceremony. Every kin, every guest, every child and traveler who could walk or be carried was present, crowding the grief grove in a riot of color and joy. The old stories were sung and newly reimagined. Arya's wild rides, Gendry's forging, Lyra's storms, Willow's laughter, Joy's open door, Mara's healing, Dala's daring, Lai's tide walk, Sorrel's diplomacy, Vay's lantern night, Samrin's rebuilding, Leaf's wild work, Fern's mending. Lark knelt and placed their palm to the earth, swearing in a dozen tongues. Every pain a story, every scar a root, every storm a song. So I will lead, and so I will learn. Lark's first year as Wild Chancellor was a season of gentle chaos. The orchard, grown into a small city of bridges and courts, was bursting with new kin. Yiddish dancers, Dothraki gardeners, northern shamans, glassblowers from Myr, a trio of orphans from the Blackwater who brought a battered dog and a talent for sly jokes. The grief grove became not just a place for mourning, but for finding lost things, lost people, lost hope. Every dawn, Lark could be found there, listening, mending, planting seeds in silence or song. The first storm of their rule was not wind or rain, but discord. The kin's growing fame brought visitors, both welcome and wary. Lords from the Reach and Dorne come to bargain. Priests from the faith come to debate. Even a restless king's envoy come to demand taxes and tithes. Some kin, grown prosperous, wished to close the orchard's borders, fearing loss of peace or the dilution of the old ways. Others, the rooted, wanted to bar new festivals, new gods, new faces. Lark's answer was always to gather everyone in the grief grove, or under the oldest apple tree, to listen first then speak. This house is not stone but story. If you close a book, the tale ends. If you welcome a new page, the song continues. That winter was bitter, with snow deep enough to bury the outer bridges and freeze the marsh. Hunger stalked the kin, but Lark, remembering Fern and Vay, led the work themselves, harvesting reeds for thatch, trapping eels in the frozen creeks, baking dried fruit into sturdy bread. They called for each household to share what they could and offered a place at the kin's hearth to every wanderer who arrived, however late or cold. Every night, as snow fell, Larks sang in the kitchens and the grief grove, turning laments into lullabies, sharing stories until all were fed and no one felt alone. When the thaw came, so did new joy. The Mending Festival was born, a week of patching, planting, and forgiving. Every kin and guest called to repair an old bridge or quarrel, to share a meal with someone unknown, to teach a skill or learn a new dance. Each spring after, the festival grew, sending kin bands out to repair distant roads, rebuild neighbor villages, or welcome home those long gone. Lark declared a new law. No one is lost so long as there is someone searching. No storm is wasted so long as it leads to mending. The world outside was shifting too. Ships from the free cities brought not only traders but refugees from new wars, bearing stories of famine and old magic rising in the east. A circle of wildlings arrived, led by a tall, silent woman with a white wolf, seeking the orchard's schools and medicine. Kin children grew up alongside them, learning wild healing, the art of silence, and the dance of the northern lights. Even as the orchard's festivals became ever more vibrant, fire dancers from the summer isles, mass plays from the summer isles, mass plays from Lias, the old apple blossom games paired with wild stories under the scarred tree. Yet not all storms were from without. Lark faced their hardest test in their 5th year, when a sickness swept the orchard, cough and fever, taking first the oldest kin, then the youngest guests. For weeks, the halls were silent, save for the moan of wind and the prayers of the healers. Lark was tireless, carrying broth, sitting by bedsides, planting grief tokens with every child who lost a parent or friend. Fern, now an honored elder, helped devise new medicines, teaching Lark the old marsh prayers for the dying. The grief grove filled with new trees, each one watered by tears and laughter, as kin told stories of the lost, wove new friendships, and swore never to forget. The orchard survived, battered but unbroken, and in its healing, something new grew. A custom called the lantern lay. Each family and guest wrote the names of their grief and their gratitude on paper lanterns, lighting them at dusk and sending them up through the boughs. Every lantern found its way back, eventually, caught in a branch or drifting to the marsh, each a promise that sorrow and joy must be carried together. Lark's later years were marked by prosperity and peace. The wild work blossomed. Floating gardens along the river, sky bridges of living willow, new listening halls, where disputes were settled by tale and song. The orchard's children grew up, knowing both the ache of loss and the wild thrill of belonging, becoming singers, healers, builders, or simply kin who stayed to care for the land. Lark's own family was a patchwork of adoption and love. 2 daughters from the Reach, a clever son from the Vale, and a fierce silent child of the wildlings, who would one day inherit staff and ring. In their final spring, Lark led the last Mending Festival, singing with the children, mending the bridges, planting a new circle in the grief grove. As dusk fell, they gathered all kin and guests, passed the ring and staff to their wildling heir, Snow, and spoke. Storm's end is not these trees, nor these walls, but the story we share and the hands we offer to every new storm. May we never be finished, and may we never turn a mender away. That night, the grief grove was full of lanterns and laughter, and Lark slipped away beneath the old tree, leaving behind not silence, but a living choir of voices. Some grieving, some celebrating, all promising that as long as stories, song, and welcome endured, the orchard would weather every darkness, and each dawn would bring a new bloom. So Storm's End continued. Scarred and wild, always mending, always welcoming. The beating heart of kinship and hope at the world's edge. K. Snow Baratheon wolf, the wildling child raised in apple boughs and stormlight, took the ring and staff in the grief grove beneath a brooding sky and a sea wind keening through the tangled branches. They were taller than most, white-haired and watchful, silent for long stretches but given to sudden bursts of laughter, or a song as old as the hills. Their name, a gift from both the kin and the wildling woman who brought them south, was worn like a talisman, a reminder of both hardship and the hearth found here, in a house that named every storm kin. Their investiture was a gathering of the world, kin and guests and wanderers, wildlings in furs and fishers in oilskin, summer isle dancers, glass-eyed scholars from the east, children with hands sticky from apple cider, elders whose memories ran back farther than any scroll. The rite was quiet, a song sung in the wild tongue in the orchard's patois, with Snow standing at the tree of scars, palm pressed to the bark, voice soft but sure. I will keep the doors open, the fire burning, the story going. I will meet each storm and stranger as kin, and mend what the wind and time break, with every hand willing. Snow's first year as Wild Chancellor was a lesson in silence and listening. The kin city orchard was vast, and its daily rhythm now included wolf howls at dusk, and the soft drumming of Summer Isle's music at dawn. Old wildlings taught the youngest how to run trails and move unseen, how to read the shapes of clouds and tracks of hares. The orchard schools grew ever more varied. Children learned the history of every branch and bridge, the making of willow rafts and braided apple-bark ropes, the healing chants of 3 continents, and the names of every bird that nested in the grief grove. Snow listened, letting others speak first, letting every guest, kin or stranger, bring their story, pain or dream. The orchard faced its first storm not in wind but in shadow. A shadow war of secrets and rumor. News came from the east, of a new magic rising in the old free cities, of blood feuds reignited in the shadow of Valyria, and of a new king in King's Landing who eyed Storm's End's openness with suspicion. Spies slipped into the festivals, gold passed in dark corners, and a band of masked riders attacked one of the border villages at dusk, burning and stealing before vanishing into the marsh. Some kin called for gates to be barred and blades drawn. Others, fearing what their house would become if it hid behind walls, argued to welcome the lost and frightened even more fiercely. Snow called the circle of kin beneath the scarred tree. There, in the wind, with lanterns guttering and the smell of smoke in the air, Snow spoke. We cannot grow thorns against every hand, nor can we root out every shadow, but we can let truth grow where lies have run wild. We will answer every fear with a welcome, every hurt with unity. The kin responded as the orchard always had, by working together. The border villages rebuilt in days, with help from guests and new kin. Every festival became a time of vigilance as well as song. Every stranger invited to tell their story and to join the work of mending. Those who had attacked found themselves faced not by vengeance, but by labor and listening. Some stayed, laying down arms. Others moved on, changed by what they'd seen. Snow's greatest ally in these times was a healer from Dorne named Sarah, quick-tongued and gentle, whose ability to coax laughter from the bitterest soul made her beloved of both children and elders. Together, they led the kin in renewing the oldest orchard's bridges, holding dawn courts, where every quarrel was aired, and teaching the orchard's song in new languages. Wildling, Valyrian, Rhoynar, even the ciphers of the city folk come south in hope or exile. The orchard's wild work continued. A floating market was built, drifting along the marsh's edge, where every kin could barter stories, seeds, and inventions. The Grief Grove, now crowded with young trees, became a place of joy as well as sorrow. Every lantern night a swirl of lights and wild music, every rite of scars a feast of stories. Wolf cubs, born from a rescued she-wolf, were raised by kin and guest children alike. Their howls joined the festival choruses at moonrise, and their presence kept the orchard's outermost fields safe. Yet the world outside pressed ever closer. Ships arrived, not only from Bravos and Lys, but from distant Ibn and even the Shadowlands, bearing wonders and rumors. The new king's envoys came to demand tribute, to question why so many strangers were welcomed, and so few soldiers sent to the capital. Snow, serene, would only answer, "We offer stories and peace, not tribute or threat. If you wish to understand us, break bread, not laws." And there were threats Snow could not turn aside. A bitter winter brought famine to the north, and kin rode north with wagons of food and seeds, returning with new wildlings, their songs and scars woven into the orchard's tapestry. A storm surge battered the lower bridges and flooded half the marsh villages, But the kin rebuilt, making the new homes higher and the bridges stronger. At every festival, Snow spoke not of safety, but of courage and invention. Every wound is a lesson. Every loss is a seed. Every storm is another tale, and the only death for a house like ours is the death of welcome. Snow's kin were as wild and various as the orchard itself. Their foster son, Birch, had a mind for numbers and bridges, inventing new water wheels and floating gardens. Their daughter, Moonsnow, became a singer, gathering songs from lost tongues and giving them back to every child. The twins, Rush and Red, were riders and menders, one never home, always building new bridges, the other always home, tending every sick root and kin with tireless care. As the years passed, Snow grew gray-haired and slow, but their silence grew deeper, their laughter warmer, their stories more treasured. The Grief Grove's new circle, once all scar and sapling, became the green heart of every gathering. A place where kin and stranger, guest and wanderer, came to lay down what hurt, to sing what was left, to be held and healed. In their last season, Snow led the final tidewalk, walking with every child and kin willing to brave the storm-washed mud. Lanterns bobbed in the branches, and every scar on the old tree glowed with candlelight. At dawn, Snow gave the ring and staff to Moonsnow and said simply, "Let the wild in. Keep the door open. Trust the storm to bring you what you most need, if you meet it with a song." They lay down among the wolf cubs and orchard roots, the kin singing, the dawn brightening to gold. Moonsnow's voice rose above them all, promising that the orchard story was never finished, never closed, never afraid of any wind. So Storm's End endured, a house that welcomed every storm and every stray, whose branches reached beyond the horizon, and whose kin, rooted and wild, laughing and brave, carried the story onward, another blossom for each new dawn. Ah-K. Moonsnow Baratheon wolf rose to the ring and staff with the hush of dawn and the hush of grief and hope all mingled, the Grief Grove breathing with the scents of wolf fur, rain-soaked earth, and fresh apple blossoms. Her hair was the color of starlight and cloud shadow. Her eyes, storm gray, held 1,000 stories in the memory of every song sung beneath these boughs. She was kin to all, born to snow, raised among healers and wildlings, taught by singers from Bravos and the Summer Isles, learned in both the orchard's lore and the wild mysteries beyond the marsh. Moonsnow's investiture was a weaving of wildness and ritual, song and silent witness. The old wolf cubs, grown now into stately companions, circled the Grief Grove with her as the kin gathered, their clothes and banners and hair streaked with blue mud and apple petal, willow bark and driftwood. She laid her hand on the tree of scars and sang her vow in the orchard's dialect, in the wildling tongue, and in the soft notes of the Summer Isles. No shadow closes our circle. No gate ends our song. For every scar, a lantern. For every sorrow, a tale. May all who enter here become kin. And may every storm find welcome and be made into dawn. Bow. Her first acts as chancellor were neither grand nor loud. Moonsnow moved quietly from hall to orchard, listening to quarrels and laughter alike, comforting the newly arrived, helping mend a cracked bridge or settle a child in a new foster family. She expanded the floating market, welcoming boats from as far as the Thousand Islands and the icy north. She opened new music halls in the outer groves, where wildlings and summer islanders, Dothraki and marshfolk, could each teach their songs. The Grief Grove became a sanctuary for old wounds and new love, its scar tree filling with new lanterns, ribbons, and stories from 1,000 hands. The first true test of her rule came not from storm or hunger, but from the return of the Old Faith's zealots. A stern-eyed priest arrived with banners and a retinue, demanding that the orchard's wild festivals and shrines to pagan gods be abandoned, and all kin swear the Seven Creeds. Some marshlanders, fearful, argued that it would be easier to bend to keep peace with the crown. Others, especially the wildlings, bristled at the threat. Moonsnow did not answer in anger. She called a moot in the heart of the Grief Grove, where every kin, guest, and child could speak. For 3 days the moot debated. Stories and prayers, laments and ballads, angry rants and shy pleas for peace. Moon Snow listened to all, then climbed the Tree of Scars at dusk, and sang the lament of the seven roots, a song weaving the faith's own parables with those of the old gods, the Rhoynar, the wildlings, and the orchard's first kin. When she finished, she declared, "No law can make us small. Here, every song and sorrow, every god and no god, has a branch to rest on. We will not close the orchard for any fear. Let the faith stay, let any who wish join our song, but let no one demand we silence another." That evening, the priest left in frustration, but not all marshfolk followed him. Those who remained learned the new songs. The festivals became even more riotous, more varied, but always, at their heart, they kept the quiet of the grief grove. A time for mourning and mending, a lantern for every scar. In the years that followed, Moon Snow wove her house ever wider. She set her kin to restoring the ancient sea steps, building new bridges of living willow and glass, and sending out story ships, floating libraries and theaters, up the rivers and across the narrow sea, carrying the orchard's tales and songs. Her own children, Wolf Quick and Apple Sweet, became famed for their wild adventures. Her eldest, Lyra, a harpist who lured whales close to the bay. Her son, Bram, who tamed marsh elk and built floating gardens with the water. Moon Snow's closest friend was Dancer, a Dothraki poet, who had wandered west with the summer wind, bringing tales of storms and sunrise over grasslands. Dancer led the orchard's music nights, helping Moon Snow heal every grief with song, teaching the kin to speak in rhythm and silence as much as in word. Yet not all threats were met with music. In her 7th year, a coalition of exiled lords, jealous of the orchard's fame and bounty, laid siege to the outer bridges, hoping to force the kin to pay tribute or cede their wild lands. Moon Snow refused, and the kin, marshlanders, wildlings, summer islanders, Dothraki, glassworkers, healers, and children, answered not with blades but with laughter and cunning. They pulled up bridges, set traps in the marsh, and lured the invaders into a maze of floating lanterns, feasts, and riddles. Each night, the orchard's drums and voices drowned the war horns. The siege ended with the exiles' defeat, not in battle, but as they crept away, bewildered and half in love with the orchard's welcome. The orchard's wild work only deepened. New faiths and crafts took root. Moon Snow made it law that every home, kin or guest, must plant one tree in the grief grove, and every tree must bear a story, etched on bark, woven into branches, or sung at festival. The orchard's song became a beacon. Stories carried as far as Old Town and V's Dothrak, Bravos and the Wall, returning always with new kin, new loss, and new hope. Moon Snow's greatest trial was the year of shadow and lanterns, a winter of dark dreams, when a strange sickness stole voices and left some kin in deep silent sleep. The healers and wildlings, working together, brought back the lost with stories and song, music woven through every waking and sleeping hour. Moon Snow herself kept vigil in the grief grove, singing each lantern back to flame, promising that no kin would wake to silence or loneliness. As she grew old, Moon Snow grew ever quieter, her words chosen as carefully as her songs, her wisdom ever more treasured. When her final spring came, she led the last festival herself, planting a tree with every child who had lost someone. She passed the ring and staff to Willow Wren, her youngest, and said, "Let the orchard never close, let the song never die. Let each storm become a lantern and each grief a root." That night, as kin and guests gathered for lantern night, Moon Snow slipped into the grief grove, the wolves singing, the apple blossoms drifting down like new hope, and was gone. leaving behind a story sung by every heart in the orchard. So Storm's End lived on, wild and mending, roots tangled ever deeper, the doors never shut to sorrow or to joy, and every dawn a new blossom waiting for the world's next song.